Just having my breakfast, guys. Packet of crisps. That's where we're at today. Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship weekend! And we're starting off in the lower bracket elimination series, a follow-on from yesterday. If you missed the last games like I did, it was Cure that came on ahead of Showtime who won the 2 maps after we had to leave yesterday. And I will not miss another game of this tournament from here on out. We are committed, and we will not miss a thing. We have what will be the only TVT of this tournament unless these players continue to win out through the lower bracket as we head into today with the red Terran player in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. This is going to be Spirit to start us off. And in the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid, we are going to have ourselves a Cure. Best of 5 between 2 players who I genuinely really do think have played such cool games against each other lately. I consistently see these 2 players in matches, and Spirit does get the edge over Cure quite a few times in their recent history as well. So I do think this is going to be a very interesting state of affairs. When you look at their history, you will see that Spirit beat Cure the last 3 times that they met. 3-2, 2-0, 2-1. Now, admittedly, Cure dominated this matchup before that point. Cure overall is 30-6 in series against Spirit, but 3 of those series he lost were the 3 most recent meetings. That has got to stand for something. Surely that's got to stand for something. I imagine it does. I'm excited to see what it is. Very, very excited, guys. Alright, we are off and away and kicking off and starting and partying and StarCrafting and all the rest of it. Appreciate you all being here. And yeah, let's do some StarCraft doing. Cure and Spirit, we're actually going to start off with a proxy racks across the map as well. You're going to have to forgive me the first couple moments here. I'm just I'm still getting a couple things set up just because I had to go pick up Ellie, so I'm still getting that sorted. So give me a mere moment or two while I TLDR get my shit together. Reaper going to be popping out. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper over here popping up. SCV return home. This Reaper is going to come over, looking for a little bit of a chance to see what's going on. Reaper Marine, a couple of SCVs coming through. We're going to throw a couple of grenades down. And then we're going to pull back over to the left-hand side for a few moments as well. So just coming back over in this direction, taking a little second or two. Figure out what we want to try and get done here in the early stages of this current affair. So we have the Reapers obviously being a little bit annoying from Spirit, so he's trying to get in, get some damage done, finding a little bit of value in these early moments. There is going to be the extra Reapers on the way up, so he's building 2 at a time off that singular proxy. Now, if you're not familiar with this, obviously you build 1 barracks at home, you build 1 on the map, and you can get away with just really good starts sometimes, and that's kind of what's happening here. As you can just see, there are just going to be Reapers putting some work in, getting some damage done. Absolutely just having a very good time with this in the very first few moments of this one. So, yeah, pretty comfortable starting point. And 3 SCVs go down. We've also killed a bunch of Marines. Didn't lose any of these Reapers. There's a bunker at the front. We could go past this bunker. 1 unit inside is not going to do much. The Hellion on the high ground is much more of a bigger deal. That really is something that is more likely to kind of shut us down and to stop us from doing much more. If you can stay away from that Hellion, then that would be great. Although I do imagine a lot of the game plan here would probably be built around kind of using that Hellion defensively. There's now a second Hellion out. These Reapers, what do they want to do? Again, to lay in this low ground is neat and all. If that is going to just be our plan, then I don't hate it. I guess we'll see what happens next. The Reapers do hop up in the main, so they are looking for more. They're looking for more SCVs. Spirit is not done yet in this opening game. He is coming in, firing on all cylinders. As it continues across, the Marine goes down. The Hellions will get there. Reapers still going down. The last few shots of the Hellions are brutal. And this is where we actually do lose a lot of these Reapers. And now, interesting question. Does losing those Reapers have a big negative impact on you here as Spirit? It's a pretty good question mark. As you see, a couple tech labs coming up, the SCVs coming by, Cyclone Marines, and that Starport coming in. The refinery drops down to the low ground. The barracks just comes over, stepping over to this left-hand side for a couple moments. Get ready to go. Figure out what is next. So the barracks returns home. Typically, you go bio heavy off of this because obviously you're playing a setup which is, you know, well, lots of cyclones and everything else. So you gotta imagine that that is probably something of the idea of what we're gonna start moving toward over the next little while. There's gonna be Snap Barracks returning all the way back, and it's gonna be Hyperfly Rotors from Cure. So he's gonna go into a little bit of mechy stuff. Hyperfly Rotors, the Banshee, and the Cyclones. So he may double down on kind of playing some kind of mech style here. That would honestly be kind of cool, to be honest. So I'm kind of intrigued as to how that maybe turns out as well. That's also something that we could perhaps look at to figure out how things are going. And Siege Tank is on the factory, just going to be having the depot still set out the front as well. So we just take a few moments there. Again, from Spirit, as things actually do calm down, he's going to go double Starport. So he's going to be triple CC, but double Starport. So he's going to have a lot of pushing potential. He's going to take air control against someone who's playing mech. And I gotta say, I actually kind of like that a lot for Spirit. I think that has a lot of potential to be very positive for him overall. So we'll see how that turns out. This tank going to come down to the low ground as well. Will just join us here. And we will set up to see what happens next. Who will be making the next move? I would likely say probably the Banshees are going to be making the next move with their speediness. They are likely going to have a good opportunity to get across the map and get something done. Double armory coming up on the side of Cure, that factory, the SCVs, the tank all coming in. Double a little scan. Just up toward the top as well, by the way. So just going to throw that in straight to the top side. And yeah, we have ourselves the couple of armories on the way up. The engineering base and the refineries all coming through. And just double Banshee going to make its way down the bottom. So again, with the speed that they have, there's a very high chance that they kind of get out of reach of things and they can kind of stay away from trouble a lot of the time. So that's what we're kind of expecting maybe from these Banshees. Fly straight through this bottom side, in toward this main base. There are going to be double engineering base finishing up. Banshees will get through. A couple of SCVs already begin to go down. 3-4 workers dropping. The Vikings come across. That is going to be this Banshee squadron getting shot away at. So Banshee's taking a bunch of damage right off the bat. Good damage being dealt there. The Banshee again peeling away up the left-hand side. Still got Viking tank and a little bit more all on the way, including the vehicle weapons and upgrades. You get 5 SCVs, but Spirit is probably okay with that, because now he knows about the Speedy Banshees, now he knows a little bit more about what his opponent is trying to do here, and you just get that little bit of extra information to start working forward from. The +1 vehicle weapons and plating coming up. The few Hellions will make their way out down to the bottom side, and they will set to see if they can make a play as they head over to this bottom left direction. Again, Marine Tank, Viking Raven just sitting up in the skies, and we do have Hellions just going to run straight into this third base. The Spirit wants to move out into the map, and Cure just says no. He's going to come straight through for 9 SCVs and counting, going to get to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, Marine. I mean, that is just an entire mineral line going down. So Spirit takes a massive eco loss to Hellions that he doesn't even clean up, is going to be the big problem here. I mean, he's got to push in on this left-hand side. He's got a lot of air control. He needs these Ravens to get Matrixes off. If he can Matrix these tanks, this is basically a non-defense. But it is about Matrixing these tanks. He will win the air battle. The Ravens do a lot. He drops the auto turrets as well. So he is going to have some extra damage output onto the SCVs as he kills 19, now 20 of his own. So this push from Spirit is a success story, and he is going to do a lot. Q is going to fall behind heavily, and realistically, these Vikings in the sky are still dominating. There is a Thor showing up, so actually Q already representing the fact that he knew there was going to be an anti-air issue. So he gets a Thor out. That's a little bit more difficult to deal with for Spirit, because you can't just get rid of a Thor like you can overwhelm in the Vikings count. He is going to try and build a Liberator, but he's not going to have range or anything yet, so that range is not going to be there. I do think a Liberator is a very hopeful idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't think it's going to do too much against a Thor. So we're actually going to just move into this. We need to try and target fire the siege tanks here, because ideally you do not really care about the Hellbats, and you're probably going to lose everything anyway, so it's just about taking down what you can. Spirit has a couple units back down south, as he does get pushed away from this. Army supplies will come out equal. It's 51 to 69 workers, though. Cure on a massive worker deficit. What's very interesting is kind of that Spirit is kind of a bit slow to his upgrades at first, I guess, but I guess he's catching up. He didn't have the +1, then I looked up, and I think it just finished as it then came down here, so I was just looking at the wrong place at the wrong time to begin with. As you see those few Vikings still gathered up in the skies. A scan out over to the far right-hand side, I look to see what's going on there. Drop a Matrix down at the front, so Spirit's still pressuring. And he's just going to get one tank for a tank here. Once more, the Hellions are back. If we had a defense against these Hellions, we would have... we'd have like 90 workers by now as Spirit. Yeah, these Hellions have been annoying. They're going to morph into Hellbats, and that's actually very tricky to deal with. They're actually very tanky units when they become Hellbats, so... That's great. 21 SCVs go down. 10 SCVs on this side, apparently, as this Liberator just went huge, so... Yeah, Spirit actually does make use of the Lib. I thought it was going to be much more about the... Yeah, I thought this Liberator is going to be much more about the... like trying to get on top of the army and so on, but obviously that's clearly not the case. So never mind that. As I do just have the army collecting on the bottom. A few Vikings of Spirit getting caught enough on the high ground. I say high ground, up in the top. He's actually not got the air control now. He could go back into it. He does have double starport, so he could still contend for air control. He's just choosing not to at the moment. It's definitely an interesting decision. It'll be fun to see how that exactly pans out. We've got concussive shells on the way, +1 vehicle weapons. These units are going to retreat back down to the bottom left-hand side. The planetary fortress coming up as well. Vikings, Marauders, Marines all coming through. We got ourselves a couple of refineries coming up as well. All of that being brought into play right now. Let's just see this Bioforce gathering up with the planetary fortress nearby. Ravens are going to sit tight and hold out. It's Cure coming on a push. Has found his way back up there in the supply numbers. I mean, killing off another 20 workers definitely helps to slow Spirit down. And now you've got the mech player being active on the map. That is not a good sign for you as the bio player, because the mech player is the sort of guy who, if he moves out on the map, he's probably going to have a hell of an army. He's going to be very confident about where things are at and where things are going. Tank does get rid of that Hellion. You have the siege tanks, the Hellbats, the Thorn, the tanks. It's moving around the bottom side. An SCV there will go down as well. We load up a group of medevacs, so we're going to look for a counterattack already, which I don't really blame us for, right? I mean, that just makes a whole lot of sense. Again, the mech army is not fun to attack into, and Spirit has to figure his way out of what is now becoming a little bit of a weirder and trickier position compared to what we initially thought was going to happen here. The Hellbats get through, the SCVs begin to take some damage. At the same time, across the map, we unload. We're going to clean up a lot of the reinforcements over here. The biggest issue is going to be the Vikings. I mean, that gets rid of the medevacs, but it doesn't stop this bio army from getting through a bunch of the SCVs. Spirit will lose another base here shortly. Does he get enough up to deal with this? It's honestly, I mean, 6 tanks is very powerful with the Hellbat front line. But he's doing so much on the other side that I think he will be able to make this work. He's got the Ravens, too. So he can actually just Matrix up pretty much everything. A bunch of Matrixes, 4 out of 6 Matrix, 2 auto turrets to help out. Biostims in from the left side. The tanks get sieged. And that is the power of still keeping your Ravens alive. Air control for Cure, sure. If you don't kill the Ravens on the way in and they get the spellcast off, it's going to be pretty heckin' deadly. Now Cure is basically on a base trading kind of scenario with Hellbats and a few Vikings. And that's just not going to cut it at the end of the day. You're going to see the tanks over here from Spirit probably get cleaned up. He is probably going to lose everything. As, to be fair, these Marauders are still slamming. The Vikings putting work in, man. Those tanks survived so long. The Marauders survived forever. Jeez. I thought they were going to be gone a lot sooner than they were, so... credit to Spirit. He actually finds pretty much the best possible fight he could have done there. As we are going to see the army getting cleaned up finally. Cure is down to 52 supplies. Spirit sits at 82. It's been a deadly game. 16 SCVs remaining from Cure and 34 for Spirit. We have had 92 SCVs dead for Cure and 81 SCVs dead for Spirit in this game as well, which is obviously pretty ridiculous. So just so many workers dying. As we just see one Marine pushing up toward the top. A tank is going to be able to potentially get some shots off. We do see the rest of this army looking to settle in on the front. A few Hellions are going to come around the bottom side. We do see a few Hellions to the far right as well. A couple of medevacs, are going to load up, and they're going to go boosting around the top also. As these Hellions get around, the Blue Flame is going to activate for a few of those Marines as well, so we get rid of a bunch of these right off the bat. Just going to be seeing those Hellions still gathering up, and Marine goes down. A couple of medevacs will boost forward. I'm just going to see those 2 medevacs coming across the top side as well. Hellions going to morph into Hellbats in the natural expansion. Just going to see the medevacs boosting straight through. And, yeah, look for a little bit of effort here as we get through the SCV lines. Nice. I mean, at this point, Spirit just has significantly more. And Cure as army, what he does have is so limited. I mean, a couple of Marauders stemming through onto a tank is never a pretty sight. Spirit is going to open this series with a 1-map advantage. So, Spirit is going to show us the lead in the series. He's going to show us the ability to, once again, absolutely stand up to Cure and take that fight to him. And I love that because, again, I do think Spirit beating Cure is a consistent upset almost. So that is pretty crazy as we get ready to go into Winter Madness for Game 2 of this best of 5, guys. We're going to try and keep getting this rolling along nicely. We've got 7 best of 5s today. So we've got a lot of StarCraft to cast. It's going to be a lot of fun. So it is going to be a good one. If you're wondering what's coming up, let me just talk to you guys about it. Reynor versus MaxPax comes up after Spirit versus Cure. Yeah, Rainor versus MaxPax. Winner of that plays Shin. Loser of that plays the winner of this series, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. And then we move into the other portion of the upper bracket, which is Solo versus Hero, the winner versus Classic, and the loser versus Clem. You could not possibly ask for a better selection of matchups. Today is stacked. Every single best of 5 is awesome. We are just at that point of the competition where it is... yeah, it is genuinely just sick, basically. Alright, just needing one person to relog because they haven't figured out that they're bugged. Give us a second and we'll get this invite off. Hey, what's up? Nicky, thanks so much for gifting out a sub to the community. Going out to ZeroCool1976. Thank you so very much. Let's jump into game 2 here. Spirit versus Cure as we continue the games. At least having a right good bark. Wow, we're almost at 1,200 subs. That's freaking crazy. Actually, a little bit wild. Alright, Winter Madness coming up. Getting this underway. Let's see what happens as we jump into another game. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Terran player. This will be with the 1-0 lead, Spirit, taking on the blue Terran. In the top left-hand corner of the map, we have got ourselves Cure. Game 2 of this best of 5. Kick this off. Winter Madness, our map. And will Spirit be able to fight into a 2-0 lead? Will Cure be looking good? To bring it back a game. Great to see Spirit, man. Spirit is really just... he's been amazing, though. Like, he's really just popped off this event and really shown us just how strong he can be. He's had a great run. To watch him play as we get ourselves attacker stuff. Thank you for the 20 bits, by the way. Spirit's gonna win the tournament, yeah. I believe in this lower bracket run of his that he's on. He's definitely on a run for sure. He's definitely on a run for sure. That's none much is for certain. Tracks coming up, SCV's producing through. Just gonna have our orbitals morphing. The Reaper's on the way. Having our supply depot coming down. Just going to drop the factory in as well, so again we get that up and running. Factory building, depot coming through, the orbital command coming online. Just going to have the SCV from both players here, the Reaper's coming up. Again, a lot of that getting set up to rumble for the moment. Reaper and Cure will go out down to the bottom right side, so just going to take a little bit of a journey across for a couple of moments right now. Just go wandering over there for a little while. And we'll see if Cure can apply some pressure. It is a Reaper from Spirit nearby, and obviously Usually moving across your map with the Reaper is a little bit of a risky move. You don't see it a lot in TVT. It's going to work out here. We're not going to lose the Reaper, so that's the most important thing. It is a pretty flat map, so you can move across the majority of it without having to go, go to any ramps, basically, which is the most important part, because you're never running up into the high ground where you don't have vision of, basically, is what it comes down to. So, that definitely helps a little bit. I see a little grenade going down. Not going to do much. The bunker coming up from Spirit, who with that faster expansion, or well, slightly faster expansion, is going to want to just be as safe as possible, so he's going to try and ensure that nothing bad comes of this here. So he will have 2 Reapers in the main, he'll have 2 Reapers in response, and there's a Hellion on the way out too, so Cure is right to just back it up, get the heck out of there. This Hellion's going to arrive if he wants to make a play, diving the natural perhaps, but I just don't see that much potential for damage. I'd rather just keep these units alive and keep the map control right now. And you're going to get the Cyclone, and maybe with the Cyclone, if the Reaper Hellion can be the buffer, the Cyclone can survive a while and perhaps get things done as well. These high-level TVTs have a cheese each other. Yeah, I mean, Proxy 2x Reaper is a fairly common occurrence. Proxy Marauder is much less common, but still has been a thing in the past, of course. Stuff in TVT isn't as cheesy as it is, like, all-in timing. It's like, you see a lot of, like, 2-base double starport, right? And that's not really, like, a cheese, but it is, like, a committed timing push, and that's maybe more so what TVT is about than, like, because it's just, like, what cheesy stuff really works? Not a lot, actually. So, yeah, it's more kind of timing / all-in focused. Depends a little bit on your definition of cheese. Spirit gets over here. He's going to run to this natural. He's going to get a bunch of SCVs. And he's going to get some damage done. Whoa, the SCVs come back over, stacking up. There is going to be the drop into the natural of Spirit. There's a Cyclone and a couple of Marines here, and that's going to be difficult to clean up. While Spirit's army is now gone, the army of Cure, I'm going to say we need to be careful here. The auto turret came down after a little bit of a kerfuffle. Cyclone lost the lock onto that medevac somehow. I think he didn't have high ground vision right here or so. Like, just in the corner? Is that possible? Maybe it was just out of reach for a second or two, and that was enough. But 10 SCVs go down, so Spirit takes a beating. Now, funnily enough, that's going to equalize the work count here, so actually going to be pretty even at this point. No one's really going to be having a major advantage just yet. As we get into the next step of this, we do see the Reapers, the Hellion, the Marines, and the tanks still gathering up. I'm just going to start heading down to the bottom right side. Tanks moving forward a little bit, a couple of Reaper shots coming out. Now the tank just sieging already. And again, having that interference matrix on the way, it's about halfway done from both players currently, so we're not going to see matrixes being a pretty key part of this TVT as expected, sooner rather than later. It's good to know I've been a committed time and push player instead of a cheeser. Yeah, I mean, in TVT, it's hard to cheese in TVT, because, I mean, a cheese is like... I mean, cheese is kind of a weird word in this day and age as well, because some people think... I mean, a lot of cheese is just dead, realistically. Like, what constitutes this... I think what you could call cheese nowadays would not be called cheese way back when. And so by then, it's like, yeah. I mean, we're just at a level of play where cheesy builds just do not see a lot of success, right? And so... like I say, what I would call cheesy builds, whereas you can probably still call that a cheese, but like realistically, it's more kind of what I would have called like an all-in or a timing. It's just a crossover of definitions, really. It's just depends what you really mean by it, I suppose. I call it a macro game when I take my second base and pull the boys. Because I built a second base, but some people call that the cheese as well. So at this point, what am I going to do? Kind of be an honest macro player here. And just getting called out for it every day. Every game should go until the map mine's out. That's definitely what Showtime and Kira thought yesterday. I can't get over that game too. That was so silly. The game which went to 35 minutes when it was genuinely felt over at 15 or 16. The first time in a long time where I felt like a game has been over for 20 minutes, I think. Various proxy racks still work sometimes. Yeah, but even the Proxy Rex is not really cheese. Like, double Proxy Rex Reaper is obviously a bit cheesy. But the thing is, it's like, double Proxy Rex Reaper is very transitional from, so it's not even putting you in a position where you're like, unless, obviously if it gets completely defended, you're in a bad spot. But double Proxy Rex Reaper also doesn't look to end the game 9 times out of 10. It looks to get some mild damage done and pressure and then transition. Is that really that's not really a cheese, right? Like, a cheese is if this gets scouted, your opponent can basically hard counter it and figure it out, and it does nothing, and you're dead. If your opponent scouts your Proxy 2 Rex Reaper, you can still play out of it, because you can just build a few Reapers, float the Rex home, and yeah, you're behind, but you're not dead. Like, you're not that committed. Like, it's really weird in this day and age. That's what I mean. Like, there's so many transition points nowadays. Cheese is a really lost art in StarCraft 2. So you see now Marines going to actually fight here. Spirit with the high ground is going to get a better fight. He just had more Marines there as well initially. And he had combat shield versus no combat shield, which is a pretty major trade out, pretty major switch up when it comes to the TVTs. So, yep, it's going to have a much better group of Marines there, and Spirit gets a little bit of an edge on that fight. Tanks, Marines, Ravens, all coming out over to the left-hand side, so looking for an opportunity. Try and... Let me be on the map here. 3 bases each. Spirit is going to be settling up and figuring out what he wants to do next. 2 upgrades on both sides. A little bit of a lead for Spirit on the upgrades as well, as you are going to see those 2 medevacs boosting around over to the far left-hand side. So just going to be having that little bit of movement coming about. Marine tank up top. Marines over here going to stim around, get a KO as well. Vikings put some good shots out just to try and zone this army away. Hey, what's up, Roddy? 110 months. Excited for the games today. Have a good stream, matey. Appreciate it, dude. Excited for the games as well. We've got some good ones. Thank you for the crazy resub. As you do see, Marine tank gathering up in the center. I mean, 2-2 is going to be finishing for a second for Spirit. Can he fight with 2-2? I mean, no. There's just going to be too many tanks up on this high ground, I think. He does have the Ravens, and they are full of energy, so you got a lot of Matrixes available. He is 73 to 44 Marines. If he could genuinely take out a lot of the tanks with the Marines, maybe there'd be a possibility. A little drop over here, gets a tank, and going to pull away and just going to, you know, dominate this location for a little while. Not a bad start from Spirit. He's going to fly forward. He's going to anti-armor missile. He's going to Matrix. One. I mean, he's going to go up this ramp. He's going to send it. The Marines are going to try and do their thing, attacking into these tanks. It just... I mean... I can see what he thought was there. The reality is it wasn't there. Yeah, I can see what he was thinking. I mean, one anti-armor missile was cool, but then he only got like a single Matrix off, no? Like, there was just so many tanks still firing, and the problem was there was tanks over here, there was tanks over here, so when you're focused here and the Marines are zoning the Ravens here, you can't get deep enough to, you know, really hit the rest of the siege tanks, and that's obviously an immediate issue. And Kira's just going to immediately take this and bring this back across the map as Spirit. Kind of just a very weird kind of scenario where he decides, you know what, I feel like it can actually just rush you in the TVT, and TVTs do not play like that. A very odd moment where we actually see a stop, a wait, and like a, hey, I actually think I can just break through. And it's like, but it's TVT, and you're like, oh, it is TVT, that's right, and then you die. Alrighty, guys, throwing some invites out will give us a moment to get this on the way. Get this sorted out as we go into Game 3 here between Kua and Spirit in the lower bracket elimination matchup. Just gonna make sure everyone's invited in here, guys. I will just take a second to show you guys the bracket, I think. Just I've said everything that's happening today, but not a bad thing to say it out loud, maybe, and to show you guys in visual form. Double checking everybody is in this lobby. I'm just trying to make sure we got reds right down the board. Perfect. Let's do this. All right, let's have a peek at the bracket. Let's see what's going on. So, this is where we stand after 4 days of playoffs already, and now we have 2 days remaining. We've had all of this happen. I mean, it's really cool to look at it all. Remember when it was like all like patchy and we didn't know who was going to play who? And this is the state right now. Spirit or Kua will be one of the 2 remaining Terrans alongside Clem. Both will stand in the lower bracket, waiting for Reynor, MaxPax, and Solar versus Hero to play out today. The losers of those will drop in. They will play today as well. The winners of these upper bracket matches will also play today, leaving us with the top 6 players for tomorrow's final day to work through the competition. That's our bracket. That's where it stands. And we go into game number 3 of a Spirit Kua series as we're tied up 1-1 here in this best of 5, looking for a way to break apart, get ahead. Winner of this game is going to be up a map and on match points, so important opportunity here. As in the bottom left-hand side, it is going to be our red Terran player. Spirit in the top right, our blue Terran is Kua. Let's say it out loud in visual form. Yeah, I realized what I was saying. I'd already said it out loud. I just changed vibe halfway through the sentence. It was just a sentence that changed as it developed, you know? Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. Some sentences don't end the way they start. Just like some StarCraft builds don't end the way they start, you know? You think you're gonna hit this sick double drop, and then the next thing you know, there's defense in position, so you're just dropping for map control. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. Is Spirit relatively new? No. Spirit has been competing for years upon years upon years at this point. Has he been a tournament champion? No, but he's been a very consistent, like, very reliable to potentially make always top 8 in Europe or so. He'll always be able to contend with the better guys, but he's really struggled with the highest tier of players, right? Like, Spirit, if I had to guess, does not have a lot of overall wins against the Clems and the Serals and the Rainors of the European scene. But anyone that isn't, you know, one of those 3, Spirit probably has a pretty good track record against. I mean, he's had runs at big events where he's definitely surprised people as well. I mean, he knocked Stats out of Katowice when Stats was hot stuff that time. You know, he's always been a name in the scene. It just depends what you follow, though, because if you follow the very top of the top and the ends of tournaments, you're probably not going to see much of Spirit, but anywhere else, he really is actually a pretty solid, kind of genuinely there a lot of the time contender, so... Oh, he did name change. Yes, he used to be called Soul. Sorry. I forgot. What a successful name change. Yeah, he used to be called Soul. Yeah, I completely forgot he name changed. Wow, you know what it is? Like, some name changes happen, and you're just like, I don't think I'll ever be able to call this guy this name. And this name change, I'm like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, that's exactly it. That's so funny. That's wild. Yeah. No, that's yeah, he used to be called Soul. I completely forgot. Has he been Spirit longer than he's called Soul? When did he rename to Soul? I think he renamed to Soul. It wasn't that. It was like 3-4 years ago, maybe. No, I think he was Soul for a lot longer. He was. I'm trying to think what team he was on when he renamed to Spirit. Maybe Kaisi or Berserker, like 2021. So maybe like 4 years ago, but he's been on a team since like 2013, 2014. So. Yo, ISC, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Soul and Spirit are kind of similar. Yeah, I mean, they have similar kind of vibes as well. It's not like a completely dramatic name change, I guess, overall. I just, yeah, I forgot that could have been the reason. I just didn't even come across my mind that people might know him as something else, right? It's, I guess that means it probably has been a while since the name change, too. Yeah, what a successful name change. Shin, Spirit, and Special, the only ones who name changed and became better. And Oliveira. Dude name changed and became a world champion. I mean, come on, we can't ignore the greatest name change of all time. But you know what it is? That was actually the most ridiculous name change. Like, you name change to Oliveira from time, and everyone's like, this is never going to stick. Do we really have to call you this? And then he becomes world champion, and it's like, oh, yeah, we really do have to call you that, huh? I mean, that probably was one of the most successful name changes of all time. And Vac will load up a few Marines, and the Cyclone will get in here from Kua, just pushing through. A little trade so far. Just a depot going down early, and we do see Spirit set up fairly defensively on Tourmaline for the first few moments. Wasn't the story there was too much TVP, so the soul left the body and only the Spirit remained? I'm pretty sure it's because soul was already taken on Liquipedia, so if you typed in soul on Liquipedia, you had to pick which soul you meant, and this annoyed him, so he name changed. But maybe there's other reasons as well. I definitely remember that one being part of the reasoning. Just wanted his own Liquipedia page that was very clearly his. But yeah, it might have been there might have been a bit of memeing. TVP killed the guy. Kira on a shove forward. He's going to get sieged up on the front of this base, and that bunker is beginning to go down. So the bunker will fall. You see Stimpack and 1-1 upgrades coming up here from Spirit. The two tanks will siege a bit further forward again. Ooh, going to be in range of the tank. The Matrix will make this a trade then in favor of Kua when it was looking to be Spirit's first shot initially. He's going to step forward, just going to see the orbital command lifting up. We do see a few SCVs beginning to go down as that orbital gets chased over the side. So, I mean, Spirit in a little bit of a world of trouble right here. And as Kua shows up and has been able to trade well so far already and absolutely making a bit of value for himself. I mean, the natural expansion not mining is a pretty much kind of self-explanatory situation. That said, we are going to have Stim and we are going to make an attempted breakout here. Auto turret comes down. The units on the bottom side got a good flank. We've lost 22 SCVs already, make it 23. So we've lost a bunch of workers, and that probably is just going to be more than enough to say bye-bye to this attack, but also maybe bye-bye to Spirit in this game, because he's now half the worker count of his opponent, so his economy is in absolute tatters. It's a disaster, it's pretty safe to say. Most likely as well. Alien, Reaper, Cyclone coming through. Just going to play clean up a little bit. We do see the couple of units just hanging back. The Viking's going to be back over there. I mean, Spirit can try and counterattack. He's going to have 1-1. He will... He had such an advantage on Stim, but he never started Combat Shield quickly, right? So he could have maybe had a Combat Shield lead here if he'd started that on time. Unfortunately, now Combat Shield is still just building, so it's going to take a little bit of time for that to truly come through. Marine tank medevac gathering up. Just going to be seeing the Vikings going to be there. A little Cyclone lock on as well. Try and get a bit more done here. Move over with the Vikings for a second or two. Combat shield building from Spirit. Armory on the way up. Just going to be having ourselves a little bit of a calm time, funnily enough. I mean, Spirit's 20 workers down. Like, he's in a horrible place in this game, and he is not doing anything about it. That's going to become the biggest issue here, that he is just sat back and he is just chilling. Like, he is making absolutely zero effort or attempt to try and just get anything going for himself right now. Like, there is nothing happening in the slightest just yet. Well, SCVs go down as the Liberator shows up, few Marines drop in. SCVs drop down dead. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, obviously, at this point, Kira's just trying to maintain the advantage, so any little bits of damage like that can be nice. Spirit stims in. He's got 1-1. He's actually going to take a good fight. He gets the Marines quickly. The tanks were not sieged, and so he gets on the tanks quickly too. He'll get underneath the Vikings to kill all of those, and Spirit is going to kill 11 SCVs. The power of the 1-1 and the combat shield as well versus no combat shield. So just going to get that orbital coming and getting taken down. Five SCVs fallen still. This Liberator is now at 6 kills, just being super annoying. Marine tank medevac still collecting up. 2-2 upgrades on the way. We got a couple of Vikings being added on. Marine coming through. The +2 attack on the engineering bay with more Marines and a tank coming about as well. This army of Kyo just sits at the front. Marines just coming across. Tanks and the medevacs coming through as well. It's going to get set up. We do have our 2-2 upgrades building at the moment. Marine tank medevac coming over. Still going to have that 2-2 just building up for the moment. So again, getting that 2-2 on the way. The few extra Marines are coming by. Vikings are coming online as well, so... I mean, Spirit brought himself back in this game. He got some damage done. The work account equalizes. He's still down a lot of army supply. But in the world of TVT, you can almost imagine that this goes on for a while at least, and maybe Spirit does get a chance to get close to max now. You play defensively, and you know, in TVT, playing defensively can, you know, keep you alive for a long, long time a lot of the time. So, see what happens there. The Marines and the medevac just going to sit underneath. The Marine coming up the left side. A depot going to be under some fire as well. Marines coming through. Again, Marines coming about, just trying to see what else is going on. A little bit of a move about, scan up on the top side. Not too much happening. There's one vehicle weapons from both sides. Marines gonna come in. A little bit of fighting for the moment again. +3 attack, +1 vehicle weapons. Spirit will have then an attack upgrade lead, so that could be something we look at here. Could be something for us to watch on. Commencing will come down. See the rest of these Marines. The medevacs coming about a little bit as well. Big push down the bottom. Marines are going to get in position over there. I find a little extra. Not really much progress being made. So just got that Marine tank coming about. 3 upgrades going through, +2 vehicle weapons on the way, drop into the main base. A lot of Marines going to come straight through here. Secure looking for a way to break into an advantage right now, and believes that this is going to be it, as we are going to get straight in after that factory. We're going to turn onto these Marines. I mean, 7 SCVs go down, but it's going to be expensive from here. He's going to lose a lot, but the units at the front, we just unsiege 2 of the tanks. I mean, the planetary plus the tanks are going to make a good effort at these Marines, but there's just not going to be enough overall, and Spirit collapsing on that work account. That said, Q still lost a lot of supply, apparently. I mean, he did lose a lot of Marines here. He did lose everything in that drop into the main base as well, so those were very apparent factors so far. Now just going to be seeing the tanks still sieging up over that left-hand side. Three upgrades coming through as well. Still got a tank and a few more Marines coming up. Liberators will be sieging for a couple of moments. All those Marines taking some more shots. Just going to be having, again, the upgrades all coming through. And have Spirit back into the center of the map here with the rest of the Marines and trying to get up toward the top. The army of Cure holding out on the left-hand side. Going to spread the Marines. Just going to take a stim in. The tanks are going to be sieging forward. The Vikings are going to fire. Both those medevacs go down. The tanks are going to get cleaned up. And Spirit is going to wipe the army of Cure as he retakes his expansion in the center of the map. And did Cure try and do too much? Now Spirit, hey, this is bad for Cure. Because Cure lost his tank count, and he's down on upgrades. He's going to catch a few Marines here that are just forward. Okay, upgrades not going to matter if you're heavily out-Marined like that, I suppose. I'm going to try and take this fight. Everything landing and getting involved. It's the tank count from Spirit that will remain very strong at this point. He's 138 to 95 supply. I think Spirit still has a chance to get across the map. It's just going to be slow because of the tanks versus Marines. Again, his Marine count it's at 23. It's actually not bad. It's just not over here. So it's just not quite in position at the moment. More than anything else. It just needs to bring that across and get that going. Again, 3-3 finishing soon. A few more Marines coming up. SCVs in the Planetary Fortress coming about. We do see the medevacs boosting over that right-hand side. It's going to start unloading. These couple medevacs trying to get involved as well. A couple Marines are going to get some shots on them. We're actually going to kill one with Marines inside. No, we do. So even this drop does not exactly go well. Cure's right side base, just an orbital. Going to be under heavy fire quickly. I think he's let this game slip away from him. Man, this is such a good game for Cure, and then he really just did not take the fights necessary for these later stages. He ended up in a very, very difficult position overall. GG, says Cure. Going to tap on out of here, and that is going to be that. Spirit takes a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Spirit bringing it back. That is really something. All right, we're going to get Game 4 hosted up with Spirit on match point. Post this up, get this going in just a second, guys. Just invite everyone I can. ISC, thank you so much for the sub. Get you on the tree. On our penultimate day of the 2025 championship. Who will become our WardiTV annual champ? Great question, honestly. I mean, obviously, we don't crown a winner today, but I'm super excited to see which 6 players remain at the end of today. We come in today with, well, kind of 9 players because this series is like 1 round early. We come into play today with, well, actually, how many players do we have left by the end of today? I guess we actually only have like, no, we will have 6 still. Yeah, we lose only 2 players today because we only do 1 round of lower bracket after this. Yes. Get myself back on track. Right, let's go straight to a Game 4 here, guys. And see if Spirit can knock out Cure. Cure, who is a previous WardiTV. I mean, we actually maybe need to talk about this right now, because he's on the verge of elimination. Cure is not just... Cure is a WardiTV runner-up 2 times in the end-of-year championship, in 2020 and also in 2022. Cure was a second-place finisher both times. Can he make another run today? Obviously, he's probably not the favorite nowadays. He wasn't necessarily the favorite back then, although back in 2020 he was an absolute online king, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, our 2-time runner-up is now down a game in this lower bracket match and is playing against elimination. Spirit in the upper left, here in the bottom right, and we do have Cure proxy racks in it to try and get it in. Alright, Bron racks, 2 racks, both going down, Refinery coming in, the SCV's coming about as well. We just have ourselves a little bit of sub coming through. Spirit obviously is going to go double gas. That's the next best thing, because he is going to be having himself the factory quickly. That helps you a lot when it comes to dealing with this attack. When we build a depot over here, that gives you vision in the main, but it doesn't give you the wall off, which is not the end of the world right away, but it could maybe become a factor, so it's something to think on potentially. Both of those Reapers still coming online. Our factory will build in the main base. And yeah, the Reapers all coming up. The SCV is coming through. And the SCV here down to the bottom right. Getting away once again for the moment. A few of those SCVs gathered together then, so we just take a couple moments right now. Reaper's coming up, factory on the way through. Just gonna see the two Reapers running in over here. I'm just gonna be getting rid of an SCV and then getting into the main base where an SCV in some trouble. Reaper has to take a step back. Another SCV in some trouble as well. SCVs keep on dropping. 2 workers killed. Running away here for a couple moments. Just trying to stay out of trouble where we can. And over secure. Ooh, gets up onto the Reapers. That's scary for Spirit. Just gonna be seeing that Reaper taking a bit more damage. We get out of there. Just for the moment. Just gonna turn back around. The Hellion very nearly going down. Uh-oh. Two more SCVs dropping, a few workers going down once again, so a little bit more damage going down once more. A little bit extra happening. Let's just come back through CC. I'm gonna get this little bit of movement continuing by. Just gonna see the Hellion and the Reaper continue to come up. Just gonna see the command center coming down in the main base as well. Just getting that on the go. CC coming about. We do see the barracks heading down toward the bottom. Just going to be having the starport coming up on either side. The command center's coming through. Just getting set for the moment. The SCV's coming online as well. Get all of that on the way. Again, starport coming through. The command center's building. Just going to have our command center coming up again. CC coming through as well. Gonna have the Reapers and the Hellions gonna get fighting right there. That's gonna fight for a couple of moments. Barracks lifting off, the Reaper and the Hellion coming back through, so again trying to see what else is going on. Reapers and the Hellion just stepping up. We are going to see the barracks getting locked onto for a couple of moments. So again, a little bit of action over there. Just going to see the Reapers, the Hellion, and the Cyclone coming back through, heading down that right-hand side. Again, the Raven and the Interference Matrix coming up. Cyclone on the way. A couple of Marines coming through as well. The rest of the Reaper Hellion coming in online for the moment. Cyclone just going to gather with everything else in the front. Orbital Command will float to the low ground. Yeah, SDVs coming across. Again, the Raven, the Tank, and the Matrix all coming through. The SDVs and the Orbital and the Refinery coming online. Getting that all on the go for the moment. Well. A few moments of calm after a Proxy Reaper storm. 5 SDVs going down is pretty nice. I mean, we did kill the barracks, so you don't get home with the second rack, at least from Kira, so there is kind of like only a 1-1-1 setup, which is interesting because a lot of the time off the 2 racks you do have like a bit more of a bio focus setup, but that's not going to be the case here. It's just going to be more of a traditional kind of TVT style. Spirit though is triple CC already, where Kyrus is building. Admittedly, Kyrus is on location, so he's going to be not having the time having to float down, but this command center is already building SCVs, or would be, without the supply block currently in place. So that's kind of a factor too. It's kind of a weird state of the game. I don't think there's necessarily a major advantage nor disadvantage at this point on either side. Just a lot to be figured out still at this point. Vikings and tank come through. Viking tank stim on the way from Spirits, bringing that up as well, getting that on the go for now. So see the Reapers hopping down again, trying to see what else is going on. Marine tank, Cyclone coming over that left-hand side, trying to see what's up. As we get settled down over here, we're not going to see the couple of Ravens overhead. The Vikings are going to be there as well. Pushing to the natural cure is going to step in order to get a few SCVs off. Spirit's counterattacking though on the third base, so he's got a few SCVs there in return, but he's straight up losing his natural expansion at the moment. So that's not exactly ideal. We do see a lot more SCVs going down as well currently. Two Vikings gathering up. That stim pack halfway done. Vikings going to go back and forth as we just have, again, the couple of Cyclones locking on. The Vikings still taking a bit more damage. The tank's still hanging out over here as well. 22 SCVs for Spirit. This position to cure is very good. And like I say, this counterattack, as I said, it's nice. But pushing the third base away for a little bit versus losing all your SCVs on the natural is not really a fair comparison. Spirit lands the Vikings there. We're just going to try and break out of this already. It feels like that might be the idea. That might be the plan at this stage. Just try and break out of this position. Do you have the Vikings coming back over? The tanks will be sieging. A couple of shots going to go back and forth already. 26 dead SCVs. Just sit tight here on Ruby Rock. Just going to be seeing the tanks. The Vikings still hanging out overhead. All those upgrades coming through. 1-1 combat shields from both sides. It's a slight combat shield lead from Spirit. I'm not sure if that's enough to break out of this and turn this around. He's down 10 workers as well as being down on army supplies. So again, there's just multiple deficits this time around for Spirit to figure out. We having another tank sieging, a few more shots coming in. The refinery setting up on that left side. Now some tanks over here going to siege up as well. Marines looking to try and get forward. The Viking pulls off to the side. It's going to be seeing the orbital floating through. You actually get a KO with the Vikings there on the medevac at least. But now you're not mining the third base. At least you get the natural mining back, so that's neat. Just going to have ourselves the scan coming down once again. Still got that combat shield coming through. Tank stepping forward. They're going to get cleaned up. So that's going to be going down for the moment. Now just going to see the Vikings landing. The Marines stem through. 4 SCVs going down. The Marines keep on coming up, as you are going to be seeing. A couple medevacs loading up and pulling away once again. A couple Vikings still right there, putting some work in. 1-1 upgrades. Combat shield coming through. Marine, tank, armory, all coming online. And just CCQ is really just powering up at this point, because he's ready to go into the rest of this game. Spirit's just going to say GG even, and we're going to go to a game 5 because Spirit just says there's no winning from this one. He doesn't even try the breakout or anything, which I think really is the statement of like, oh, yep, you got me here. Like, if you're not even going to try and break out of that situation, then yeah, there's not really much else to say, right? All right. We go to a game 5, which is going to be on Taito Citadel to round us out. I'm going to get this on the way in a couple of moments. And just need to start inviting people in. Get that going, we'll get this ready to rumble. Sweet. Invites are out, so just waiting a couple seconds to get everyone accepted, and we are going to go straight to a game 5 here, guys. Again, aim of the day is to keep the games rolling. We got lots of StarCraft to get through. 7 best of 5 today. I think we've got everyone. I just have to do a double check because there's so many people in the lobby today, so just trying to make sure we don't go without people at any point. Again, it gets serious real quick today, guys, because after this, Reynor versus MaxPax, we're back in the winner bracket. After a couple days away from the winner's bracket, we're going to be back. Reynor versus MaxPax, the winner versus Shin. The loser of that plays against the winner of this series, Cure or Spirit. That will be our next little bit of lineup in terms of action to happen. Then we've got the rest of the upper bracket later on, Solar Hero, winner versus Classic, and then we do have a Clem series, which will be rounding out our day as well. Can you Gamba for Game 5? Sure. Why not? Hey, what's up, Suzawaki? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it big time. Thank you very much indeed. Getting into Game 5 right here. We get this up and run, get this started. A couple of refineries coming through. The barracks and the SCVs coming up as well. Just going to be having the commencing and finishing, refineries finishing. Getting those all on the way in this setup for the moment. A couple of SCVs jumping into the gas. Let me get this one started up for the next few moments here on Taito Citadel. A Game 5 to decide our opening series today. And to see who moves into the top 8 of the competition. Again, guys, if you've been enjoying the WardiTV 2025 Championship, and you enjoy the games that the players are putting out, the most important thing, of course, is to help support the players. You can do that by actually heading on over to any of the donation setups that we have, because any donations during the course of this tournament are going directly into the prize pool of the event. So if you're enjoying what the players are putting out, if you're enjoying all these, I mean, we've seen so many great series. If you're enjoying all of those, you want to give back to the players, you can donate. Any donations, like I say, are going directly to the prize pool. Hoping we can get a little bit of love going over the next day or two for the on the prize money raising, so we can add some prize money to the players and pay out a little bit extra. So yeah, get your donations in if you want to help support the players and the StarCraft that we've been seeing over the last few days. Alright, CC coming up. Reaper on the Hellion on the way. Hellion only from Cure, as his 2 Reapers are already out on the map. Can I say how much extra the prize pool has been raised? Yep, it's on the screen between games. It's the donation bar in the bottom left. I think right now it's at 1111, which is in pounds, so in dollars it's like 13 to 1400. I don't know the exchange off the top of my head, but if you want to put it into a calculator, then that is the amount that has been raised. So it's currently about a six to $6,500. It's definitely over 6, but it's probably below $6,500 prize pool, up from 5,000. But it is on screen. It's completely transparent. It goes up when people donate. That will be how much gets raised. I will be setting up the split exactly, kind of once the tournament wraps up and I know what that final number is. We'll do something that makes sense to try and make sure everyone benefits a little bit from the additional prize money raised. We had a lot of players, so yeah, I don't know whether to do, like, for example, like, because we could do it like percentage based. Say, like, you know, first place is like, say first place isn't 50% of the prize pool, but say it was, we could do then 50% of the money raised goes to first. But honestly, I'm kind of tempted to just be like, hey, if we raise, say we raise like, I say we had like 28 players and we've raised $1,500. Then maybe we just give everyone $50 as a bonus. You know, like every single player gets a benefit. I kind of like that more, because then everyone still wins the same amount more by playing in the event in the first place and from their placement. Just the base prize pool for everybody goes up, and I think I like that because everyone's contributed. It depends how much we raise in the end, because if it goes to, like, say we do double the prize pool, then I think we just double the initial amounts. Makes sense. But right now we're on track to maybe be able to give out like $50 to every player. I think that's actually kind of just nice. Instead of like some guys get plus $10 and the other guys get, you know, plus 100 or something. So It just depends how much we raise at the end of the day, I think. So, just figuring that out. We'll see what the final number is at the end of the weekend, and it will get updated on Wikipedia when I make the final calculations. You like that more as well? Yeah, I think that's like, it just depends how much though. Like, you know, it depends how much we have to add extra, basically. But yeah, right now we're at, say if we're at $1,500 right now, that would be about $50 for everyone. So I think that's pretty reasonable. And also, just for full transparency, the first $200 or so, or the first little bit of money raised went into funding the bottom 8 players, the players that lost in the group stages. They have already had their money added, because that wasn't actually there originally. The prize pool's more than 5,000 already on Wikipedia, but that part is added because that was a guarantee. That was the first part the money was going to. So just in case we raise 1,500, you're like, Wardy, you only had like 1,100. Some of it's actually already added on Wikipedia to those bottom positions. Like I say, I'll make a post and make sure it's super clear and obvious so you guys know where it's all going. Because transparency is key. As yo, Zergburger on the YouTube with the $10 super chat. Get it done. Thank you so much for the $10 and the super chat. Appreciate it. The super chats won't auto add to the number on screen, just to be clear as well. Again, transparency, but I will edit them in at the end of the day. So it will go up a little bit if we get a few different super chats in. Don't worry, I will make sure it gets added on. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat to the players. Appreciate it. Couple of Ravens, 3 Ravens, all going to gather up here. Marines, tanks, the Cyclone will come across as well. It's just going to take position for a few moments. Get set up over on this forward location. Again, 1-1 upgrade. Stimpack currently coming through. And we just have ourselves the couple of barracks coming in on either side. The couple of Vikings are coming up as well. So all of that getting done. And yeah, we have ourselves... I mean, I've been yapping on, but 7 minutes into this TVT, and it's very peaceful. A couple of Cyclones, a couple of Reapers going down. Being pretty peaceful just across the board so far as this Hellion gets in there. Marine gets picked off. Heading down toward the bottom. The few Marines and the tanks on that right-hand side gathering as well. Just see the Ravens over here going to get caught. Holy! That's a... I was going to say, that's a big one. We don't hear that sound every day. Montian with the £100 donation. Thank you so much, mate. Let's get to that in a second, because we've got serious action here. Kua walks into the natural of Spirit. So Spirit gets rid of Kua's Ravens. It's going to help him with the defense. Otherwise, he would have had to deal with Matrixes here as well. As we are going to play cleanup on this attack, and Spirit is going to shut down Kua and takes a big army supply lead off the back of this. 1 empty medevac remaining, but the Vikings look like they will get rid of that before it is able to make any sort of progress home. So looking to shut that down as well in the next couple of moments. It does go down. That does get cleaned up. It does get shut down immediately. Montian, thank you so much for the 100. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. And like I say, get that prize pool raised. Appreciate it big time, mate. Appreciate it big time. I'll get you on the donation star after this game as well. The donation star. Love it. The donation star, which is now basically out of space, but we will squeeze people on as necessary. Thanks so very much. We do have an army out to the left side. Medevacs and Marines making their way over. So we're just going to have the Marine and Medevac force on the left side from Kua. Still trying to be aggressive. Has 1-1 to 0-0. That's actually a big upgrade lead that Kua stands with. And Spirit's also going to be late to the combat shield in this, so... Did he just cancel his 4th base? He did. But he has a command center building over here. Did he build 2 bases when he thought he didn't have one on the way? Maybe. A little bit of a panic moment perhaps from Spirit. It is weird because he's down in supply, but I actually think the upgrades would make up for a lot of that. Depends what kind of fight we get, right? If it's very tank-focused, then the upgrades are not going to matter. But if it's very Marine-on-Marine action-heavy, then those upgrades are going to have a big thing to say in terms of how this plays out, basically. So... have the Marines, the medevacs sitting out on the right side. On the left side, we get denied immediately, so that's just a pushback. Command center will land onto the 4th base, so we put that straight into position over here. The rest of the Marine medevac hanging out on that right side as well. We drop another scan up to the high ground. The Marines and the tanks are still pressing forward. A few of these SCVs will also pull it back just for a moment or so. Heading back down to the bottom left-hand side. The Marines gather together with those medevacs as well. Still got the 2-2 upgrades, still got the vehicle weapons in production, command centers, SCVs, and barracks coming up and online as well. Here comes down the left. He's sitting down, still about 10-20 supply, but he's got map control, so he's feeling confident. Building this CC on location, for example, is something he's going to benefit from right here. So you're going to get away with that right away. You do see the Marines and the medevacs come around that right side as well. You want Spirit to win because you don't want that to live in a world where the move into the naturality was a good idea. Well, it wasn't a good idea, but, I mean, the game can equalize out, right? I mean, that's TVT. At this point, I think Kira is going to get maxed out, so we're going to see a pretty even state. The issue is that Kira has clear advantages in this game, right? Like, he has clearly better situations to kind of play with here. It's going to be a big factor for sure. So see the Marines stepping forward, Planetary Fortress getting ready to fight back a little bit as well. A couple of these SCVs begin to go down on the edges. They try and move into position here as Spirit, who is actually going to, I mean, good unsiege from Kira because those Matrixes were about to get 4 of those tanks killed. Spirit on the right side only has 2 tanks. That first tank shot did not go off into the center of the Marines. The second 2 do, and they were really good, but they don't necessarily have enough here just yet. Matrix on the tank, anti-armor missile. It's a good defense from Spirit. He stims back across in this direction. He is going to take this down. Tank falls. And we do see on the left-hand side a few tanks besieging as well. Kua ready to push a little bit further forward. Medevac comes into place. Vikings pull back around. You see the Planetary obviously already taking some big shots. Those tanks absolutely hammering away at this location, looking to break this position down. A couple more tanks trying to push up. We do have the units up on top. Spirit looking for a possible wraparound here in the next few moments, looking to jump onto this army, looking to break through this position as the tanks move forward once again. In we go. Matrixes go down. Through only 2 of the tanks get Matrix though. He used a lot of the Raven energy previously as Spirit needs the extra units landing the Vikings, but then on the right hand side Kua shows up and the SCVs are going down and it's all falling apart. Spirit has put up a hell of a fight, and he was looking for the 4 times in a row victory over Kua, but it's just not going to happen. It got so close. Not happening. Unfortunate. Man. 22 dead SCVs. The Planter on the low ground is alive, but maybe not for long because those tanks are in reach of it. You don't really need to necessarily go anywhere else just yet. A few Marines will continue onto the rocks. The medevacs try and drop into the main base here. Kua making the move over. Medevacs take some damage. Marines coming up. Vikings will be here to shoot at the medevacs as well, knocking these down. The Marines get straight through. The tanks will be sieging. We're going to play cleanup as Spirit, but Kua is on the way with another army on the left-hand side. These 2 tanks are still just pressuring that position as well, so this Planetary has to be basically permanently repaired. So that's not exactly ideal in the slightest. The Marines step up. They're going to get a few shots off on the SCVs. This Planetary in trouble as well. Spirit is just losing control of this game, unfortunately. Like I say, it's a little bit too far gone. Try to run some extra tanks in here. Spirit will land. He will play cleanup. He's 107 supply against 170. He's out of money. Like, he's struggling to even repair the Planetary at this point. He will get some libs out. But honestly, 15 Marines at a time for Kua looks good. He's also going to be 3-3 against 2-2 very shortly. That's going to be a massive bonus as well. Yeah, I think this one is looking very, very good for Kua, and definitely feels like we have got ourselves a victory more or less already on the board. I mean, maxed out, 115 supply. Even the defensive nature of TVT ain't saving you on this one. Your base layout's not good enough to hold everything at once. With the few units that you have, let's dive in here. This time this Planetary Fortress will go down. The SCVs will follow. Spirit, man, he had such a sick run in this tournament. He really did. I think Spirit is our standout performer. Definitely kind of the guy who showed up and did a lot more than we thought he would. He had some great matches, some great series. Even against Hero, he looked very competent when he lost in that winner bracket. He actually looked very competent in that TVP. Spirit has been, and we know Spirit's good. I didn't think he'd string together so many results in this one. And he's going to come to an end here against Kua, but in a very hard-fought series. It feels like the right way for Spirit to go out, because at the end of the day, it's him going out off of the back of just a really good set of games yet again, right? Planetary Fortress going to fight against those Marines. Bit more damage being done. The SCVs are going to pull in. They're going to repair that planetary. GG says Spirit. And Cure takes it 3-2 to stay alive into the top 8. We'll be seeing him later against the loser of Reynor versus MaxPax. Fontian, welcome to the donation star. Thank you so very much for the 100. That puts us at over £1,200, guys. So I will just do a quick bit of math. I'm pretty sure that it is $1,600. So far we're at a $6,600 prize pool for the tournament. So if you want to keep that growing, then absolutely just donate. It's as simple as that. There's no strings attached or anything. You just donate and it goes to the prize pool. If there's any transaction fee on the donation, we cover it as always. Same with the Patreon. So anything you donate will go to the prize pool. Suzuki at the start of this. Was it this game? Or was it the last game? I feel like I might not put you on the tree. But I'm gonna get you on the tree now. It doesn't want to focus because I'm stood up apparently. But let's get you on the tree. Alrighty, guys. Reynor versus MaxPax coming up. As videos are already underway, because I got them started a moment or two ago. And we will be into live games now. So this first series, just to be completely transparent, was a replay. It was played yesterday when the other series finished up. Just because it just made sense that whoever kind of lost there gets eliminated. And we would have just casted that yesterday if I didn't have to be finished by a certain time yesterday. So that was our replay for the day. Everything else today is live until the very last series, which is going to be cast from replays just after it finishes, because, again, just trying to make sure the players don't have to play at like 3 AM at night over in Korea. Alright, we've had a couple videos already, so we've already had Celestial, we've already had Ruby Rock taken out. Reynor MaxPax, this is fun. It's obviously an amazing series, you don't get to see it all the time, and then on top of this, it's a preview for our Christmas Day games as well, where Reynor MaxPax will also play a best of 5 over on the 25th of December. It's actually one I've not casted yet. I pre-record those games. I've casted a bunch of them already, but I haven't cast that one, so I actually do not know what they've done there. I purposely didn't because I knew it was going to happen in this event, so I've been waiting to basically cast it here first so I don't start talking about things I've seen that you guys haven't seen. So, yeah, very fun, very exciting. StarCraft, basically. StarCraft. That's what's going on here. Where am I from? I am British. Yes, I'm from England. I will throw up a prediction for you guys as well. If you guys would like to throw your channel points around, you are very welcome to do so. That is up and running. Perfect. Couple more videos. Winter Madness going to be map number 1 of this series. Perfect. Alright. Operation Reynor versus MaxPax is very soon going to be a go. We are loading in shortly. First map hosted. Obviously some more map picks to be made and so on, but we are getting that. Let's throw some invites out while people are not themselves joining the lobby. Cool. Let me just send a couple messages out as well. Alright, we're pretty much set to go. Everyone's in the lobby at least, I think. So, that should be meaning we can kick this off. Drag Reynor up. Perfect. Just double checking that we've got everybody. I'm just going to check my friends list is in game. They are. Double check the chat channel is in game. They are. Ready? It's best of 5 Rainor versus MaxPax time, guys. Let's get this on the way. That was a nice little movement, wasn't it? European server, no ping to talk about unless Raynor's internet decides to suck. Reynor is back in Europe, so no NA, West Central, or anything like that. It's just European server. Reynor versus MaxPax, best of 5 ZVP in the winner bracket of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Win this game, you move guaranteed into top 6, but obviously a chance to play against Shin to get into the upper bracket final. That's not an easy match, but it's definitely a very winnable match for either of these players, so I think both of them I think it's a very winnable section of the bracket for everybody involved. It's going to be, everyone that remains is really very good, but, like, I wouldn't say we have, like, a clear standout favorite, so it's not going to be easy, but it's very doable for anyone, and that's just exciting. Here we are, upper bracket, quarterfinals, in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going to start things off with the blue Protoss player. This is MaxPax, and he goes instantly across the map to try and play a denial on the initial hatchery with this first probe against the red Zerg player. In the top left corner of the map, we will have, from Basilisk, it is Rainor. We saw Rainor in the playoffs back on day 1. We played a couple of his matches on that first day because he was going to be traveling back from Korea to Europe, so he has been home a couple of days at this point. Obviously, like I say, a while since we saw him, but last time we saw him out, took down Scarlet, a 3-1 series there, took down Clem in an absolute banger of a matchup that's always going to be a feels good, and that's why he gets into this matchup. It's been a couple of days since we saw MaxPax as well, to be fair. Winner bracket has been on pause while we've been playing the lower bracket out, and MaxPax, the last time out, he took out Bjorn. He looked convincing just in general last time around, so last time around, I mean, just in general, MaxPax, he had a bad showing in the seeding matches. He went 1 and 2 against, he beat Classic, lost to Bjorn and Solar, but came right back in the bracket, in the championship bracket. 3-1 Shameless, 3-1 Bjorn. He really did look confident in both of those series, and here he is now, ready to party against Reynor. And like I say, at this point, there's no easy matchup. We also know that the loser of this will move in to play against Cure in the lower bracket, so you lose this and you play Cure to stay in the tournament, and then the match after that, you have to play the loser of Classic/Solar/Hero. That's not easy. And then whoever comes out the top part, the loser brackets after, like, the lower bracket is, I mean, at this point in the tournament, nothing's easy, but, like, the lower bracket is getting stacked. Every single series is going to have pretty much, like, a top 10 player on a Ligulac as a part of this. Is that what we're down to? Are we down to the top 10 on a Ligulac? I mean, maybe Shin is in the top 10 on a Ligulac, but, like, we're pretty much at the near to the top 10 players in the world right now in terms of what remains in this competition. Shin's at rank 12 on a Ligulac. So Shin's rank 12 for Classic, Solar, Hero, Clem, Cure are all top 10 players on a Ligulac. So yeah, we actually are at that kind of point where every single series is going to be really treacherous, and the more of those series you have to play, the worse off you're going to be. So yeah, TLDR, avoid that lower bracket, win here, and make your life that much simpler. Stargate going to be the initial choice here from MaxPax. No surprises there. I imagine we're going to see a good amount of Stargate play over the course of this, to be honest. So would definitely imagine that is likely going to be a big something we kind of keep our eyes on and look toward. I mean, he might Stargate every single game. That would not be uncommon. That's just the way that this PvZ matchup plays a lot of the time, so that really would not be too much of an immediate surprise or anything. Let's just have a little bit of early action, although that's not really going to be too deadly or anything either just yet. I mean, what's been lost? Nothing. It's a cancel. We take a few moments to get set up. Third Nexus coming down. Hatchery coming up from Reynor. Obviously, it's going to start being a check as to how well Reynor's defense looks, because he's going to be up against this Oracle pressure soon. So once that Oracle pressure gets going, And then we'll see if we can keep drones alive, if we start losing drones, if that becomes an issue, etc, etc, etc. That really is going to become our questions, because the early game of PvZ oftentimes is defined by just, do we lose economy, do we keep workers alive, what is this situation? Straight away we just get in here, but it's only going to be a lava, or a morphing lava, an egg, that gets cancelled, so no immediate drone kill or anything, although maybe delays a drone a little while. The first bit of Korean movement is already looking very good as well, keeping this Oracle at bay, keeping this back, and not allowing too much to come from this situation just yet. Forge Twilight Council, Robo Facility coming up as well. Nexus Cup Gateway coming through, the Adept and the Probe continuing to build. Oracle gets in, just gets a little cancellation off, so just going to pick that away right now. Again, Twilight Forge and the Robo Facility coming online. The Nexus is going to be done soon. Reynor going to go for the melee upgrade, and unless MaxPax decides to build Charge, I was going to say, he does build Charge. That's obviously going to be a better build against the melee. Obviously, if you go Stalkers here, you're a little bit more susceptible to the melee upgrade. So this is going to be a good sign for MaxPax. It's one of those matchups though, where like, yes, this looks good for you as MaxPax, but it's not like make or break. You know, in terms of everything, it's not like, oh well, he built Charge, that's it. This series is already decided or anything like that. Not in the slightest, right? So really a very open situation in terms of how this may continue to play here. As you do see those feelings getting chased away. Charge on the +1 coming through. You do see the Temple Archives coming up. The Prism is coming about as well. Bring a lot of that online, as you just see the few Zerglings are going to get over here. And they're going to surround these couple of Adepts with an easy defense initially, so that's just going to be a shutdown right off the bat. Not going to let anything come of that one. Yeah, we shut that down, and on we go, as the Prism is about to finish from MaxPax, and the Temple Archives too, so we can have Archons and Zealots to kind of set up here. Things will threaten the counterattack. We'll see the Oracle and just turn away, but you force the Oracle to activate, so you drain a bit of energy. With energy recharge, it's not as much of a deal as that used to be, but it's still something. And you're keeping an eye on things. You're seeing the gases. You're seeing if there's any units there and getting a read on what that might be. Hydrogen from Rainor. Hydras are so important to deal with this Archon Zealot attack. The Lings alone just don't deal with this, is what it comes down to. Just full stop. The Lings alone are not going to do what you need them to do here. You need some Hydras behind these Lings to deal damage. We're going to see the Prism moving out. You see no Stalkers on the ground, so I think at this point Reynor has a pretty good read as to what's going on. There's no reason for there to be a Prism moving out without the Stalkers, and in such an obvious direction as well. It's not like it's just looking to be a harassment Prism. We are going to try and get us around on this early, and we are going to have the Queens nearby enough that MaxPax decided not to go for the warp-in of Zealots. So it's kind of important, because what that means is not just does he not warp those Zealots in, he's going to miss that warp-in. So it's going to come down now, but that is, what, 10 seconds later? So that's 10 seconds further along until you're warp-in after this. Like, every warp-in from these gateways is now essentially delayed, and now Reynor's starting to get himself a couple of Hydras up. Not going to dive in just yet. A little bit of patience from him initially. Coming in now, like I say, those Hydras in the back are going to provide the damage output you need. He does not walk into any bad stasis wards. And while this is not exactly the prettiest of fights from Reynor, because the Archons do pretty well against the Lings at first, it's still going to be a push away, and it's still going to shut MaxPax down. And MaxPax has a lot of negatives from this, right? He doesn't have the mobility on the map he'd be used to having from having the Blink. He doesn't have that continued pressure, which would likely trade efficiently anyway. Like, there are a lot of things here where it's like, okay, well, MaxPax still traded well, but this was a commitment. And like I say, his army overall at this stage may not be all that great for the near future because of this commitment as well. Nice little Contaminate on the Storm, going to buy you a few seconds, although that probably doesn't change too much in the grand scheme of things. Maybe makes MaxPax panic a little bit. Hey, if you're going to bother contaminating the Storm, am I worried about you maybe then attacking me before Storm is done? Do I need to add extra static defense? We can see that's not going to happen because there's a Lurker Den on the way. Reynor is teching into the Hive as well, so yeah, we know that that's not going to happen, but those are the kind of things MaxPax has to stop and ask and kind of make a guesstimate on. And obviously making guesses is not generally something you want to be doing in the world of ZVP, because the more guesses you make, the more likely you are to guess wrong and then make a bad choice. And in a matchup at the level of this, a wrong choice gets punished real fast. Lings and Hydras gather together. A couple of Spine Crawlers coming up. The Hydras are on the way. Lurkers coming through. The Adrenal Glands, +1 missiles, +2 melee coming up. The Muscular Augments will begin to build. So just going to get all of that on the way through. The 4 additional Lurkers coming up and online. Immortal production continuing. The +2 attack upgrade building on the Forge. The Robo facility is about to complete. Let's see the 2 Oracles peeling back over to the right-hand side. Lings try to wrap around a couple of Zealots. You see that fleet beacon coming up. MaxPax already prepping for a later stage, as he should be. There's Lurkers on the way, so you need something that can reliably deal with Lurkers. His army's not bad against Lurkers, right? You can have a good Immortal count. The Zealots can do the tanking a lot of the time. The Archons can try and clean up the Lings that are going to run in the front, the Storms as well. And right now, Reynor doesn't have upgrades on these Lurkers, so they're not as good as they can be. Reynor getting supply block, losing an Overlord somewhere is something that we can try and check back in on in a moment or two as the Prism comes and unloads a few of these Zealots. Queens will transfuse a little bit. A few Lings are going to run over. They're going to get a wrap around. They're going to clean these Zealots out. So the Zealots will fall. Now, a big move around the left-hand side. We do see the Zealots on the High Temple over here. Just going to get a cancel on a hatchery. Archon Zealot moving through Lurkers. Kind of on their own right now. May need to unburrow these, but if you unburrow them, do you expose the position a bit too much? Maybe. I do believe those 2 extra Lurkers. Okay, they actually did split away in the end. As Reynor tries to reposition. Lurker upgrades are going to be massive. The extra bit of range is just so much more in terms of denying this kind of Protoss army from being able to step up into you. So that's a major deal. We do see these Archons going by, getting rid of some of the Creep Tumors as well. Knocking a lot of that down. A couple of Stargates coming up. The Tempest on the way. The Cannon coming through. Zealots will continue to warp in. The Lings looking to try and get a wraparound on those Zealots. There's a big storm onto those Zerglings as well. Just going to knock that down. A couple of Lurkers on Burrow. They reposition a little bit. Back over that left-hand side. No adaptive talents, so they're not repositioning quickly. We are going after the High Templar. We get some of them. Reynor making a cool play to kind of catch some of the important tech units here of MaxPax. Is now looking to kind of wrap around this army still and try and stop its retreat pathway. And adaptive talents will make these plays so much easier for Reynor, as MaxPax is actually going to admit defeat in terms of trying to walk home. So he's just going to recall back. Reynor is going to have to pull away because of some Zealots counterattack, and his 5th hatchery straight away in some trouble. So MaxPax gets over here, denies the 5th base. The Lings look for the wraparound to play cleanup. The Lings on the other side trying to get through. They are not going to succeed. Good storm onto a lot of the Zerglings. You're going to catch a couple more units there. Storm's still lingering, so we get a bit more damage out. You're going to be seeing Reynor. This one Archon didn't get recalled, so he decided to just walk back across the map. And Adaptive Talons is a moment away from finishing. It's going to feel so good for these Lurkers. The mobility increase, especially against someone like MaxPax, who's so good at moving around themselves. Just having that ability to move around a little bit more yourself is going to be absolutely massive. Of course, this game develops into the Tempest, and so Reynor develops himself into the Spire, giving himself the option to go into Corruptors. Corruptors are going to be a major part of being able to deny the Tempest and that air count. You need to be able to deny that. You can't just let that reign supreme, otherwise it is going to do a lot to trade against you over time, so you've got to be on top of that ASAP. Lurkers will burrow here, and that's going to be a cancel on this 5th base. Both players have had issues getting a 5th base up. It's been 4 bases each for now, 81 workers each as well. So the economies are being kept in a very solid place. The Lurkers burrow over here. Archons taking a bunch of damage. Immortals as well. Big storms coming down as we just chase through for the High Templar. That's it. All the storms just got used, and now Reynor may look to try and capitalize. Does he have enough to capitalize? May be the better question. I mean, getting rid of the storms is huge. It gives you so much more opportunity, but I don't know if that was enough. I mean, how many High Templar on the map right now? There are still 4. Let's see these Lurkers burrow up again. Storm comes down. MaxPax still being kept away from base 5 as Reynor's 5th hatchery will finally complete up to the top of the map. So that 5th hatchery finishes to the top side. Nidus network here is going to be completing. We actually get a few Lurkers in the main base. It's actually more than just a few. That's quite a lot of Lurkers. These Zealots will go down. Lings running at the front. They're going to get an Archon. They're not going to do too much else. Got to be so on top of all these trades. Now Queens are popping out, and so Tempest is not going to be a clear defense against this. Middle of the map, a good storm or two, keeping the Lings away as we are playing all over the place, having to play defense, having to play, well, not just, I guess, defense everywhere for MaxPax in the main, on the map. He is losing his production as now Reynor is pushing up over here. These Archons are stuck as we have a Stalker hold position the wall off, so the Archons can't get through in time, so we lose a couple of those. Reynor capitalizes on MaxPax's mistake. MaxPax supply blocked, and it's getting worse because he'll lose the Nexus. Losing the Nexus is even more of a supply block. Mothership is on the way on the 3rd base at least, so that's not going to get cancelled by the main Nexus going down. You see MaxPax going to threaten the counterattack, but Reynor looking to come in around from all sides. The Hydra's lunging through the storms, looking to keep getting into position here. Lings are trying to chase through. We're going to force the recall. We're going to target down so much during that recall. 2 High Templars. I believe 2 of the Immortals went down as well. Big damage done as Reynor forces MaxPax to go back home. MaxPax defends over here, but the Nidus were still alive, so the retreat was available. MaxPax still a supply block. That's how much he ended up losing. We're now going to dive in with the Hydras looking for the Mothership. A Time Warp comes down. Reynor is going to start to begin. It's going to begin to build the Corruptors as he gets to the next point of this, deciding, hey, okay, cool. I've done a lot of this off of the Ling Hydra Lurker Force. Let's get to the next step. Corruptors to actually fight against a little bit more of this air army. Changelings buying some time. Cute move, but it's not going to do enough. Just trying to block the ramp for a little while. Man, Reynor is pulling out every single possible trick right here. He is playing an absolutely phenomenal opening game. I mean, he's been forced into some worse fights. He's, reacted against those nicely. He's put himself back into good positions. He has done nothing but impress with the control and the movement. Absolutely awesome display of skill so far in this opening game. I just leave it at that, as we're just going to be seeing the Ling Hydra Lurker moving up over here, as we're just going to be seeing the Lurkers can burrow. I mean, the Hydras. Gotta be careful of a couple of those High Templars. The Lings press forward. They force the first storm very early. It's a big benefit of the Lings nowadays, like just forcing storms early and giving the rest of your units a chance to get in position before those storms develop onto them. Now you're sat between these bases. The Corruptors show up. Guess what? They're going to go after the Mothership. Time Warp available again. We're going to recall some units that were elsewhere into this fight from the Mothership. I mean, that's a cool way to try and just provide a defense for yourself, but your natural and third base are both siege. This position between bases is just somewhere you're not meant to let the Zerg get to, because once they get there, it's going to be hecking miserable for you. We do have carriers coming out, and Reynor may need a little bit more of a ground army to help. You know what MaxPax needs? A little thing called detection right now. He is not able to work through these lurkers. That base is going to go down. Oh my god, a prism across the map comes into play. Finally, MaxPax will do something to make Reynor not just focus on the attack over on this direction. Will force him to pull back some Lings, maybe some other units as well. Just need to be careful. They are taking shots off the Tempest. That air army is pretty sizable at this point. We're going to dive in there looking for one Tempest. Doesn't quite get it. We build more and more Corruptors here as Reynor. MaxPax actually has a ton of money available, by the way. As Reynor loses drones, he needs to figure out what he's going to rebuild into to deal with this air army. Like, MaxPax is in a very rough spot, and Reynor's going to do everything he can to kill as many units as he possibly can, probes across the map, etc. MaxPax on 40 workers, having to rebuild his third base after it went down. Main base had to be rebuilt as well, although Nyon mined out. Reynor just needs to make sure he can fight that air army, which is getting into carriers. MaxPax, despite all of this pressure, has developed an air army that genuinely looks a little bit scary. The Lings on that right-hand side, setting up right here, and the ability to be alive at this point from MaxPax, incredible. Like I say, this air army is terrifying. It's massive. 8 Tempest, 5 carriers, supported by a couple of Archons and 5 High Templar. The Lings are ready to run by. They want to make this as difficult as possible for MaxPax. If you move across the map, he wants to make you think about the fact that you may have to come home. I mean, that Nexus is going to get cancelled. A few Lings just run up into the main base, just trying to draw attention anywhere and everywhere at this point. Only +1 air weapons, by the way, for this air army, so while its size is impressive, the upgrades are not as good as you may want them to be. This is a great run by. MaxPax turned around completely to deal with it. At this point, he might just be waiting for the Mothership to finish anyway. But this guarantees that Reynor got maxed out before we go again. And he's going to try and lead the charge with Corruptors, looking for, with a couple of the Vipers available, an Abductor to just start chipping away at the Air Force. This Golden Armada is terrifying if you let it be itself and just kind of sit there and be whatever. If you can kind of start chipping through that, that would really be a much more positive scenario, as we do get a grab on the Oracle. So that's going to be an immediate pick off. The first Oracle going down. Tempests and carriers still collecting in the center. The Mothership will begin to move out onto the map. We do get rid of a few changelings there. Corruptor setting up. Flyer Carapace coming through. The Archon, the Oracle continue to build through. Just going to see the Vipers and a little bit of energy consumption going as well. The Templars and the Oracle still building by. The +1 Flyer Carapace is going to come into this as well. Ultra Cavern coming through, the few Spore Crawlers building, Corruptors and the Vipers off on that left-hand side. You can see a couple of Tempest shots coming through already. The Corruptors will regather over to the left. All the Changelings will step through on that right-hand side as well. A couple of those already going down here. The army of MaxPax moving into the center. What are we going to do? An Oracle drops the Revelation down. Tempest shots to get rid of one Corruptor already. Lings counter-attacking, obviously a pylon, essentially something we can go straight for here. Now going to look to run through. The cannons of the Nexus going to be a defense initially. The pylon will fall. The rest of the Zerglings pulling back to the middle of the map. Here we go with this army up to the top. Lurkers are going to unburrow, reposition. It's again been a build-up from Reynor to try and get himself an answer to this Air Force. still running around threatening. MaxPax is pretty much all in. Like, his mining is limited. He has basically no resources left. Like, he is on this army and only this army. But hey, if you've ever been forced to be all in, this is the dream kind of army. It's a massive air force. Look how many units are at home, though. So much ground army at home for MaxPax, not over here. And those few lings are forcing such a disparity in what this could be. Like, this air army supported by everything on the ground feels nigh on unkillable because so much of it is defending lings that are actually not committing. Reynor's going to give himself a much better chance to fight. He's actually going to join with a few lurkers here. He will maybe look to try and trade with that ground army even. If MaxPax starts to lose out on that, he doesn't have a way to really rebuild into it at all. So I do like the concept of what we're going for. MaxPax pulled that army back toward the natural. Plus 2 air weapons is finally on the way, by the way. So again, those upgrades have been a major issue, I would say, in terms of just if they were there, it would be such a better scenario for a Protoss player who does drop another Revelation down and hence will be able to start getting some free pickoffs. Reynor with the mining, Reynor building the bank. Every second that passes by for Reynor is good. This army from MaxPax doesn't get scarier, and Reynor's bank becomes more justifiably good at actually replacing and replenishing. Gonna see a trade over here. Storms coming down. Great split on the Lings, I gotta say. Made sure they did not run back into the Storms. And the Lings fight the Zealots at the end of this. There's still a couple of Archons as well. Another Storm that we split very well from. Splitting in half there. I just don't think we've got what we need against the Archons. The Lurker shows up. Maybe we do get at least one of them. 3 more Zealots showing up as well. That's still resources built into, I mean, you know, ground units, right? Replenishing anything on the ground is kind of a crazy call at this stage. 6 more Ultras coming through. The Queen and the Kindness Plane will be building as well. The Lurkers and the Infestors on that left-hand side. Lurkers burrow up. Revelation comes down. Another ship pops the Cloaking as, again, Reynor still has to figure out how to destroy this army. This force, this massive Skytos is still an issue. I mean, the Ultras are going to help on the ground. So we're going to have a bit more of kind of an oomph on the ground, pushing through and clearing out the ground force. But then you still got to make sure you can get through the air army after. I mean, what are we sitting on at the moment? It's 22 Corruptors, a couple of Fungals available, a couple of Vipers only. Not super high on the spellcaster count. MaxPax finally denying this base. Obviously, Reynor is mining the bottom left corner. If you look on the minimap, there's a hatchery down there. He's going to try and expand top right as well. And MaxPax is still just clinging on to deal life with the remnants of his 4-base setup. 22 minutes into Winter Madness at this point. Plus 2 air weapons is going to finish, by the way, so that's going to be a major addition. Having that upgrade in play now is only going to be a massive help, obviously. Another Revelation down, a couple of Lurkers there. You see Neural Parasite on the way. I like it from Reynor. I question why maybe we didn't even get it sooner. He's adding on more Infestors as well, so maybe he's just realizing that he needs more spellcasters in general against this. Do we have a way to fight this? The Lings on the other side are still keeping a bunch of units back, trying to deal with it as well. Zealots, High Templars, Archons running around after like 10 Zerglings. At this point, almost feels like a mistake, but we actually have a bunch of units that are going to threaten the bottom left-hand side. Here we go. Reynor's going to dive in. He does drop a Mega Fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. Corruptor still in the sky. The supplies are dropping heavily from MaxPax, but for Reynor also. What happens here is that Reynor loses the Corruptors and he wins the ground fight, so it's the air army that still looks nigh on unkillable, and this Protoss force is not going to be shifted. Oh no. 6 carriers and 5 Tempests remain. Reynor rebuilds 13 Corruptors, a Viper. He may just need to start getting into a position where, well, I'm going to say, like, chip away at the air army, like, little by little. He's losing drones here. He can't deal with this ground force over on this side. These Ultras have to figure out what they want to do. At this point, is Reynor just need to buy as much time as possible. I don't know if these I mean, they don't run in here. I mean, MaxPax has 0 mining. He has no gas income. His gases are mined out. So he is completely in a position of just, this is it. But he's got a this is it kind of army that is, again, probably at this point unkillable, I think. Man, what a ridiculous setup for MaxPax to get to this force when he was under so much pressure, when Reynor was keeping him so pinned in, and essentially hits a 4-base all-in, and has been 4-base all-in for like 7 minutes now. 4 more Spore Crawlers coming up from Reynor as he settles in and tries to figure out a defense. Might just come down to camping 1 base, but the problem is with Spores is like the Tempest can hit you from afar. So unless you can find a way to, like, abduct with the Vipers and so, Reynor's bank is now gone. Obviously, he lost all those drones. That bottom left base getting wiped out was a big loss to him. Do we have any Vipers left? We've got still 2 Vipers available. The Lings are going to get through here. They're going to go straight after some of these probes, trying to deny that base, which actually still has minerals on it because the third has been denied for so long at this stage. But MaxPax just has 40, 50 more army supply, and the spores aren't doing enough. The Corruptors are trying to hide in the corner, trying to buy their time. Like I said, I don't know if we can do anything at this point. I don't think this army from Reynor is going to be good enough at this point at all. We're going to get an Abduct. We're going to kill a Tempest. I mean, that's what you got to do. You've got to find insane efficiency. You're basically being forced to fight right here and now, which ain't going to really be it. I mean, efficiency ain't going to happen if you just fly into this. You're going to have to fly through the storms, get on top of this army. The Archons are still alive, so the Corruptors aren't going to do enough. MaxPax is going to take the first game of this best of 5. Wow. I mean, that is an absolutely ridiculous opening game in a world where... Reynor... Honestly, Reynor played out of his mind initially. I felt like he was doing so many cool things, but he got caught on that lower tech army, and he just never really got into the force that was actually going to fight against what MaxPax was then building into, which became the issue toward the end of it all. Crazy business. Game 2 coming up on Tourmaline here in a couple of moments. Get this settled in. Let's try and make sure we got everyone. Double check all the casters. Cool. Alrighty. Players are readying up. Go gets called. And jump into Tourmaline here for game 2 of this best of 5. Reynor down a game. I mean, I will just say, I'm not going to say what Reynor said. The summary is not impressed. We'll just leave it at that. As we head into game 2 here, MaxPax leading 1-0 in this best of 5. Tourmaline coming up for map 2 of this series. Let's get this on the way, and let's see what will happen. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player kicking this off. It is going to be MaxPax, who has the 1-0 lead in this series of the low ground. On this series, in the lower bottom side of the map. Sorry, low ground, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to read chat at the same time. As in the top right, it is going to be our red Zerg player, Reynor. I mean, this really was just... MaxPax basically just said, you just need a max and just hope that you can't get enough up. And what it comes down to from Reynor, like, what could Reynor do differently? Maybe just more spellcasters earlier. I think Reynor didn't play for the efficient trades onto the air army soon enough. I think there could have been a much earlier point of this game where he perhaps just says, hey, let's try and get some more Viper Abducts off. And it's not easy with the Tempest in play, right? But there really was just a lot of time where, I mean, that air army was a factor for a while. And it was the most anti-air he had was like, I think when the first fight really happened with the air army, it was like 22 Corruptors, 2 Vipers, 2 Infestors. Now, don't get me wrong, MaxPax is obviously maxed on like a lot of ground units as well, hence the need for the Ultras and so on too. But maybe we just needed something a little bit more oomph in the skies and just had to, you know, set that up and maybe help with that a little bit. Wild first game. Wild first game. Into game 2 here. Figuring out what comes for us next. Tourmaline resetting from that opening game. MaxPax with the 1-0 lead in this winner bracket quarterfinal. Again, winner of this will advance on through to play Shin. In the winner bracket semis, the loser drops down to the lower bracket to play Cure. That'll be our series after, and then we have more upper bracket games, Solar, Hero, and Classic. In the upper bracket, the loser of that first Solar Hero match plays Clem as our last series today. It is a hell of a day that we have coming up. Absolutely, no doubt. Nexus on the natural. Adept chrono boosting through. At link speed, a couple of queens coming in as well right now. Stargate and the Nexus continuing to build into place. Just getting all of that up and online. The probe and the Adept coming through. We just have Reynor forced into this forward hatchery. I mean, not necessarily the forward one. He could have gone over here instead, but he does take the forward hatchery, which does mean that he has that kind of forward position of reinforcement if he wants to try and play aggressively. I do get a little bit of a vibe that, you know, you play that last game and everything that goes down. I find it hard to believe that Reynor doesn't think, you know what, maybe we play a bit more aggressively, because I don't think he wants to end up in a game like that one again, where it probably feels very good, and then there's just no kind of end point that kind of ends in your benefit, right? A couple of Adepts will shade through. The Zerglings are going to try and get a wrap around here. The Queens will be here. The Adepts begin to go down. The Adepts shading into the natural. And the Oracle coming up. The Warp Gate still building through. Zergling speed is very much so in production as well. Now, just take a couple of moments. Just want to say thanks everyone for watching. We already have 500 viewers on YouTube and 1,500 plus on Twitch just before that last game ended. So thanks so much for tuning in early. Obviously, you got great games all day. If you're on the YouTube, hit a like, hit a subscribe, help more people find the awesome games that we've got today and tomorrow as we wrap up this championship. Appreciate you if you take the time to do so. Thank you so much. The Lings will just pressure on the map, just see what's up. Twilight Council building on the next step of this from MaxPax. So just the Twilight Council as well, not going to go into the follow-up here. As 2 Adepts get into the main base. 5 drones going down. 6. Uh-oh. 7. That's not it at all. A few Lings finally show up, but the Adepts getting through for 8 drones. That is early damage, and we're going to go Glaives on the follow-up. I was going to say, the Twilight Council only kind of points towards something more aggressive like Glaives, and if you lose 9 drones early, defending against Glaives is going to become an absolute nightmare. Rainor needs to start going into a Roach-Rowan soon here. If he doesn't get the Roach-Rowan down in the near future, then this Glaive Adept attack is looking absolutely brutal. I think it's already looking absolutely brutal. Like, he's not even going to catch up on drones until this next round of drones, and he's going to catch up. The Lings are going to catch 2 Adepts, so if there is a way for Raynor, you know, killing off the Adepts before they get into better numbers is generally going to be a positive before Glaives is up. These Lings at least getting some value out of themselves, and these are the Lings that don't necessarily feel as though they should get too much value, because usually the Oracle is here and it just activates. We're going to energy recharge. The Oracle will activate. We get rid of 3 Adepts or so. Now Roach-Rowan starts. Like I say, it's not going to be a fast set of Roaches, but we did at least reduce the Adept count, so maybe there's less time where there's a deadly amount of Adepts available here. Maybe there is some opportunity. Resonating Glaives about to complete. Forging the probes coming up. The battery coming down. Link's still going to go around the bottom side. The Roach-Rowan about to complete as well. So just getting that done. Zergling's coming by. A couple Queens will warp in. We see the Adepts warping in here. So now Reynor, he sees the Glaives as well. At least he knows to spam all the Roaches. I got the feeling he was going to spam the Roaches anyway. The thing is, MaxPax is already still up 6 workers. So even if you defend this perfectly, if you lose nothing here as Reynor, you're still behind because those initial Adepts just get way too much done. Transfusion coming down. Stasis will just be another kind of complication to deal with. The 1 Ling around the back does pop the Stasis. That part goes well. You start to get the Roaches to the front. This forward base is not going to help you here because obviously this is a very exposed area. And it's a little bit further away from your other bases, so it's a little bit rough for dealing with the Adepts in some regards. That said, the Adepts are not exactly able to shade between bases very easily right now either, so is Reynor just going to send this? I mean, he's building Ling Roach, he's getting the lair complete, but that might just be for a follow-up if nothing else. Like, he might just try and send this. The problem is that the Adepts are still going to threaten on the other side. They're going to shade into this mineral line, no doubt. That's a bunch of drones that'll go down. The Lings are going to run in. There's only a handful of Roaches here, and then we can shade up to the high ground as well. Reynor's across the map, morphing in Ravages, and we're building Stalkers right now, which there's not really kind of blink for just yet, so maybe the attack from Reynor has some hope. He needs to get rid of these freaking Adepts, though. He needs to go across the map, and he needs to be able to send everything over here if he wants a chance of making this work, especially as Blink is just getting closer and closer to being done. And the Adepts are finally dealt with. 72 to 34 army supply. Blink is just so efficient that the moment that Blink completes here, this is going to feel like an absolute disaster. Ling, Ravager, Queen joining up. Oracle's going to drop a Revelation down. He'll dial down the Cybercore, so Cybercore dead. We'll maybe miss a couple of Stalker Warpins from that. Blink completes. No +1 upgrade is going to be something at least. The Lings will force the Blink back on the right-hand side. There is stack defense on this natural. Going to step forward here. Corrosive Valves into where the Stalkers are at. Gets rid of the first cannon. Batteries are going to be down very soon. The Stalkers come back in from the right side. Army supply is already closing into each other a little bit, so MaxPax already playing a little bit of catch-up on the army supply that he was lacking on as the Ravagers keep on biling away. A few more Stalkers taking a bit more damage. This Warp Gate at the front takes a few more shots as well. The few Stalkers on the right side going down too. The Ravagers still going to try and trade. A few more Ravagers morphing in. Ling's going to sit here with this. It's 80 to 50 army supply. We do not have much stack defense. A DT shows up. There is a lair, right? So we can morph an Overseer. We just haven't done so yet because we didn't really want to unless we had to. Now I don't even know if he's realized the DT is here, as he hasn't morphed an Overseer yet. He's just trying to chase those Stalkers down, but this is not going to do enough. GG, well played. And that is going to be MaxPax taking game 2 of this best of 5. MaxPax with a 2-0 lead here, and Reynor in a little world of trouble right now, as we got to figure out the game 3 of this series, which will be on 10,000 feet. So 10,000 feet coming up here for game 3. Get this set up, and we'll be going in a second. Alright, just trying to double check. We got everybody possible in the lobby that we need. I think we're missing casters, but I don't see who. Oh. People are still in games. They were showing as in game when they were just in the last game still, basically. So cool. Alright. A couple moments, guys, and we will head into game 3. MaxPax and Reynor already up, as Reynor now sits down 0-2, and MaxPax, I think, is... I mean, let's face it, this last game was already kind of a disaster when those Adepts got in and did so much, so got to figure that out as we get into 10,000 feet here. Game 3 of this series. Again, winner will be moving on to play against Shin in the winner bracket semi-finals, and then we're going to have the loser drop down to play Cure in the lower bracket. Yeah, it's getting a bit crazy over here, to be honest. Reynor, obviously, our 2022 World WardiTV champion as well. He took down Cure in that finals back in 2022. So actually, we could have a 2022 rematch in the lower bracket potentially. So we have GLHF being called, and we have the bottom right blue Protoss player is going to be MaxPax. Taking on the red Zerg. In the top left corner of the map, we've got Rainor for game number 3, looking to bring this back. Can we do it? Can we get back in this series? Rainor has always been a player who can still play his absolute best from behind. I mean, how many times has he gone down in a series just to bounce back against the best in the world? A 0-2 to Reynor does not mean the same as 0-2 means to a lot of players, to be honest. So I do think that's a thing to keep in mind. Obviously, you can't say that MaxPax is not a favorite after the first couple of games at this point, but like I say, if there's ever someone to not count out at this stage, Reynor might be the guy to not count out. Couple drones gather. Probe gonna sit right there. It's gonna be seeing now a few dronies finding their way comfortably. Probe pushes 1 or 2 of them off the minerals, just trying to be annoying in the first few moments. Again, annoyance is key. Just trying to just force any sort of lost mining time that you can. Just do the best that we can in that regard for the moment. Match coming about, drone and a couple of Lings coming through as well. Take a couple of moments here. Killing speed and the queens continue to build about, so we get that on the way. Few moments, so do you have the Stargate building up, the next on the way out, the Adept is building as well. Spend a lot of this through for the moment. I will get about to start, so that comes up. Scar getting the probes coming about. Adept will just shade up in toward the main there, and yeah, just trying to see if there's anything going on. Playing speed from Reynor. Intrigued to see what sort of style he wants to go for. I mean, all the Zergs love to play melee upgrades lately. A lot of the Protoss will punish you if you play the melee upgrades, so you've got to kind of keep that in mind. Step 1 is to just keep the mental in check, deal with these Adepts, do not let them do crazy amounts of damage as we saw previously. They get one drone there, the Lings and the Queen together will just get the shields off one, but that will be about all. Lings, the drone's going to wrap around, Adept goes down. Another kill going in, that's 5 drones, so it's still good damage already from MaxPax. Might not be as crazy as last time, but it's still going to be a pretty good starting point. It's damage that at least feels manageable, though. Last game felt like it put the game out of reach already. This game, it's not as rough, I suppose, but still not great. Reynor droning, trying to play the catch-up on that work account then, trying to get this rectified. As the Zerglings can't do anything across the map, the Oracle sits back at home defensively. That means at least the Oracle's not on the map, which is, you know, something of a positive here. Oracle shows up, a couple queens will be there. Just gonna see the Oracle going to get turned around immediately. Twilight Council and Nexus both build into play. The couple of simulators coming up. Probes still producing. The Lings get a surround on the pylon. Oracle activates. The few Zerglings get pushed away from that already on that third base. And getting Twilight Council, 2 more gateways. Nexus and the Adepts all building through. Oracles come out to that right-hand side. Again, left. Drones. Lings. Coming by, forging the gateways coming up, add on that Nexus, add on those probes, add on that Blink. And Rainor with the Lair will give us an idea of what this game really looks like, because right now we see from MaxPax it's just going to be Blink. He'll get the Forge eventually for +1/+2. He'll have a good amount of Stalker pressure here, to be fair, right? I mean, getting 2 more gates up already, so it's going to be up to the 4 gates, and he'll be able to likely pressure that 4th base coming online from Rainor in the near future with those first few Stalkers when Blink is near finishing, so that's going to be our first kind of question mark for Rainor. How do we deal with that part of this? Blink's still just going to be on the other side of the map, just keeping an eye on things, good information gatherers. As Oracles get another Revelation down, getting pushed away, 9, 10, 11 more drones being produced right now. Mission chamber will complete, and we're going to go missile upgrades, so that tells us a lot about what's coming up. I imagine we're going to get a Hydra Den going at some point soon. He's going to see the first few Stalkers here with the Zerglings. There's the Hydra Den starting out, the first few additional Lings on the way. Reynor does not have a lot of army supply right now. Like, dealing with these Stalkers is already going to be a little bit of an issue, and there's the push onto the 4th base we mentioned just before Blink is being done. So I think this hatchery may just have to cancel. These extra Lings are not going to be done quickly. There are some Lings across the map. Cancel on this 4th hatch. The Ling's going to try and break through as they go after the Adept here. It's going to force another warp in of a couple more units, so at least that comes in defensively. But are we just going to die to these Stalkers? I mean, right now, the Ling count is just not good. We're going to begin to build a few Hydras up. The Hydras are kind of necessary. You need to get a few of those Hydras in the back of these Lings so they can actually get damage output onto these Stalkers as well. And they are on the way. We're going to take the hatchery to the upper right side instead now as a 4th base. A few Stalkers will get an Overlord here. Reynor's close to being supply blocked, so that is an issue. With Blink back, so he's going to send a couple Lings forward to get the Stasis Ward popped. He's been very good about that in this series. These Stalkers far forward and actually going down one of them, but the other 2 do get away, so I thought they were all going to be in some trouble there. Stalkers recall once more. Pulling back again. Again, the Hydras, the +1 missiles, and the Musk Augments coming through too. Stalk's just going to settle in at the front of the 3rd base. Settling on that right-hand side. Storm, Charge, +1, all building through. Robo Facility, 6 additional gateways, all being added on as well. We get rid of an Oracle here, and Reynor At least going to get a little bit more value out of this than what he's been finding previously. So a little bit of a better trade. Obviously, Storm coming online. He's currently just a Ling Hydra player. He's going to cancel Overlord speed. So he was building Overlord speed, cancels it. I wonder if that was him thinking about maybe getting some aggression going with the Dropper Lords, but now decides it's just not worth it. He just doesn't think it's going to work. Needs to put the money elsewhere. He's a 64 drone Zerg at the moment, so if he's just going to Ling Hydra all in, I mean, then you got to really think about the effectiveness of this Storm. We're going to stop Storm. Contaminate is going to buy you a bit more time where Storm's not available. It's going to actually be a big factor for the start of this fight. Storm is still seconds away from being done. High Templar have to morph into an Archon here, and Reynor's going to run up this ramp. The Archon is going to go down very quickly. There's one High Templar in the back. Is going to gain access to Storm very, very shortly. What will this Storm look like? If Storm completes, it's going to be a pretty good Storm at that. A couple of Zealots in the front going down. Stalkers still have the chance to micro back. New Lings are flooding through. I see a lot more Zealots being brought into play. The cannon's going to be there. Reynor just doesn't think he's getting enough done. GG's. And it is going to be MaxPax to take the 3-0 in this best of 5. MaxPax will go through to the upper bracket semi-finals, where we are going to see him facing off against Shin. And good for MaxPax, he preserved a bit of energy with 3-0 here. Is going to allow us to go straight into that matchup, and hopefully he's feeling good with a 3-0 over Rainor, and Shin standing in his path to try and figure out what comes next. So it's going to be MaxPax versus Shin. Now, Shin is going to have the server preference. Shin is the highest seed possible in this tournament because he went 3-0 in the seeding matches. So he outseeds everybody else in this tournament right now. So Shin will never play off-server. Well, he'll play off-server, but he'll always have server preference. He'll always get West as map 5 in the series if he plays against Europeans and so on. I'm going to get MaxPax Shin ready to go for you all in just a few moments. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alrighty, guys, we are going to get that sorted out for you guys, as we will, like I say, get Shin and MaxPax ready to go. Run some ads while we do have to get some vetoes. Beautiful. 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 Do 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 do. Let's have a look at the bracket. Let's just confirm where things are at as we get the vetoes going between Shin and MaxPax. So, Shin and MaxPax will happen in this upper bracket semi-final over here. After Shin versus MaxPax, we will drop down to the lower bracket for Reynor versus Cure. The winner of that will make the final day of the championship. That lower bracket looking pretty brutal. As you can obviously see right now, it's looking pretty darn stacked down there. Reynor versus Cure and Clem versus the loser of Solar versus Hero. Shin and MaxPax up next in the upper bracket. Like I say, it's going to be Shin MaxPax, Reynor Cure. In fact, the schedule of games is up at the top of Wikipedia. So Shin MaxPax, Reynor Cure, Solar Hero, Classic versus the winner, and Clem versus the loser. We have 5 best of 5s coming your way still here today. So do not go anywhere. Plenty of StarCraft 2 absolutely still on the way. Definitely worth sticking around for, because the games really are going to be good. We got some great players still absolutely participating. It's been the cool part of this tournament. Like, we've had some great games before now, but as we get to the end, it is the best of the best, and we have a lot of games between them still to be figured out, so... Mothership, Tidal Citadel, and Ruby Rock have been vetoed so far in this CVP. Waiting for one more veto from our Zerg player. And we can go into some map picks. Winner of this, by the way, so you win this, you're in the upper bracket final. That means top 3 guaranteed in the tournament. Obviously, great chance to get into the grand final as well. You bypass so many of the difficult matches in that lower bracket as well. Again, the ruling is, by the way, no advantage for the winner bracket player in the grand final. But it will just be a straight best of 7. Your advantage is that you don't have to play through the lower bracket. That's just what we're running with today. We're not doing any 1-0 advantage on. Not today, but tomorrow. We're not going to do any 1-0 advantage. So, yeah, obviously, going to the lower bracket, you're not going to be at a disadvantage if you make it to the grand finals. But the quality of players you have to get through to get to the grand finals ain't going to be easy. So, 100% that is going to be a factor, I would imagine. MaxPax calls Winter Madness for map 1, which is exactly what we saw in the previous series as well. So we will go there. MaxPax's favorite map for the opening game here. But like I say, we'll be on the server preference of Shin as you get Winter Madness ready to go in just a second. Shin is in here, move MaxPax up, move Shin up, double check we got everyone for a second or two as well. Second map will be White Rabbit, third map will be 10,000 feet, fourth map Old Republic, fifth map Tourmaline. Just trying to confirm we've got everybody in here. I'm just going to invite anyone that's online that's not in a game, because that probably means they're waiting for an invite still. Guys, ready? If this caster doesn't accept the invite, we're just going, and we're going. Perfect. Winter Madness! Upper bracket semi-finals of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Getting serious here, guys. Getting very serious. One of these players will take a trip to the upper bracket final. The other will drop to the lower bracket. Your potential opponent, if you lose this series in the lower bracket, is Clem, Solar, or Hero. Yeah. Yeah, it's only like some of the best players in the world of their races, you know. Like I say, at this point in the tournament, obviously, like I keep exemplifying just how crazy the games are, but it's obviously not going to change or anything. It's just going to be the case. It's just fun to notice just how awesome the games are going to be and how difficult every match is going to end up being. Because let's be real, all those guys sound difficult, but it's not like either player here enters this series thinking that this is going to be an easy match anyway. I actually love this series in a lot of ways as well, because we actually have ourselves a matchup here which is... It's got a little bit of WardiTV history behind it in like the weirdest of ways. And in recent history, MaxPax has been beaten Shin, but Shin has pretty much always been taking maps off of MaxPax. Did beat MaxPax during the RSL earlier this year. Actually have a surprisingly few amount of matches this year against each other. It's 7 series played, a couple of them in WardiTV Mondays, and some other bits and pieces. What I do think about when it comes to these guys is, like I say, some of the meetings they've had in WardiTV events that you guys probably don't remember, but I, for some reason, do, as we are proxy hatching, sorry, as well. So Shin going to throw this proxy hatch down. We'll see how that develops. But just to finish my point, like, for example, Shin, he beat MaxPax in the Christmas Day games last year. That was a complete upset, just right off the start of that bracket. That was just a complete surprise factor. And then you kind of go back, and this is maybe going back quite a long way as well, but Shin has beaten MaxPax in a bunch of like WardiTV, like smaller event playoffs. And one of the main things I remember of MaxPax Shin is that Shin got his WardiTV Monday win against MaxPax in a crazy 5-game series final as well. So yeah, there's like a weird amount of WardiTV history between these two. In fact, the first time they ever met was in the 2021 championship round of 12, where Shin did 3-0 MaxPax. That was their first ever official meeting. So, like I say, I love this series because there's just weird bits of history between these guys in WardiTV events. And that's very cool to me. Of course, Shin is our 2020 champion. He's looking to try and be the first ever 2-time, or one of the guys who's looking to be the first ever 2-time WardiTV champion this year. Looking to get that done. No one's been able to do it before. Just have the probe, the zealot, just going to swing their way through. some damage done. And yo, thank you so much, first of all, BBB dude, for the 55-month resub on the Prime. And thank you also for Aniro gifting us up to the community, going out to WLRWRK. So this hatchery is something that Shin's been doing a lot of lately, and MaxPax doesn't really kind of get rid of it super fast, and that's going to make this very, very intriguing, because now you do get to build lings, they do get to go into the main base, and they do get to be an annoyance early on. MaxPax will be building the Stargate. He has a couple units across the map super quickly, by the way, so I actually wonder how that's going to go, but there's lings and a queen over here, so that's going to be a defense for the moment. And these couple of adepts will get through looking for this hatchery. Just going to be saying looking for this hatchery, looking for this drone that's building off this hatchery. Not going to get the cancel there. This hatchery's still alive over this side. We're making a few more lings off this as Shin. I mean, every ling you make is money that's not invested into drones. This hatchery finishing is an investment itself as well, so yeah, I actually like this cancel. There's a lot of units back here now, and I don't think extra lings are going to pop out in this natural and do much, so I like the threat of building them, but I like the cancel of them more. Get the money back in your bank account, and you can spend that elsewhere. Build a queen, build an overlord. Obviously, a third hatchery still needs to be built at some point here from from Shin as well. MaxPax is going to try and build a nexus on the right-hand side, and he's going to have to shade a depth there to protect as the lings show up. There's an oracle there too, Sachi. The oracle going to provide a pretty comfortable defense on that, actually, overall. As we now have the Zerglings back up to the top. Oracle, Warp Gate, Nexus, all on the way in. The hatchery building from Shin as well, so we continue to get that on the go here currently. Bringing that straight through. All of those Adept Shade. Up toward the top, Oracle and the Warp Gate coming by. The Twilight Council building from MaxPax as well. Those Adepts will just get in between the bases. And the Oracle just chilling out. Just going to drop a little Revelation down. A couple of creep tumors begin to get taken down already. Do you see our Zerglings? It's going to have to be a defense against us. A good amount of Adepts. And this third hatchery is kind of weird because you don't have creep on it because it's not finished because it's super late. So it's a little bit more awkward to defend than usual. And Adepts will threaten the Shade Buy as well, and their mobility will be a big part of what kind of makes you question the ability to commit a little bit of Shin, because you got to have a few units back to be able to defend at the same time as well. Ling's going to go running forward. The Queens are going to shoot. The Oracles take some damage. Another Shade attempt to come back over to this side. The Ling's chasing by. And now the Adepts getting back onto the hatch once again. Oracle coming through. Resonating Glaives building up. The Adepts are going to shade one more time back up toward the top side now. Going to get back there for the moment as the other drones are going to come back over as well. So they're going to peel back over to the left. Queens is going to be in position. Oracle's taking damage. Again, Resonating Glaive is going to be a part of this for the moment as well. Getting that online. The melee upgrade building from Shin. I mean, that's what the melee upgrade is not good against. Things like, you know, glaives and so on. That's when the melee upgrade gets punished. And so Shin, not having the best ability here based on what MaxPax is currently doing. The Oracle's going to get back over to the right. Going to see a couple more probes building through. Drones, things, melee, still building by. The rest of these Adepts going to come back around once again. Oracles will set up. It's going to be seeing the Baneling Nest coming through, the Hatch and the Lag coming online, melee upgrade halfway. A couple Lings pull by to hit the Zergling in return. Just again push that back for a little bit. We are pushing forward. Queen's in position, Adepts get turned around. Again, just see the units being defended from at the moment here. The Baneling Nest is still building by, that Lara is still completing. A lot of that's still being brought through. Let's just see the Adepts and the Shade coming in once again. We have a massive Glaive Adepts against a massive Lings. Like, this is not meant to go well. We shade into a position where the Adepts honestly don't have that much of a kind of choke point to work with, and yet it just doesn't matter. The Lings that run in are a disaster. The Banelings that are morphing are just late. This was a weird game with some weird timings. Just going to see the Spore Crawler going down. The Oracle still activating for a few more drones. Adepts going to shade up again. A couple more Banelings going down. The Adepts will get toward this mineral line. They will cancel. The Oracles are just bullying the Banelings, and Shin is in a world of trouble here as MaxPax, I think, honestly defended against the hatch well in the end. I mean, coming out of it all, it just felt like Shin was in a very delayed position where MaxPax was able to just kind of resume on through. And yeah, MaxPax was delayed, but maybe just not as much as Shin. And to be fair, again, on top of everything else, just melee upgrade against the Glaives is just not going to be it, right? that's just not going to do it for you. So MaxPax is going to take the opening game of this best of 5 as he knocks Shin down. The glaive's coming through for him there. GG's. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. BBB, dude. Thank you for the resub. Get you on the tree. As I'm going to presume MaxPax hosts the game, because he always does. I'll try to beat him, though. I'll give it my best shot. Oh. He gets the... You know what the worst part is I get the lobby hosted before him, but he gets the lobby link written before me. So, like, I think he writes the lobby link while the game's loading, and it just beats me every time. Someday, I might outspeed MaxPax on the lobby host, guys. Today is not that day. Just double checking we got everyone. It does look like we do. Gonna get straight into a game 2 of this best of 5 series, guys, and keep this action going. There's a clip of MaxPax hosting the lobby. It's so fast. It's crazy, man. Like I got the game up before him here. I went in game before he did, but then he already had like the lobby link. I wonder if he has like a macro to press to send like /lobby link into the chat. That'd be sick. Maybe that's what I need to cheat him out of some of these lobbies, you know? I'm not going to complain. It means it's easy for me if I don't have to host. It's just sometimes MaxPax hosts super fast and then he goes without half the casters as well. So yeah, a little bit too quick in hosting and quick in starting, you know? A little awkward in that regard. Alrighty. In the top right-hand side, up 1-0. Our Red Protoss player is going to be MaxPax, and I do think he's feeling good today, playing very well. Win this, your day is done, and you move on to... Well, actually, both these players are done after this one, until tomorrow. Both of these guys are guaranteed to play in the final day. But one of them will start in the upper bracket final, the other will start only top 6. It's a big difference. You're either top 3 guaranteed or top 6 guaranteed after this series. So it is like the difference of a couple extra matches, basically, which is not easy. Because, yeah, I guess if you lose... So if you win this, you start... The worst place in the lower bracket you can drop to is the lower bracket final. Whereas if you lose this now, you have to win 2 matches to get to the lower bracket final. So this match is actually huge. This has such a big jump between this and the next stage of the contest. Shin's still liking the proxy hatch, apparently. The drone is here. And he is going to wait a little bit, make sure he has the money as he gets there, which he will right now. Hatchery will go down. The blocker is a real. And yeah, just going to try and annoy MaxPax once again with this. Probes, nibbling, hatch taking damage. 2 shots right now, just going to be coming on through, just going to get rid of this hatchery, and just going to see a few more nibbles coming about for the moment. Just going to get that on the go. Probes coming about, going after the drone as well. Nexus building in, assimilating the pylon coming through. Just going to have ourselves the finishing soon. Obviously, this time MaxPax takes it a bit more seriously and gets this hatchery cancelled, so no Lings building or anything like that. It's going to be a little bit of a more chilled out situation. So we're not going to see as much chaos in these early stages. We do drop a Stargate up to the high ground. That Nexus halfway done. Still got the Adept coming by also. Warp gate building. Couple queens, couple drones building on interplay. Get all of this set up. And wait to ask a question of how exactly will this all pan out? Couple drones pulled down to the low ground here into the natural. Again, a couple of queens coming through. Those circling speed is coming around as well. Warp gate, Stalker, Stargate, and the Nexus building as we speak. There's a different proxy hatch by Shin, that's why MaxPax pulled probes. This was a proxy hatch after the other hatch at home, right? So just a bit of a different setup. I was clicking through some links when the proxy hatch came down last game, so I didn't see it exactly. That does make sense. I just, yeah, I was distracting myself with my statistics, so I didn't see. Zerg to kill, thank you so much for the 2-month reset. I don't know why the freaking sound's lagging so early today. My goal in the new year is I'm going to reset that thing, and I'm going to figure out why it's lagging, and I'm going to fix it. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I'm going to do it. I'm convinced. I am convinced. Stalker just going to poke. Overlord will take some damage already, so there's going to be a few shots off there, as that Overlord does indeed go down, so just going to knock that down immediately. Thank you, Zerg to kill, for that 2-month resub. Again, appreciate the support. I'll just say again, guys, if you're enjoying the content, do consider supporting. If you've got a Prime sub available, it goes a long way. These events are primarily funded by your support. If you guys aren't supporting, we can't run these tournaments. So if you've got a sub available, a Prime hanging around, or you're just feeling generous and want to sub regularly, etc., or give some subs, it all helps out. We appreciate it. £100 donation broke it? Yeah, maybe. I actually just changed something now. I actually just realized what it could be, and for some reason this hasn't popped in my head in the last 3 months that this has happened, so we'll see. But then when it doesn't work still, I'll probably be sad, to be honest. Oh my god, it worked. It worked for now. Let's see if it still works. As we got the primes flying through, and there's a couple of drones go down, but Brian G178, thank you so much for the prime sub. Appreciate the support. And also Tewon, thank you also coming in for the prime sub. See, guys, just like that. Bam, bam. Double prime. More StarCraft. Basically guaranteed for next year. Thank you for the double prime, guys. Appreciate it. I'll get you all in the tree as well after this match. Or after this game, I should say. Oracle just perusing. Oracle doing a lot to just, again, gather information and all that kind of goodness for the moment as well. So we bring a lot of that into play. A lot of Lings from Shin going to run to the top of the map. And the Oracles are down to the bottom side here as well currently, so that's obviously quite notable as the Lings going to get a good surround on Stalkers. They don't have Blink yet. So this is a great opportunity to take a good trade to Shin. Finally, the Oracles are going to show up. He doesn't get many probes. He got a few Stalkers, though. These Lings getting away. Obviously, a few of them do go down to the Oracle fire in the end, but absolutely not a bad time, all things considered. 4 drones do go down on the other side, though. And it's like Shin launches a great counterattack, and it's him that's losing workers on the side of the screen still. Never lucky. Hey, Tremis, thank you so much also for the prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. The triple prime. Love it. Lings once again going to try to do a little bit extra here. Ling's not going to be able to do too much. Got ourselves the Hydra Den and the Bane Nest behind this. Melee upgrade's about to finish. Obviously, melee upgrade against the Blink is going to be one of the more preferable options. The Oracles are very important in this game because they're going to be the protection for these Stalkers against these Lings initially. So that's going to be important too. As the Lings continue to come about, so they're just going to move straight over there for a couple of seconds. Stalker showing up. Couple Queens will begin to take some damage. We fire some shots in. The Lings looking for the wraparound. The Stalker's actually going to end up getting kind of blocked in by the Stasis Lings. Kind of weird, because now the Lings also don't get as good a surround on the Stalkers. I don't think anyone really understood what the turnout was meant to be there. It was a very weird situation. That was yeah, it was strange. I'm just going to leave it at that. That was definitely a sequence of events. I think the Stasis actually did hurt Shin more than it hurt the Stalkers. At first I was like, maybe that's good, but like, because they don't know where to blink to. But yeah, I mean, just not having the surface area or the surround. Then obviously you're missing some Zerglings as well, so that was kind of a funny one. To be fair, I don't think we ever recall home though if MaxPax doesn't get that stasis off, because I think then MaxPax probably just blinks away much sooner and just walks back. But then maybe he does get chased by the Lings. That was definitely an interesting sequence of events. RoboBay is the choice right now. If we get to enough Colossus without there being Hive Tech, like Colossus can shred everything that Shin wants to build in this game in terms of Lingbane Hydra. Infestation Pit is big because, like I say, it does mean that we're likely going to go into Hive. The Lurker Den suggests Hive as well because we're going to want to get the Lurker upgrades that are only available from Hive Tech. So if you want to go into all of that, you're basically going to have to come through... You know, you're basically going to end up on a situation where you can then abduct the Colossus and you're going to give yourself a chance and an option to make something happen there. So that'll definitely be a factor as we do see a bunch more Zealots warping in. Stalkers come through. Zerglin gets picked off immediately. Baneling Nest is about to finish that Baneling speed. Lurker Den's already halfway done. The Hive, the Lings, and the Hydra production continuing. +2 missiles are part of this as well here currently. Just seeing the Stalkers going back around the left side. The couple High Temple will still set up. Our Hive is on its way. Is this first push super dangerous? I don't think so because of the Lurkers. It is awkward. We saw it a little bit yesterday in one of the games where like you can kind of sit outside the range of the Lurkers before they have range with Colossus, but that does involve the Colossus range as well being necessary. And there's Shin. Gonna get surrounded here by these Zerglings. It's just gonna be getting surrounded with these Zerglings on those Zealots. Lurker's gonna run up as the defense initially. MaxPax blinks away from that, doesn't want to get too involved just yet. Still having those 2-2 upgrades on the way. The Thermal Lance still continuing. The Ling's actually looking to try and get the Colossus at the moment. The wrap around this Nexus would be massive. I tell you what, killing the Colossus would be huge as well, and I think it is going to go down. No battery at the third base, so there's nowhere that we were pulling back to that was truly going to provide the defense he was looking for. Now I'm just going to be seeing this hatchery taking some more damage. At the same time, I mean, Shin is genuinely struggling just to have an answer to this. 5th hatchery will go down. A forward base of MaxPax lived as well, so that is going to remain right there. Seismic Spine's just so far from being done. Shin currently supply blocks, so you can't even add on like a couple of Vipers or so potentially. Massive stasis catches some Lings as well. That's going to really stop a lot of those Lings from counterattacking if that was their plan. As MaxPax now comes to the left-hand side with this Warp Prism, looking to try and do whatever he can over to that left side for the moment. A few more Zealots warp in. Temple Archives coming up. The Colossus still pressing through. The Queens are going to be firing. The Hydras as well. Zealot Stalker going to be there. A lot of workers going down across the board. The Lurkers will burrow up once again. Zealot Stalker blinks down to this bottom side. Drones take damage once more. Hydra's trying to get the Prism denial. Shin at least has Lurker range now, so yay. I mean, he's killed a few probes as well, so it's not like this has been without any sort of benefit for him. He needs to stop this Prism. He needs to stop taking damage, and he needs to stop it right now, because the more that he takes hits here, the worse off this just becomes, and it's just getting to be a very miserable situation for Shin. But if he holds this off now, like, there's a potential you get a Viper or 2 up, and then I feel a lot better for him. He just needs to get to that better point of defense. There goes the Prism. These Lurkers are unprotected, nothing in front of them, so we can kind of dive through. A lot more Lurkers showing up, but we just lost so many straight away. A few units are going to try and wrap around the back. The Colossus are doing a lot of work, and again, the Colossus have just been awesome, and the timing window that MaxPax has struck in has really just been the key to it all, right? Like, this doesn't really work for MaxPax if he shows up a minute or 2 later. Like, if he never puts this pressure on, this Viper's out, right? The Lurkers are so much closer to that upgrade, like, none of this chaos ensues, but he just gets here so quickly and on time. He's just so on schedule to just make Shin's life difficult, and that is going to be GG's. MaxPax takes a 2-0 lead against Shin, and is dominant so far in the ZVP today. MaxPax, looking very good in that regard, honestly. Looking very, very good. Gonna get this next game up, guys. We'll wait for MaxPax to host, because he's just so fast at it. To be fair, okay, MaxPax gets out of the game faster than me too, so maybe that's it. You know, he gets to come out of the game, and I'm leaving it on the score screen for a moment, so you guys can, you know, have a nice outro. Maybe that's it. Dre's91, thank you for the Prime sub. Brian G178, Tewon, Tremis, and Zerg2Kill. You guys are all going on the tree. As a 5-way, you are going to go on together, probably around the sides, though, where there will be space to put you. So give me 1 sec. Three-minute ad break. Holy tits, son. Yes, holy tits. There are adverts on this stream that needs advertisements to run the tournaments. I know. I do shocking things. Once again, Wardy taking advantage of his Twitch viewers, making them watch ads. When will the Twitch police come for me? Someday, surely. They'll make me pay. They're gonna lock me up in a room and they're gonna make me watch ads. Not today. Ads? What are ads? You never see them? That's the beauty of subscribing to the channel. Actually, if you think about it, it's really mean, because either you have to watch ads to support the StarCraft, or you subscribe to watch the StarCraft, right? Either way, I'm basically forcing you guys to support StarCraft. Is that like a human rights like complaint? Is that like an issue? Like, I am forcing you to support this wonderful game. Like, it's not an option. If you're here, you're supporting it one way or another. I guess you didn't sign up to that when you just turned the stream on, but it's like an unwritten rule. Crazy. A real first world problem, yes. What do you mean? He can make me support the games even if I don't pay money. This is outrageous. I am a monster, yes, guys. I'm a monster. A StarCraft monster. I'm the Zergling under your bed. Alright. Memeing aside. Get this up and running. Got YouTube Premium, no ads in any video. Yeah, YouTube Premium works as well. You can also Twitch Turbo. If you don't want to specifically subscribe to my channel, you can also on Twitch. You can just Twitch Turbo it up as well. Also very useful. You're only here to support StarCraft 3. Shit. How much would a non-subbed viewer need to watch in order for ads to outpay a sub? Yeah, probably a lot. To be honest, probably a lot. I mean, thousands of hours, most likely. Well, I guess not thousands of hours. I don't know. We could probably do the math, but I don't know how much running one set of 3 minutes ads, for example, provides per viewer, so hard to say. It's okay, guys. People aren't actually outraged about the ads. Just talking about them. Adept is going to hang out on the left-hand side. We do see the link speed coming through. A couple drones and the lings coming up. The warp gate and the Adept coming by as well. That Adept is going to shade out into the center. And we do have a couple of Overlords moving around. Zergling's speed is going to be finishing very shortly here. Warp gate and the Oracle still coming up. The couple of probes are going to be on the way. The Adept coming through. Pylon building on the side of MaxPax. Getting that underway. The couple of lings will take some shots, taking some damage right off the bat. Taking hits there right from the start. Adept is going to try and get through for the ling. Did I say thank you, Mario Manchila, for the Prime sub for 2 months? I don't know if I did. If I didn't, thank you so much. I wrote your name out for the tree, and I'm like, I don't know if I actually mentioned it. And that was Brian G coming in with the £25 donation. Thank you so much. Again, guys, we'll just reiterate that 100% of the donations are going directly to the players in this tournament. So if you want to support the players specifically right now, any donation will add to the prize money of this tournament that you're watching. So just another reminder of that. Thank you so much for the 25. Super appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. As kind as Chains on the 11 sub bomb. 11 is a fun number. I love that. Thank you so much. Going out to PMB 8079 AAA, Serendipity, The Running Dead, Dead Eye Keel, Reaper SVK, Banja 8888, Van, Marco Huang, Madmark 13, Gigasex, and Tokas. Thank you so much, kind as Chains, for the 11 gifted subs. Super appreciated. Thank you so much. Ling's gonna wrap around. A few drones going down. We do see Resonating Glaives building up from MaxPax. You would like to not see the melee upgrade here then from Shin. Man, I feel like I'm becoming a melee upgrade connoisseur. Like, all I'm talking about lately is these freaking melee upgrades. Crazy business. Hey, kind as Chains, you can choose a color decoration to add to your tree decor. We either have pink, green, gold, orange, or red. If you want to pick, otherwise I will pick for you. Which will probably be pink, because we have the most pink ones left. Or green. Actually, we actually have quite a few of a similar amount of the most ones that we have left, I guess. Crazy. Melee upgrade is building. Glaive's on the way. Man, it just feels so good to build glaives right now. Like, half the time we get into a position where we're literally just straight up playing against, like, an advantage because you played glaives. Because everybody just wants to play freaking melee. Like, melee is so good. It's kind of wild that Blink Stalker builds are such a thing still in a world where melee is so popular amongst all of the top Zergs. It's kind of a weird phenomenon, to be honest, as you see that Glaive's finishing soon. The Adepts coming across the map. One last shout out before these Adepts hit then. Thank you so much, gstreak.app. Thank you so much for priming us up. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Adept's going to come through, cancel the forward hatchery. There is going to be a bottom left base coming through from Shin instead. Aspire starts. Okay, so we're on our way to Aspire, but we got to deal with these Adepts. That stasis ward is an issue. We killed the Oracle. Okay, I mean, that's definitely a bonus. Definitely pushes you in a better direction than what it was looking to be otherwise. Let's now have the drones, though, are in some trouble. And again, we just got to figure out a way for these Lings to actually get involved in a fight here. I just don't see that happening at the moment. I mean, still no melee upgrade yet. 8 drones already going down. MaxPax is just feasting on the Zergs today. And I feel like, is this potentially another 3-0? It's getting close to that point. As we do see the Adepts are going to connect. We are going to be seeing the hatchery taking damage. We already killed 8 drones. We have to cancel this hatchery because it's about to die anyway. The Adepts are going to cancel their shades. They don't even commit through. They don't need to. And Robo Facility, Gateways, and the Stalk are still producing up. Blink and the +1 on the way in. The Lings get a good wraparound on those Adepts. Those Adepts are going to be in some trouble, as you can see. A bunch of them going down, and now the Queen's going to connect on these Adepts on that right-hand side. The Lings will run over. Adepts will fall. And that is going to be a cleanup finally from Shin. Muta's on the way, actually gives us a possibility, I think, in this game still. I don't think Shin's dead. I mean, he's down 5 workers. He cleared up everything. It's not like those Adepts got out of there. And, you know, overall, 18 drones, it could have been worse. Obviously, the benefit from MaxPax is the economy he's been on during this. He's been on a very good economy, whereas Shin's economy has been hindered in a big way. But now the Mutas are coming out, and that's going to give you options here. As Shin, it's going to give you ways to maybe harass around this map and to very much so stay in this potentially. So I do imagine that will be a possibility. Muta's coming about. Storm +2 attack, charge, all building through right there. Just going to get that started off. Initially, the Mutas will take a chance to dive towards the upper left-hand side. Just going to be seeing these Mutas flying in. Just going to be seeing 9, 10 probes going down. The Stalkers are going to be there. The Mutas get pushed back a little bit further. Still got the Hydra Den coming up. The hatchery still coming through. And a couple of Mutalisks still on the way by as well. Well, the Mutas really do kind of obviously change the pacing of this game, but they're not going to find a way in yet. They're going to start trying to fly forward. I like the angle. Going to get into this mineral line, and those probes are unprotected. The Stalkers are up in the main base. The Stalkers to the right side. They can collapse in on these Mutalisks, but the Mutas will get a few probes. Needs to be careful. Obviously, does not want to fly over Archons, because Archon Splash is going to add up very quickly against you, so you've got to be very careful there. And the Mutas get back around to the left as they head into the main base and look for a little bit more opportunity. Going to make this 11 workers killed in recent history. Muta count still very solid, and we're still building more Mutas. A lot of Archons coming up from MaxPax, and we are going to see Shin is going Banelings alongside the rest of his army right now, so immediate recall on the Prism I like. What I do get intrigued by is if MaxPax just attacks with a bunch of Archons and Stalkers, does Shin have a way to fight that army? Because right now it's just Ling Muta. So you're really just basically saying that I believe you can't have enough Archons to have enough anti-air to basically clean out my Mutas if you commit to a fight across the map. And that might be true, but I'm not going to say I'm convinced by it straight away. We are going to see the cannon going down, a few more probes being picked away at already. Turn back around, the Mutas get rid of a couple more Stalkers. The Stalkers blinking underneath, Mutas get chased away. Baneling and Hydralisk speed both continuing up for the moment. Ling's got a good surround. Zealot's going down. Muta's back over to the left-hand side as well, so it's going to swing back over in this direction. The Stalker Archon chasing across. Going to turn onto some of these Mutas. I mean, the big issue here is going to be that these Archons just can't reach the Mutas, right? Like, they're basically going to be kept away because of the Muta's mobility. Muta's going to see a free Archon over there. One on its own is not going to be enough. Goes down in 2 volleys of the Mutalists. MaxPax is not dealing with this well at all. And we're building 10 more Mutas. I think Shin is right, though. I don't think there's anything that's going to stop these Mutas at this point. It's too far gone already, and it's absolutely getting out of control here. We're going to kill all these workers. MaxPax is in an all-in attack across the map, essentially, because he's going to lose so much. I love what Shin's doing. He's going to target down pylons, stop the production, Cybercore, get rid of Stalker production. And yeah, he always wins a base trade, although honestly, I think he could win if he just turned home and actually just went and fought that army as well. I don't think he needs to be necessarily base trading, but base trading is probably actually safer for Mutalisks as well in a weird way. Kind of depends what it comes down to. You see a couple of spines building up from Shin, so he'll begin to get some defense going somewhere around the map. Can't fight the Archons. Can he not? I mean, it depends how stacked the Archons are at the end of the day, right? Like, I just don't think there's enough Archons here to stop this. I mean, yes, if the Mutas all clump up and they take all the splash all at once, but I actually think he has enough Lings and Mutas just to actually fight this. He's going to try it right now. He's going to fly in. Archons are going to be the priority here. We don't clump up. He can just fight this. GG's. And Clem and Shin is going to take game number 3. We are going to have a map taken back in this series. All right, next game coming up. Kindness Chains, thank you so much for the 11 gifted subs. Oop, didn't take us in game. My bad. Gstreak.app and Mario Mankilla, thank you so much for the subs, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We're at 1219 subs, guys. Yeah. At this point, we may as well go for 2,000, you know? We're only 800 away. Not even 800 away. Ain't that crazy? All right, let me put you guys on the tree 1 second. I also need to add Brian G to the donation start following the £25. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much for supporting the players. I'm going to put you on this side over here. Bam. I'm just going to show you, and I'm going to go in game, and then put the donation star back. See, we're going to have to start sharing areas on the donation star now. It's just been that crazy. We got the star back on the tree as we go in game, and we have ourselves a series in the top right. Our Red Protoss player, who will not sweep every Zerg he meets today, is going to be MaxPax, taking on the blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand side. We've got Shin. Game 4 of this best of 5. And away we go. Like seeing generous folk, it's been a great year of SEU casting. They've had a great year. I've been loving doing all these tournaments this year. It's been fun. Excited for what next year might bring as well, and what we can maybe do to try and improve. And again, if you are enjoying the tournaments, like I say, so many different ways to support. One of them is going to be to check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Best part about Patreon is that's our foundation prize money to use to build tournaments on. So anything that you guys pledge on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pool. And the higher that is, basically the bigger events we can run right off the bat every single month. So check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, it's a great way to support. It's a good, consistent way to keep the tournaments going as well. You can ! Patreon in the Twitch chat if you would like to take a look over there. Even if it's only $1, $2, like if I could convince 10% of you guys in the chat to put $1 on the Patreon right now, we would have, over the course of a year, like $2,000 more to put in prize money. That's like another baseline tournament just funded. If I convince 10% of you to add $1 on Patreon, like, it's such a cool way to support. It gives us so much opportunity. So do check it out. Patreon.com/WardiTV. Anything helps. You don't have $1, that's okay. That's what the ads are for. That's what just tuning in and watching is for. I'm just saying, if you can, and you love the event, it's such a good way to support. I just can't get that point across enough. all of the support we ask for, as go just to again always clarify, is only if you can, guys. Never feel like you have to. Appreciate everyone's got bills to pay and things going on and stuff like that, so it really is just a case of if you can, then do it. If you can't, then just keep on watching, because like I say, there's a reason we run the ads, there's a reason we take the sponsors. That's how we monetize everything for the people that can't afford to drop the money elsewhere. Couple lings moving up, ling speed coming through. We are going to have ourselves the Queen coming around, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming over. Our Stargate just building. We do have our Adept on the upper left-hand side, just going to pressure onto the ling. Bit more of a normal game to start us off on Old Republic. Nothing too crazy yet. Going to see MaxPax will opt for a Void Ray, funnily enough. So MaxPax choosing to go Void Ray. Warp Gate halfway done already. The Adept will chase in, gets the Zergling right off the bat. Still have that Zergling speed coming through here at the moment as well, so it's going to bring that up and online. As the Adept continues to pull back down to the low ground. Oracle and the Warp Gate all building up here then, Queen and the Ling speed coming through. A couple of Overlords being added on. Getting this set up for the moment. The Void Ray peels back over to the right-hand side. And yeah, Nexus is already building up on the side of MaxPax, so we get the Nexus building through. Again, Oracle Warp Gate building into play, just having the gateway at the front. A couple of spores are going to build up from Shin as well. Drones producing, Queen's building by. We do have this Void Ray heading down to the bottom left side of the map for the moment. But we see Mutas again. It's actually not a bad Mutalist map, but I do think if we go Mutas again, MaxPax will have a better response to it. I think what's interesting though is if MaxPax sees Mutas again, I wonder if he kind of overcommits to like Phoenix on a defense. And if he does that, I wonder if that's something that you could take advantage of as Shin, where you're just like, hey, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna actually go and like only build a few Mutas and then take advantage of like a Phoenix-based defense against you. I do feel like that's maybe some of the mind games we maybe get toward now. Strange in a Strange Land, thank you so much for the 58-month resub, by the way. Appreciate it. Always good to see you. Happy Christmas, happy holidays. Thank you for resubbing. And also on the £4 donation, Nimbus52, Merry Christmas. Thanks for all you do for the SC2 community. Your donation got that Void Ray killed. I'm sure of it. MaxPax was like, more money to the prize pool? Oh, my Void Ray. So there you go. Thanks so much for the £4. Appreciate it. So Void Ray goes down. I'm never going to say the Void Ray is like the end of the world to lose. We're double Stargating here, and we're building Oracles. So like, you clearly want an air commitment. Wow, so double Stargate. Twilight Fort and a Forge coming up behind this. And we're just going to want mass Oracles? I mean, that's cool until there's too many Hydras. Then the Oracles are very... Like, this is such a make or break. This is almost like a cheese. Where if there's just the right answer to these Oracles, they will not do anything. And if there's not the right answer, they will kill everything. There's almost no in-between. There is almost no in-between. As Hydras and the Groove Spines coming up, the Evo Chamber coming about. Still got a few other bits and pieces coming around as well. And let's just see the Oracles get back toward the bottom left-hand side to see what else is going on. Oracles will just revelate. We will do a little bit of the Oracle activating. Again, +1 missiles, Grooved Spines, the Hydras, all producing straight on through for the moment. These two Oracles pull out to the bottom side. Again, +1 missiles. Is going to be on the way. No melee upgrade in this game, as you're not going to see the couple Queens. Yep, you can't have units on their own in this situation. That's going to be one of the strengths of the Oracles. The Hydra surely have another shot there. No? Hello? Oh my god, that Oracle doesn't die. I was convinced those Hydras still in reach. We're going to build a Spire. It's funny, because this is almost MaxPax forcing Shin into things, because MaxPax builds all these Oracles. Shin's like, that's concerning. So I don't know if I imagine the Spire is a response to seeing all of this and just like, hey, I can guarantee an answer to these. I mean, I wonder what he'll build off of it, like a few Corruptors? Do we just build a handful of Mutas? Obviously, you know it's multiple Stargates, so you don't really want to build Mutas in like high numbers because your opponent has multiple Stargates to deal with that. As Oracles find some value, we do get at least rid of one of them now. Spore Caller didn't quite go down here, but the Queen count being kept low. The follow-up to this from MaxPax, as we see, is the +1 and Blink, but also the Templar Archive. So we'll have access to the Storms, we'll have access to the Archons in the near future as well. The Oracles get back to the upper right. The Fuelings gather. Stalkers and the Zealots will be there. A couple of the Zerglings already go down. Going to be a cleanup on that as the Oracles will join back in the upper right side. Still got that Storm coming through. So that will be building as the Stalkers continue out. Again, a bunch of the Hydras on the way here from Shin. Plus some missiles. Must got Augments coming in. The Hydra's going to take the chance to knock down those rocks. Stalkers get an Overlord in the middle of the map as well. You see a couple of these Crypt Tumors being cleaned out. Hydras are going to step up. Looking for a little bit of a push forward here already. The Depths are going to be in some trouble. The Stalkers are still trying to move their way into this. Now we're going to see those Wings thinking about what they want to do next. Just trying to fight. Stalkers taking damage. Still not sure what we're going to do next, actually, as the Overlord will take some damage as well. Charge, Storm, +1 coming about for the moment. It's going to be seeing a couple of these Oracles getting taken out. The Oracle's going to get pushed away over to the left-hand side. Bling Hydra will continue to chase up here as we're going to try and wrap around on these Stalkers. And Shin is going to get a catch on them. They're obviously waiting to just blink away. There's going to be a lot of Hydras here, though. Storm is so close to being done. We've got 3 High Templar available. Now the Banes start morphing. Going to split these Hydras up. We do have that High Templar warped in. Do we have an energy recharge? We do. So it's going to have a little bit more energy to work with here. The High Templar is looking to get going. Lingbane Hydra joining up. We're going to get ready to spread out and commit on in. So in we go. Storm coming through. The Banes looking, trying to connect. Slow Banelings, no speed. Shin gonna eat a stasis ward there. There's a couple High Templar in the back. I don't think they've got energy though, and this Hydra count is monumental. There's one Storm coming down. Do we have another Storm available? We do, and it's gonna hit dead center. The Hydra's just gonna walk through this. They want to close the gap on this army. They want to fight while they can, while they know they've got the advantage. Still no charge as well. MaxPax's forward base is going to go down, so the 4th is going to drop here. The Hydra's coming back around. A couple more shots coming through. There goes the Nexus. MaxPax supply blocked on the back of this. Shin's now going to peel back around over to the left-hand side. Stasis Ward catching Lings and the Hydras. The rest of the Hydra's going to be there. A few more shots coming about. I mean, right now, these Stalkers are not exactly taking the greatest of trades. That Stasis Ward feels good, but, like, even still, trying to fight and take advantage of the Stasis Ward is feeling as though it's losing MaxPax a bunch of units here. I mean, I guess without the Stasis, he would have just straight up died. That Storm honestly doesn't do much. It zones you back on the units that we're going to about to power up anyway if they wait for their buddies. The Zealots charge in, but they just die too quickly. The Hydra DPS is too much with that +1 missiles, and Shin is going to bring us back to 2-2 in this best of 5. We're going the distance. And along with that, we have got ourselves the €100 over on the YouTube Super Chat. Okay, so I turned off YouTube dings, which fixed the sound on the subs, but obviously now we don't hear YouTube dings. So thank you so much, Counterintelligence, for the €100 Super Chat. I looked under the couch cushions and found some cash. Thank you so much for supporting the players. Stranger in a Strange Land, I have you ready for the treat as well, as we are going to go to Tourmaline for map 5 of this series. Joining the lobby, getting this going. Let me just click the things, get you on the tree. Scarlet with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much. Oh, I have my headset on. I can't go too far for the tree. Hang on. Just go here. All right. Game 5 coming through. You know the sellout tree is working when you finally convince the pros to come out hiding with them Prime subs. We should have had a pro player section of the tree specifically for anyone that subs up from there. Too Sly coming in for the 20-month resub. Macdalla on the fresh new sub. Oh my god, okay. I'm going to get Skull on the tree. The rest of you guys are going to have to go on the tree after. I apologize. But we are about to count down to this game. I do not have the time, unfortunately, to get you all on right away. So, we count down, we get ready to go. And again, counterintelligence for the €100. I will get that edited onto the goals right now, actually, before I forget. We had 10 on the super chat earlier as well, so I can just do that all at once. It's hard. Cool. I'll update after this game. which is going to come down to Game 5 of this series in the upper bracket. We have been at a 2-0 lead, and suddenly the momentum is completely against us here as MaxPax in the upper right corner. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. So my mate just running out of Christmas decorations, opening a new packet while we have a couple of moments early game on this PvZ before much happens. And take a few moments. We can just breathe. I mean, this has been a pretty exciting series. A lot of action happening. And next is coming about, hatch in the pool, coming about, take a few moments. And we just breathe, like I say, 5-game series. Man, Shin just has this magic against MaxPax, I feel like sometimes the ability to take us through and kind of out of nowhere just suddenly be looking great. Maybe that's just Shin in a nutshell, sometimes just the surprising Zerg, right? The player who we don't expect all of the time comes through for us. Gonna put a Zerg into the guaranteed top 3 of this event. What's up, Ascalon? Thank you so much for the 71-month resub as well. Big resub. Appreciate just about 6 years of support. It's crazy. Thank you so much. Appreciate the resub. Thank you. Thank you. But moving about, a little chrono boost on the gateway, the adept coming around right there as well as we take a few moments. Adept will shade across, put a little bit of pressure in, see what's going on. And we just have ourselves, yeah, the ling speed coming through. Next couple of moments, lots of bits and pieces coming about right now. Get this on the way. Just going to be seeing the ling speed, the lings continuing to come on and by. Just have the lings will be in defensive position initially. Game 5. The last thing we want is to see a bunch of workers going down super quickly, right? If we can just preserve those workers, keep them nice and comfortable in the early stages, that would be a major W. And for the moment, at least, it does look as though Shin is going to be able to pull that off for now. Tygon Ridge, thank you so much for the fresh new sub. Reggie3000, 2-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much as well. Appreciate it. A little bit dicey, 26-month resub for 6 months in advance. Love that. Thank you so much. Thanks for keeping the scene alive. Thank you so much for supporting. And one more little shout out to these lings. Get a catcher on these couple of adepts despite the Oracle overhead. Akko SE2 on the 51-month resub. Thank you so much as well. And Ape Doc, 5-month resub on the Prime also. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate all the subs. You guys are really making it rain today. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sometimes I feel like all I say is thank you, but it's just because you guys keep supporting, and thank you is the best thing you can say about that. Appreciate it. Clave's on the way up against a melee upgrade. Earlier Baneling Nest here from Shin, so he might actually have Banes to help him out against this, and Banes against Adepts are fine. It's just about having enough Banes at the right time, and I would say that this is a pretty good bid to have Banes at the right time against this, so kind of liking that for the moment. As you see, the Stalker here is just going to be going in after the Overlord. Baneling Nest finishing very soon. Ling still producing. Melee upgrade coming by. can see that Stalker pings through the Overlord and is going to get some good damage done. So they get pushed right out over to the sides there already. You have the Lair coming up, the melee upgrade coming in front. Adepts in the Resonating Glaive still building, but I mean, for Shin, he just needs to know what's up, and if he sees these Adepts shading, he's going to get a good idea of it. And now you can probably put yourself in a position of preparation. So 6 Banes start to morph in, another round of Lings starting up. He's already on a decent work account. He will have to stop making workers here while the Adepts obviously come across the map, and you need to prep units for that. I'd say in a reasonable enough position to kind of keep this going for a little while. Do you see the few Lings actually going to get a catch on the Stalker on that side? Is going to be a nice catch, if nothing else. And Lings run through. The Adepts are getting jumped on. Lings getting a wrap around on a bunch of those Adepts already. Some good damage being done. A few Banes are going to wander over, trying to get involved. We lose a lot of the Lings, but the thing about the Adepts now is they're split up a little bit, so reinforced Lings will do a bit better. And there's still Banes available as well, so Shin's pretty okay. He recovers from this. Maybe the next 10 Lings that got built aren't needed, but he's also about to have his melee upgrade, so now he's actually going to have that in play for some of the future trades as well. Adepts will shade. A couple quick tumors go down. That's something at least MaxPax will get out of this. 2 Adepts on the right side. Going to get in there. We'll need to target fire the drones, though, because the Lings did show up in defense. If you don't target fire, they will just hit the Lings. He had only 2 workers. Still not a bad defense from Shin, who does just about maintain a worker lead now coming out of all of this. Charge on the follow-up from MaxPax. So he's not going to go Blink Stalkers at all. Obviously, up against this Ling Bane army, he's going to end up on, what, a Charge Lot Archon? But if there's going to be a lot of Banelings, then you've got to be a little concerned going Zealots next, because those Banelings can roll into Zealots just as they can roll into Adepts, right? More stays coming down. MaxPax's supply right now is a little fake as well, because 36 army supply, but a bunch of it are these Adepts. And if these Adepts don't do anything in the near future, then this really isn't all that pretty. That was a lot of Banes that went off on just a couple of Adepts there already. The bigger round of Adepts went in the main, and was kind of surprised the Banelings didn't follow into that main base. Adepts everywhere as MaxPax just tries to force Shin into some mistakes, and he will get 9-10 drones out of this. Uses up a lot of the Banelings as well, like I say. That's actually kind of a big deal, because the more Banelings we get rid of, the less Banes there will be for the future. 14 drones, is that the final number? Unless we target fire here, it should be. Apparently a Baneling or something hit a High Templar over there, not sure what happened, but MaxPax loses out on all of those Adepts, but yeah, 14 drones, that's not a bad trade out. Like I say, the Adepts are army supply that probably don't affect too much the actual larger fights. So good to see him actually getting some value out of them, as Shin plus 2 melee and Baneling speed finishing soon. Is going to get a quick catch on this Nexus coming in. That's a good cancel. Anything you can do to slow down a 4th base and slow MaxPax down is going to be seen as a win. We are now going to be having the Storm on the way as MaxPax looks for his next phase of this game and looks to see what that will include. Hydra's still building up. The plus 2 melee finishing soon. Muscular Augments coming by. The Storm on the way up. A couple of Archons stepping forward. The Zerglings are going to be there, running past and taking some damage. Another Stasis Ward coming down from an Oracle already. We'll see the Queen spreading out. The rest of the Banes coming in as well. The Zealots going to charge in toward the Queens. Just going to be seeing the Hydras going in for the Zealots now. Another Revelation coming down as well at the same time. Again, plus 1 Storm, couple High Templar, the Immortal. A bunch of the Banes and the Overlords coming up too. Just going to be having the Lings on the left side going down. One more Stasis Ward gets set up already. Zealots over here get picked off by these Hydras. So they're going to get some cleaning up being done. And again, the rest of the Storm, the plus 1 and the Immortal coming through as well. Prism loads up, just going to back away over to that left-hand side. The rest of the Ling Bane coming across once more. Just going to have the Lings, the Hydra, the missiles, all coming into place. One more stasis in the center of the map for the moment. It's going to be 10 additional Banelings coming up from Shin here. 20, 30 Zerglings from Shin also on the way. So a lot of this coming up, a lot of that coming through. The Zealots are going to catch these morphing Banelings. Gotta be careful. I like the kind of preemptive split on the Zealots in case the Banes finish. Shin just going to cancel the Banes and just going to get the Lings out of there. I'd rather not use the Banes on those Zealots just yet. I'd rather build them elsewhere, and if you're going to use Banes on Zealots, maybe go for it in a larger fight where there can maybe be other kind of, situational things that come around. Shin is Ling Bane Hydra. 75 drones does not feel super incredible. Sometimes you see this with like 80 plus workers, so I'm just feeling like maybe we're a slight bit away from where we could be with that at the moment. We do have the few Zealots down the right side from MaxPax. The Lings are going to move across as well. Extra Banes, extra Zerglings still producing through. Add a plus 1 missile upgrade to that also as the Lings They'll find themselves a couple of Zealots and the Adept on the left-hand side. The Zealots are going to end up recalling back. I mean, Shin's maxed out. This is where you start trading and you start to find the efficiency you need to kind of win this game. There's a few Zealots stepping forward. I mean, I like this. A Trail of Banes, very split up. Honestly, those Storms, 3 of them go down. I wouldn't say they were super effective or super impactful. They killed a handful of Banes, but not that many. That said, we've got a lot of High Templar as well. I wonder if it's worth for Shin just throwing down the Infestation Pit and Lurker Den and just looking at the Hive Tech, because realistically, obviously he wants to rebuild or respend his money on kind of teching a bit further up here. Now we're going to see those Banes forcing the Storm Archons. Combined with the Storm will be enough to finish some of those Banes off. I mean, he's going to keep MaxPax off a 4th base with this positioning, though, and if this 4th base goes down, that alone is a pretty big deal. Shin has put himself in a place where it's really cool, because MaxPax actually has to step away from all of his other defenses to be able to kind of protect his 4th. And again, if you don't ever get a 4th base up, that's an issue long term. 22 probes already went down. I mean, this hatchery, this Nexus will end up going down as well. Some Banelings are going to try and make the distance. They're going to get towards the Templar, forcing the Archons to morph. That's it. That's the end of the Storms. There's only Hydras left, but is there enough of them to fight against these Zealots? Great force fields are going to give MaxPax a chance. As the Nexus goes down, these Lings can come and rejoin this fight. There's only a couple of Archons to get rid of Lings, and they're going to go down very quickly here as Shin target fires the Archons down, and he's going to come running through. Zealots going down. Immortal is going to go down in a moment, and now it's just pure gateway units. A reinforced Immortal shows up. A couple of High Templar warp into the right side. We're going to morph an Archon, but Shin is going to enter the natural expansion, and there is no defense over here right now. A Storm comes in from the energy recharge. Another Archon morphs, but these Hydras are not being contested. A warp-in goes directly into the natural. The Archon will go down, and Shin sits 160 to the 74 supply to get the GG and to get the complete reverse sweep in this best of 5 and to knock MaxPax to the lower bracket. Shin, our 2020 champion, is going to go to the upper bracket finals and guarantee himself top 3 here in the 2025 championship. Damn. This is the first time we've seen Shin in the playoff bracket. He came through as the first seed from the seeding matches. But let's just reiterate. In the seeding matches, he defeated Clem. He defeated, who else was in Shin's group? It was Clem, it was Showtime, and it was Hero. He beat all of those guys to start this far in the upper bracket. And now he takes down MaxPax, who's just been on a run through Reynor and Bjorn. And like I say, he did it from a 2-0 deficit, reverse sweep Shin to the upper bracket finals. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, guys, the good news is that Shin goes to the upper bracket finals, and that's going to knock one of our Protoss players to the lower bracket. So not all of the Protoss remaining not in the upper bracket anymore. Less chance of a PvP final, maybe. I mean, that's crazy, because that means that MaxPax plays the winner of Clem/Hero/Solar in the lower bracket. That might be our first match tomorrow, even. Might be our second one. We'll see what the schedule says later. Wow. And up next, guys, we are going to get a banger of a series coming up. If you like that ZVP, we have got some TVZ. Rainor comes in from his loss against MaxPax, now in the lower bracket. He takes on Cure, who is an absolute beast. We know that. Cure is only down in this lower bracket off of an earlier loss to Solo, which Solo's been playing great lately. I don't know, I feel like Cure always has like a weird way of making players like Reynor kind of a little bit more approachable than a lot of other players are. It's kind of an interesting thing when Cure plays when he plays Serral, sometimes it's a similar effect where he can kind of take a game to a later stage than you think he would. So yeah, Cure versus Reynor. Best of 5 coming up next, guys. We're going to take a couple of minutes. I'm just going to go off screen for a couple of moments, but before we do, we had a ridiculous amount of subs. I've got Tigon Ridge, Ape Doc, Macdalla, Ascalon, a little bit dicey, Reggie, Akko, and Who's Sly. I'm too many to show you all on your names. I'll try and find you out, and maybe it focuses, probably doesn't. But I will put you guys all in the tree, and then after that, I will take a couple minutes off camera. I'm going to grab a quick bite of snacking, and then when we come back, we can go into Cure versus Reynor in just a couple of moments, guys. So we will do that in 1 second. I'll be right back with you. Beautiful. All right, guys, we'll go off screen for a couple moments here. We will come back. Q40 was meant to be playing on Korea. Perfect. That's where he is. Cool. I saw him coming online, but he thought it was Korea, but Reynor's obviously back in Europe, so it is going to be NA for Reynor versus Kua. When we come back from this little break, Reynor Kua, CVT, best of 5. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Rainor, Kua, in the lobby, in the player positions. Match history's turned off. The casters are in the game, and we are ready to go into this best of 5. Ooh. I messed up. I tried to write out the things in time, but I typed wrong. Never mind. All good. Game's continuing here, guys, as we go to the lower bracket again. So, Reynor Kua. Lower bracket series. The winner of this advances on to the final day tomorrow. Get this up and ready to go. Let's get in game, guys. So, Reynor versus Kua. in the bottom right corner, or just the bottom side, I guess, of Mothership to start off this best of 5. We're going to see the blue Zerg. Let's see if he can bounce back from ZVP with some ZVT. He's been looking great lately. This is going to be Reynor. Takes on the red Terran in the top left corner of the map. We're going to have ourselves in the red. It is Cure from Team Liquid, of course. Get this up and underway. Let's see what is going to happen. Of course, elimination match, no second chances. And you guys know I gotta mention, this is the 2022 WardiTV Annual Championship rematch, so this is the comeback around, and like I say, and I'm sure the players don't even think of that. It's another day of Reynor and Kyo playing each other, but I always think it's very cool when we have that kind of stuff coming around. We've had so many years of these tournaments at this point. We really do have trends and histories and kind of notability when you can talk about different players who have, you know, played each other in these big matches in our circuit history before and so on. So, I always think it's fun to follow. And like I said, it's going to be Q versus Reynor here in this best of 5. Opening up on Mothership. It was a 4-2, I believe, from Reynor when he played Q in the Grand Finals back in 2022. I think that's a pretty standardized scoreline for these guys. I think Q should struggle against Reynor. But then, like I say, there's been a lot of times when Reynor ends up just not having as easy a time against Q as I think a lot of people expect him to. I'm gonna have a little Reynor Q match history peek here. Wow. 2025, the last 4 meetings, Reynor 2-1, 2-1, 4-0, 3-2. In the Korean Royale, it was 2-1. In WardiTV Mondays, it was 2-1. Kung Fu Cup 4-0. WardiTV TLMC playoffs 3-2. And then he did lose a couple times in RSL to Q 2-3, 1-3, and then a 2-1 in a GSL qualifier earlier this year. So generally, Reynor has had a pretty good winning record against Q, apart from a couple of blips in RSL. But yeah, scrolling down all the time, Reynor is obviously the big winner in this series. 28-11 in matches, but 82-48 in maps. So Sakura really is taking maps a lot of the time when he plays versus Reynor, even if he's not quite able to get through the series as well. As you're just going to see the Queen going to be there. Just going to see the Reaper taking damage. Command Center, Orbital, Reactor, all continuing through for the moment. As we just see that Reaper push back out into the center of Mothership. 2 Queens stepping forward. 2 drones on the way out. Hatchery is building from Reynor. 3rd hatch coming online. No real surprises there just yet. We do get the Reaper into the bottom side. Going to go nibble over at a couple of the drones. We drop the Spore Crawler down. Kyo having a tough time in this bracket. Obviously, we've already talked Reynor today. We have had Kyo earlier. We obviously saw him taking down Spirit 3-2. Yesterday, closing out the day with a 3-1 over Showtime after that one game he lost was in that super long game. That was kind of a little bit of a wild experience as well for me and everyone else involved. That's after you drop down to the lower bracket. Like I say, he beat Creator initially 3-2, but then lost to Solar 0-3. He did come out first place of his group, but that was also not a smooth experience. 3-1, lost to Yakov. So ZVT has been a little bit of a detriment to Q lately, and has actually been maybe his weakest of the matchups. Has been the one where he keeps on losing, especially in this tournament. It's been his weakest matchup. 2 Hellions and the Reaper up to the top side, just having the few roaches building up from Reynor, the Queen on the way. Hellion Banshee cloaking coming through, the Orbital Command will build. Just have the Tech Lab coming about also, a little grenade or 2 going down. The Queens are going to get bopped. Second roach is coming up. The Lair is going to build by. Get that rolling. Yeah, Banshee Marine will continue through. That cloaking still coming up. Lair building. Drones producing. Overlords and the Queen on the way out. As we take a few moments, Hellions and the Reaper are going to sit over on that right-hand side. So they're just going to chill out here for a couple moments too. The roaches will start to step forward a little bit. Again, the Spores coming up. Just getting defenses ready, making sure that this Banshee is going to have absolutely minimal opportunity to get anything done in this situation. So, doing our absolute best to try and stop that from developing as the 3 Reapers and the Hellions turn around. The Queens are just going to be there to push that back the other side. 2 barracks, 2 engineering bays. And a lot of that coming straight into play right now. So again, just get this going. Infestation Pit dropping down as well. The drone's coming up. Carapace coming through. +1 attack and the stim pack building on the side of Cure. So we do have all those upgrades. +1 armor as well. So all the upgrades coming about for the moment as the extra barracks just come by. And wondering what Cure will do overall. 5 racks, 3 bases. Obviously did go up to 8 racks in the end. It's a big map that's hard to push into based on. I would not imagine that this is an 8 racks map. If anything, this is the map that might go the longest in the series. Mothership has had that tendency, especially in the ZVT matchup, so that's definitely already something for us to think on as the 2 Banshees get around the bottom. And move straight over for a couple of moments. Themselves in position again. The Hive on the way through, the Baneling Nest coming by. A little bit of everything coming up on that. And yeah, we just have the Banshees just going to linger for a tad bit longer. All the upgrades, Zergling Speed, going to be a part of that as well at the moment. So again, just get a couple of those bits on the way. Just have ourselves the full melee upgrades, the Hive on the way quickly as well. Reynor has a few roaches, he'll just morph those as Ravagers as a part of additional defense for the moment, as we do see the 2 Medivacs boosting down toward the bottom side. We're going to unload off over to the left, just outside the creep here initially, so position for that straight away. Again, the 1-1 upgrades, the combat shield, all continue to come into place. The tank, the Medivacs coming through, the Armory on the way up as well. Marines stim in, and a few creep tumors get picked away at immediately. The Ling Roach Ravager going to be there for the Medivacs to get pushed away too. And those Banshees still chilling up the right side. They're just going to be hanging around there for the next little bit, as we do see some creeps still trying to spread out in that direction. Queens will be there. Keep those Banshees pushed away. Who's the highest seed? Reynor. He had a better score in the group stages. 4-0 to 3-1. Both obviously finished first place, so it comes down to their match scores in the groups, and that does go Reynor's way. So yeah, Reynor gets server preference, which means it's central for map 1. 2-2 upgrades. Still building through the concussor shells. Building in. Also, we do have the few Marines and the Medivacs. Gonna go back over that left-hand side. A few Zerglings will gather in the center. The 1 Zergling there gonna get picked away by the few Marines also. Rest of the army of Cure will head down that left-hand side. Still got the Adrenal Glands coming through, the 2-2 melee upgrades. 2-2 engineering base still producing also. As we now get a group of depots up on the top, and a big shove down the bottom. Pulling Bane into the center. The Queens join up there as well. There's going to be seeing a couple of drones going down. We're going to see the Lings looking for a wrap on this army. Cure is going to get blinding clouded as well because the Hive is already in play. These Banes trying to reach those Marines. To be fair, the Banelings will go down. Tell you what, the Concussor Shells were pretty meaningful there. Concussor Shells did a lot of work. I mean, I still feel like this is just not going to work. You're 8 raxing on someone that has so much space to work with. I mean, at the end of the day, this was just already Rainor. Like, he ran into the first wave of this 8 racks with open arms and said, let's fight. That said, Cure does have a slight army supply lead here. Rainor does not necessarily want to lose this base. I mean, there's not a lot of tanks right now, but at least now you're fighting on creep, right? So the Bane should be a little bit better off. That should definitely be a bonus to you. The Banshees will get held back a little bit too. The Ling's still running through for those Marauders. Transfusions on the hatch as it gets brought back to health. The Ling Bane's still going to try and take a shove in toward the bio. Nice blinding cloud. It's just going to help get rid of the tank quickly. Parasitic Bomb actually ends up getting the Banshee killed as well, so another nice little bonus. Cure finishes 2-2. Reynor at least is not far behind on the +2 Carapace, so he will get the Carapace upgrade going quickly. As the +2 melee is going to trail a little bit, but he's on his way to Ultras, and Ultras are going to be a real kind of doom and gloom moment for Cure. This run-by might be kind of doom and gloom as the Lings run into the natural and the third base. They get the split off, they get into the natural, and so this is disastrous, man. There's Lings wrapping around bio units in low numbers, taking good trades, slowing down reinforcements, mineral line absolutely wrecked. And that just means you're not going to have the economy to keep this up much longer as Kira as well. So again, this just gets to be a worse and worse situation. Bio still in some trouble, still under some fire. Ling Bane looking to push further forward. The Vipers are going to drop another Blinding Cloud down. Parasitic Bomb on the Medivac. Some of these Medivacs are low, so Parasitic Bomb is effective. And Kira just does not have enough to make it happen here on Mothership. Reynor has been ready to deal with this the moment it first arrived, and he's been very quick to keep pushing it back. Kira will say GG, Reynor will take game 1, and it is going to be our Zerg to take the 1-0 advantage in this best of 5. In the lower brackets, are looking to keep it alive here. Reynor, as he looks to get to the top 6 today by eliminating Kira. 1-0 lead for him, a good solid start. Throw some links out. And we'll get West Coast going for game 2, see if Kira plays a bit differently. Based on the server, I mean, 8-Rax is solid. I just don't know if that was really the map to 8-Rax on either. By the time he got there, the fact that... it's just the fact Reynor was so ready to deal with it. Sometimes with 8-Rax, try and buy time. You mess around, you kind of... step around the kind of fact that he's 8-Raxing you for a little bit. You step around that army initially. And this was just, no, I'm just going to go for it. Like, Reynor was just full of confidence, complete belief. And the first fight was good as well. It wasn't like it was misplaced belief. Like, it was absolutely the correct decision to just send it at the end of the day. So... game number 2. Coming up. You like how Wardy says Cure? It's like Q-er. Sure? Q? Because it... I mean, how do you say cure? Cure? Like cure? 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 Not gonna think about this, guys. Not gonna lie. Bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player is gonna be Cure. Our red Terran from Liquid. Top right, our blue Zerg player is in fact going to be Reynor. Second game of this series. Cool first. Here's going to go Multirax. It's going to be Multirax Reaper, so not Proxy. It's going to be really good for Reynor if he went pool first against the Proxy Rax. So you get Multirax Reaper as the starting point. It's going to be what our Terran decides to do. Put some pressure on with this as it just take 6 Zerglings on the way from Reynor, and he will drop the hatchery down on the low ground. I'm imagining a gas comes up behind this still. In the near future. Hey, Woody, I really like how you say hello. Haha, it's so funny to me. I know. Because it's like I say hell, which is like basically a curse in some parts of the world, and then I'm just like, oh, as though I was just cursed. I'm like, oh, what a surprise. Like, yeah, I know. It's crazy. Yeah, it's, I can't believe I do that either. British people, huh? Gosh darn it. Heckety heck. Marines are going to be out. This is funny because this is a Marine-based T-Rex. I said T-Rex Reaper is just Marines because there's no gas, sorry. I didn't look at you as gas, I just presumed. Never presume a man's gas count. As, yeah, he's just building Marines off those barracks. So, going to be a little bit of an interesting one because it's not the norm. In fact, the last time I think someone did this was maybe even on this map. It was actually Ryung, and I actually just tapped on Ryung's screen there, which reminded me. Ryung did something like this recently where he basically went for a bunch of Marines. I think he actually all-inned off the back of it, whereas Kira is just going to try and take some map control lightly, keep some Zerglings back, and probably just hang around back at home for the most part, try and intercept any early overload that he can. But there's actually no Overlord super far forward, so Reynor is not going to end up in trouble in that regard, so... yeah. Marines will go out to the center, hatch about, complete. A few drones coming up, orbital in the command center, building through as well. And Marines will go to the upper right side. Again, those few refineries coming about as well. Just having the triple gas now being taken from Cure to go to 4 gases in total on the back of what will now be 3 command centers. This is kind of a very Cure build, right? Just, I'm going to build something that's a little bit off the beaten path. It's not so weird that you're going to kind of like, it's not like an all-in kind of weird, but it's like just setting up into the game in a different manner. I'm just going to try and throw you off what you're doing, kind of make you kind of second guess yourself for a little while as well. Like, there's a lot of benefits from the way that this kind of gets approached. Tech Lab on the first barracks is going to complete. We see the Rotron still coming through. Halfway done currently from Rainor. Circling speed currently halfway along with this as well. Circlings get to the bottom. Take a couple of moments. 7 roaches, so Reynor looking to pressure here. It's funny because obviously we're going to have a good marine count from Cure, but they're not going to be well upgraded. The barracks point outwards, so you're basically going to be giving him the chance to cancel stim. Those Lings build, 1-1 upgrades, and the stim pack coming through. The Marines will sit there. Like I say, it's going to come down to a lot of what the Roaches can do to help you bust through this front door. There's a bit of a time from Reynor because he wants to get there before the upgrades. But again, if you deny the stim that's in the wall off, which I don't think you can save as Q realistically against a Roach Ravager attack, then you're just going to be on pure Marines with no good upgrades. He's going to step forward to try and fight the Roach Ravager, and then the Lings wrap around, and that's game. There is no surviving that. GG. Reynor dominates Cure's weird build and just says, no, you do not get to be weird and crazy and special against me. Play normally, or you're just going to end up in a bad position. Which, to be fair, he tried to play normal in the first game and 8 racks and went terrible, but that was just a full stop to that build, or it was just not allowed to develop. I mean, it makes so much sense. Like, I don't know what Cure does this for. When those barracks are pointing out, stim pack's exposed, so you feel like you have to fight. Like, the entire benefit of a wall disappears if you feel like you have to move out of your wall off to protect it, you know? So you just immediately lose. You just lose control of the situation before the situation even arises, you know? Which is kind of crazy business, really. Yeah. Like, at least with the multi-racks Reaper, you're getting the Reapers out, you're taking some map control. The Marines took a bit of map control, but then you only have Marines. And because he has no Reapers or Scouting or Hellions, he has no way to confirm Roaches are on the way, so you don't have bunkers pre-set up either, so yeah. I mean, maybe just keep that build for when your barracks point the other way, when you spawn top right. I don't know. It's a weird one. Add-ons are a funny thing at the end of the day as well, to be fair. As we are going to load into Tourmaline here for game number 3. Reynor up 2-0. I actually really thought we'd get some long games between these guys, and that has just not been the case so far, and I'm not convinced Tourmaline is necessarily going to give us some extra long games either, to be honest. So yeah, I think that's going to be a... I mean, let's see what Kia does in Tourmaline. Maybe Reynor gets aggressive on this map as well. I mean, it's kind of weird, Tourmaline, because you can kind of go base to base with flat ground. It just feels naturally aggressive. There's a forward command center location possibility as well, so it just feels like this map is designed to have aggression on it. We'll see what comes around. Is in the bottom left-hand corner. It is going to be our blue Zerg player, Reynor. And the top right, our red Terran from Liquid is going to be Cure. Game 3. Tourmaline. I'm going to go low ground barracks. Hey, this time your barracks will point inwards, so your add-ons will be in a better place. I was gonna say, it's kind of a weird wall off if you want to add add-ons though, right? Because like if you go barracks, then I'm pretty sure this barracks blocks that barracks add-on. Depends on how you position it, but like I think if you position it the way that it doesn't block it, it's just inefficient. It doesn't wall off as you want it to. So does this wall, you add on here, you add on there, it's gonna be close. But then your add-ons are still part of the wall. Let's see what Kyo tries to do again and set some epic games in this tournament. Forward to the upper right side, just going to see the SCV moving across. The Marines are going to be on the way once again, so going to be a similar build from Kyo, obviously hoping for a better success story this time around. Marines will be shooting, Overlord just gets pushed back. Gonna get the kill. So this involves floating this barracks forward. So we do get an Overlord kill early this time. The Marines already more successful than they were last game. Okay, we're gonna put the reactor in their wall off. Just hate the add-ons in the wall off, man. Like, I don't care how good you are, it just never feels like a good idea. Reynor throws a Roach Roaring down. Yeah, I don't blame him. Even if this, you know, even if you commit to this and it doesn't like kill the opponent, like look what you're gonna do. You're gonna probably get the tech lab and the reactor. Bare minimum, you know? Oh, 2 more barracks coming up from Kyo this time, though, so it's not triple CC. So he is going to have more Marines, so maybe there's a world where if you get baited into fighting here as Rainor, then maybe the Marine count is actually good enough that it's a lot scarier. Roach coming through, Overlord about to complete, Marines staying at the barracks all on the way by, so just bringing a lot of that into play for the moment. The Queens gather up, drones are mining. Again, the extra Marines coming through with the orbital command on the way as well. Add an SCV on, add a tech lab, a few Roaches still building. Queens will step forward to throw a bit of creep down as well, potentially, over the next few moments. And yeah, 8 Roaches continue to build up here from Reynor, so just going to get a lot of that on the way. 8 Roaches coming through, the creep tumors coming down, the hatchery already building, extra drones and the Overlord building as well. All that coming up immediately. Let's just have our stim pack and combat shield building through. And the Roaches again ready to go. It's going to be a lot of Marines from Kyo, so we'll see how this pans out. I mean, will he have enough Marines in time? I had to think because it's no lings, there's a better chance of this working. We will now start a Marauder as well, so that's also going to give us another opportunity here. Marines just going to fight back. The Roach taking some damage. Just going to see now the Roach Ravager going to recommit forward again, and we do see a couple of corrosive files. The Marines trying to close the distance on that Roach Ravager, trying to get up close and personal. Reynor's droning behind it. I think it's just enough Marines right now to scare this off. What's interesting is now Reynor committed to units early, but he's not a bad work account. So if he just knows that units are coming, can he get enough Roach Ravager up to kind of get back in place? He does have a later third hatchery than usual. Last starts now as well. So it's going to be a long way until we get more tech for the Roach Ravager. It looks like he built a bunker out the front as well this game as well to try and make sure that he stayed safe. All the SCVs, yeah, we're just going to send it. I don't hate it. Honestly, there's no splash damage here. There's no splash damage here. There's just a bunch of Roach Ravager. I think we're very realistically going to be seeing Kyo just having a very good trade. A couple of Marauders to help against the Roaches. Reynor's building more Roaches. He's going to have to give up the third hatchery. He sees the SCVs, so pull back as far as you can. Buy as much time as you can. Kyo's not wasting time on the base. Has to step away from the corrosive vial at least. Reynor will be able to pull drones into this. He has no other melee units, so pulling drones in is going to be actually effective because they can be the front line. Roach Ravager going to do what it can. Do we have the damage output here? The Roach is blocking the drones. They're not going to get involved. The Queen's now blocking Roaches as well on the bottom side of your screen. Kyo stims in over here. The Queens go down. The Roach Ravager. Do we have enough of it to make a defense? Queens are going to have to stim again here shortly. that could be an issue, right? Where, like, if you have to stim a second time, these units are going to be super low. And you see a few roaches trying to pick off reinforcements, but it's not going to be enough. Game gets called, and Cure is going to take a game 3 of this series. We're not going to sweep the lower bracket matchup. We are going to have a 2-1 lead still from Reynor. But it is a map back from Cure, and he does make something work with the second round of this time around. All right, we will go into Winter Madness then for a 4th map. Yeah, Cure definitely played aggressively on Tourmaline. Was kind of a little bit of what we expected, maybe. And now he gets to stay alive in this series. We do in fact have a Wardy emote. I have not seen that emote in so long, but yes, the Wardy G, it does in fact exist for this particular circumstance, guys. The G. I completely forgot about this. It's been so long since we've seen that. That's funny, but yeah, it is made for the single G moments. Why do people make a big deal out of a single G? It's called a typo. Probably because it's more often not a typo than it is, to be honest. 100%. Missing Reynor. Let's take a second or two here, guys, get this back on track. Yeah, I mean, kind of Cure, I think, playing the mind game a little bit from that previous game as well. Reynor felt like, again, the opportunity was going to be there more than likely to get something done. It's drama. Yeah, it's just dumb drama. It doesn't really matter at all. It's just fun to have something be dramaful. Ladder Legends, thank you, by the way, for the sub. Appreciate it. Get you on the tree. We don't need an invite, apparently. Just get this countdown started, and I will take a quick... I'm just going to roll over. Oh god, what have I just rolled over? I've rolled over something. Oh well. What was the casualty? Oh, candy cane. It's okay, it's still alive. Ready, go, goes! And we are going to Winter Madness. There's just something, there's just a mental thing, guys, about typing a single G where you're like, look, I will give you recognition that the game's over, but I refuse to type GG, you know? The Wardy ladder experience has a lot of single Gs, not gonna lie. I don't know if that's actually true. You're probably more likely to get me flaming myself than typing a single G, actually. We'll never know if he meant good or game. Winner's interview. When you typed the single G in game 3, did you mean good or did you mean game? Which was it? Wait, was it good? You killed me with a cheesy kind of play, or was it game? That was a game that we just played. Hard-hitting questions. If only we still had the ESL regionals. Get some interviews on the screen. Is half a G possible? I guess you could type like a C. That's like half a G. You know, it's just missing a little line in the squiggle. Hatch guess coming down, but it's a proxy hatchery. So Reynor, but this was something he did in RSL, right? I still haven't watched those games, so I apologize. You might have noticed I've casted a lot of StarCraft in the last week. I haven't had much downtime to catch up on things, but yeah, he's going to hatchery down the bottom side. This was very popular by a bunch of people lately, and everyone was telling me it's because of Rainor. Let's see what's up. Timair1, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Beautiful. Alright, so it's gonna see a Marine nibbling at the hatchery there for a few moments, put some damage in, put some work on. SCV nibbling too. Factory coming up, bunker on the way. Got ourselves settled for a few moments. Obviously, this hatchery finishes up. Now we have a bunker on the low ground. We first started to build a queen here initially. Second bunker completes. Sorry, second Marine completes and gets into that bunker. So we're going to have 2 Marines firing away at a time. Another Marine coming out. 6 Lings building. Ling speed on the way. And we do have this Queen. The Queen will spawn. So then the question will be, can we stop the Marines from stopping the creep tumor? Because ideally here, Reynor gets the Queen out. He gets a creep tumor down. Okay, Kyo doesn't even try to get the creep tumor here. I would imagine if he tried for the creep tumor, the Lings would have tried to deny the Marines. So Kyo doesn't even try for it. He will have creep in his natural. Reynor begins to expand back at home. Is still making Lings, so he's going to have quite a few Lings for Ling speed kicking in. Is he going to fight this? He is. One single SCV repairing is maybe not going to be enough. Reynor obviously has this calculated out as this being enough, and he is not wrong. He's going to take the bunker down. He'll have a couple more Lings spawning, and they will be able to fight these Marines, which run to the corner, but that's not going to be good enough with the Queen damage as well. The hatch will be saved, and Q will fail the breakout. So there is the second bunker on the high ground, but Reynor has the calculation of how many Lings to go with to make that a fine trade out, and to stop this hatchery dying. So this is going to be saved. And now we have ourselves a Cyclone on the way from Q, a little bit more of a thing that can really kind of stand up and play a little bit of mobile defense. And at the same time, we've got the Medivac producing. We are going to throw down a Fusion Core as well. Okay. Game's out the window. We've got no idea what's going to happen next. Anything is on the board right now, as we do have the Overlord taking a couple shots in from the Cyclone. Starport going to swap over to the tech lab. The factory is going to move for vision. Oh no, it's going to move to the reactor. I mean, I'm dumb. I'm like, vision? No, he just wants the reactor. I mean, Medivac can go across the map. A Cyclone and a Medivac can be a very annoying combination. So expecting that to be a little bit of a factor here, as we just have a couple drones coming through. The Medivac turning back around. Lings gathering up. Overlord settling. Hellions building. Medivac unloads the Cyclone, and we just have couple of moments of figuring out what is coming up next. And the Hellions will build. Command Center coming through. Just going to be seeing the Cyclone. Just get rid of the Queen over on this side. Reynor has a couple of drones here that are slowly mining these minerals, as Kira is obviously restricted down to one single base at the moment. He is building the Command Center on the high ground. I mean, to be fair, the Battlecruiser guarantees you the breakout, so you're going to be to the low ground soon. It's just, do you waste time with this BC breaking to the low ground, or do you actually go across the map and just teleport in over here and then trade over there instead? I actually don't know what your best kind of route is at this point, to be honest. It's going to be a good question, isn't it? I'm not sure what we really go for in that regard. Cyclone locking onto the Overlord, some damage being dealt. And again, the Queen going to be there. Medivac gets pushed away. Hellions will shoot away at the hatchery, which is going to take some good damage. Is going to start going down. Got a lot of Lings that just spawned out here, so there's a lot of Lings just in general, and they have creep to kind of help you get us around here, and Q is not watching the wraparound on the Hellions! How many times are we going to save this hatchery? It is still alive here on 17 hit points. I mean, we don't save it against the Battlecruiser, but my goodness, I mean, the Cyclone as well, also going to try and make the play to shut it down. Is it? Or is it not going to drop? DC just teleports across the map into the main base. There is a Spore Crawler and 2 Queens nearby. Now, that's not going to completely shut this down, but it's going to put at least some damage onto the BC. Oh, no creep between natural and main, so going to be a little bit of an issue there. Moving your units about as well. This Battlecruiser, sorry, does get rid of this Overlord. Just going to take that down also. And the Hellbats will get down here. Hatchery falls. Cyclone locks onto the Queen. Lings looking to just wrap around this. I mean, we're now wrapping around Hellbats here because we've got an armory up. Hellbats go down. The BC trying to make action on the other side. Reynor has 6 workers ahead, but remember that Kira is still not mining. And he still has to drop a bunch of scans to retake the low ground. Reynor's about to get a lair, and I guess we have to throw a Spire down straight away. Because it's multiple Battlecruisers at this point coming in, and you need a proper response to these. So we're going to have to throw the Spire down as the lair completes. A couple of Hellbats still gathering on the bottom side. BC will hit the hatchery. The Lings wanting to get in toward the Hellbats there, not quite able to. A couple drones going down also. Spire still building from Reynor, so we bring that up. 3 more drones on the way out. A couple of Queens coming through. BCs just teleport across the map, so we're going to go for the 3rd hatch, which, to be fair, it sounds weird, but like Reynor doesn't need a 3rd hatchery yet because of the fact that, yeah, Kyo doesn't have the natural location yet, so like maybe this is fine. I do think it's going to be a question of what you build next, though, because obviously there's a group of Hellbats. We're going to build the Roachroaring as well. I mean, just how much of what do you build? You need an answer to the BCs, and you need an answer to the Hellbats. So you're going to need Corruptors, and you're going to need Roaches. Unless you just build mutas, but I think because it's multiple BCs, you can't really get away with building mutas. The Overlord shows up, spreads creep, forces one of the battle cruisers to come back home because we haven't even got a Marine to try and deal with that, so we have to bring a BC back. Aliens gather, Zerglings joining up. Again, Corruptors and the Roach coming through. BCs will gather on that natural. Orbital is about to clear out. Get this Orbital down in a moment or two. Again, 7 Corruptors on the way. A couple of Roaches coming about. Make it 8 Corruptors overall. BCs will settle. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of Refineries will come down. The Hellions will return back as well with that medevac, so all of this joins up here. Again, the factory's still coming through. Missile turret as well. Command center in the Cyclone continues to build. 2 battle cruisers make their way out. Here going toward the upper left-hand side. Aliens on the right. Just going to move around there. The Zergling's going to sit tight as well. Now all these Corruptors are going to make their way right down to the bottom. So they're going to set up. I mean, they're out of position for the BCs, which are over to the left. As we regather ourselves, I suppose. I mean, the Roaches and the Queens out against the Hellions is fine. The Corruptors are going to go BC hunting. They're going to catch them on the left, I believe. He's just had an eye on them, so he's going to get over there. And those BCs will just have to teleport away to safety. They're going to Yamato first. Should be fine. Close, but still fine. Obviously, Yamatos mean that you do get -2 Corruptors before anything else happens, which is generally going to be a good thing. Anytime you can take that trade, you're going to take advantage of it. Battle cruisers and everything just coming back over the right as Zergling goes down as well. Orbital just going to float over to the 3rd base also here. Going to put that down into position. And a couple Corruptors, a few Roaches building through. That Roach speed is about to finish. The Hellions morph into Hellbats as well. At this stage, I mean, Reynor, again, maybe needs a good round of drones. He's making a lot of units right now. Well, I guess maybe you don't need a good round of drones if you're just going to all in. And he clearly thinks that he's got a good chance to all in here. And to be fair, the real damage dealers in this army are 3 siege tanks and the 2 BCs. Now, the Corruptors are going to deal with the BCs. They're going to get pushed back. They're not going to be able to linger overhead of the ground army because the Corruptors will chase them away. So then it comes down to the siege tanks. And we are going to have some Ravager Baals, and we can come in from 2 angles as well. And we have some Lings to flood forward with, so if we can just keep the Roaches and Ravagers alive long enough to get on top of at least one of these tanks, I think it's going to be trouble. A few Lings from that right side, they can actually get on the tank over there pretty quickly. Now, there's going to be 3 siege tanks total. Corrosive Baals will start to come down. There's that first BC dropping. Tanks dying. The last tank. SCVs are pulled into this. Corruptors are still after the BCs. It's not a lot left over. Just a handful of Ravagers. We do teleport that BC back. Going to go just across the map. But that is now teleported. So that's now guaranteed to die as the Queens. Do we have a transfuse? We did, but we didn't drop it in time. Reynor has more Roachling on the way, but more tanks will come out. I think Reynor is going to be unsuccessful on this. He's going to be unsuccessful at winning the game with that first wave. Now he is going to go for wave 2. What's interesting now is the Corruptors can kind of be a threat with the Caustic Spray. And what's really funny is there's like 1 Cyclone and 2 Vikings of anti-air. So the Corruptors can genuinely take attention away and kind of force units to move around as Reynor runs in. Man, the Hellbats are pretty tanky, and they've definitely been an annoyance here, kind of taken so long to get rid of. Corruptors get rid of the Vikings, and now they can focus on being annoying in the main. 2 more tanks out, though. I think it might be drone time for Reynor, to be honest. The factories are going to be Caustic sprayed. We're going to pull SCVs to try and repair this. The 1 Cyclone is going to show up to try and be the defense. 2 more Vikings again. Corrosive Baals should be able to get a double kill on the tanks. Gets a bunch of the tanks right away here. Again, it's going to be just Hellbats left soon. If it's just Hellbats, how much can we do with that? So far, apparently, enough is the answer to that question. 5 more Roaches still building. We morph another couple of Ravagers in. That Hellbat gets a little bit ahead of itself. Can Reynor get rid of that siege tank pressing through? No, he cannot. Corrosive Baals do not hit anything there. 2 more tanks showing up once again. Ravagers finished, but they're going to have to pull back. The Cyclone now getting the Ravager and guaranteeing that kill via the lock-on. Means the Ravager just can't get out of there. And okay, Reynor has started to drone. To be fair, yes, he doesn't break through here. Okay, he doesn't have upgrades, but I do think he's traded out enough of the tanks and everything that he probably doesn't feel terrible about this. I mean, resources lost is good, though, for Kyo. And of course, Reynor, a lot of his resource loss will be corruptors that would have been dead weight anyway. I mean, Cure holds. This game is a survival for Cure at the moment, and it does just go on, and we get to figure out what the next stage of this is. My issue is that Cure is playing very baseline mech, right? This is not battle mech. It doesn't have mobility. It doesn't have all the cool fancy tools that a lot of the mech styles over the past few years have needed to be somewhat viable at any sort of level. None of that is really apparent in this current situation. It is just Hellbats and tanks with upgrades. Reynor's going to opt to go Swarm Host, which might be a cool way to do this off of what is a low economy for him. There is a 4th hatchery down. It is very Hellbat heavy, but actually when I look at it now, there's only 5 Hellions in the game, so maybe there's not enough Hellbats to actually deal with what is going to be a big round of Swarm Hosts initially. 5 factories available, but only 3 of them currently producing. I guess the others are getting add-ons ready before they commit in to anything else being built. Let's move back around a little bit. Again, the 2 Roaches and the missile upgrade all coming by. The Siege Tanks, the Infilliper Igniter coming online as well, so we just get ourselves that blue flame. That will be huge against the Locust, but they're not ready yet. So again, another chance for the Swarmers to actually really succeed on their first wave or 2 and to really get damage done. Where will Reynor go with the Locusts? Does he want to hit the natural and maybe try and hit that kind of like, you know, economy damage? Does he want to just trade with the army? Honestly, I think the army might be a good choice. I think you could kill a lot of tanks here. Locusts are going to pop up. Vikings will get some damage done initially. Missile turrets will slow it down a little bit as well, but we start to drop some of the Locusts down. 1 tank dead. 2nd tank, 3rd tank dead as well. Oh, yeah, we do get 1 more tank at the top. That was not a bad first wave. We're reducing that tank count down. Now, I mean, like I say, it's not going to get easier for Reynor because we have Blue Flame coming up. So we're going to have a bit of a better answer to the Locusts at least that can sit on top of tanks and play defense. But that was a good first wave of Locusts. A lot of the time, Locusts, they do not get to trade with army. So when you do get to trade with army, that's very good. Ravagers are morphing in. Reynor is maxed out. 133 supply. Obviously, can only really trade when he's got the Locusts. The Locusts need to be the buffer to allow everything else to engage through here. I just don't think there's still enough Hellbats, even if his Blue Flame completes in a moment, to really... Okay, there's a lot of Hellbats there. Let's see what the Locust split is like. He's already splitting them across into different targets, so they're going to drop onto different things. The Ravagers coming through. The Hellbats are actually on the Ravagers. It's a messy fight for Reynor, but he is going to still have the Locust going in the background. He will trade away with some of the Hellbats here as he pulls back as well. Still think that was okay for Reynor. I think he's once again just being able to clean out enough that's going to make it difficult for Cure to stay in this. I mean, a bunch of Siege Tanks on the way up once more. Resources lost is now 15.2 to 11.8k, so about a 3.5k difference. We'll keep that in mind as we'll try and corrosive bar down that Liberator. Costs us a Ravager, but we get rid of it. Locusts are going to be ready again soon. These Hellbats need to be a bit more kind of proactive about where they defend, because I do think they kind of ran at the Ravagers that last time, and maybe would have been better if they were nearer to the Siege Tanks. There's a tank on the left that's going to be an easy target as we are going to drop the Locusts down. The Hellbats, yeah, they're just not clearing up the Locusts quickly enough. So many Siege Tanks going down, and now if you try and run through this position, the Roach Ravager is just going to kind of kite you back and just deal so much in the process. Actually going to get Corrosive Vials in here as well. Reynor will trade some Ravagers, though, for those Corrosive Vials. But the supplies are trending in Reynor's favor as he looks to close this series out at a 3-1 advantage and move on through to the top 6 in the final day of the 2025 championship here. Swarm goes down to a Cyclone lock-on, funnily enough. We actually do build a couple more Cyclones right now from Cure. He's trying to get a bit more of a mobile army up against this. Locusts fly up into the skies. And there's only 1 tank siege this time around, so this does not bode well, because then the Ravagers are going to dominate. The Lings are coming through. The Locusts drop down. We'll just kill what they can. Orbitals are going to start falling. Corrosive Vials are claim 2 orbitals. And Cure having to evacuate from that position is not pretty. There is a base to the left side that's just started to mine with a few mules. No SCVs there even, so we can maybe move our attention over there as the Ling Ravager comes back to the front. SCVs are going to save that orbital, by the way, so that will be protected. Ravagers, the Roaches continue to come through. Just having the, again, Bane Speed coming up, that +2 missiles coming in, the Hive on the way through as well. Locust up in the skies, just going to come forward again. It's just wave after wave. I mean, honestly, right now, it's more Hellbats than anything else. We are going to get right into the tanks in the backline, actually. That is not bad. It's still a little messy for Reynor, but if he has enough to just keep on fighting here, Corrosive Vials are slowly getting rid of the tanks. And Reynor actually lost a lot of his Ravagers in this wave. Needs to be careful. You can't lose everything every single time, because then it does become an issue, perhaps. I kind of like the Bane Speed, because what the Bane Speed is going to let you do is the Bane Speed is actually going to allow you to obviously roll Banelings at the Hellbats a bit more, and you knock those down, and everything else maybe has a better time. Reynor really does not quite run this out just yet. Like I say, those Ravagers have gone down, and that is, in a big way, an issue. Roach is stepping through. Hellions and Cyclones continue to get chased away. Hellbat's being hunted for the moment. One Hellbat going down. The second Hellbat will follow. And now we have another round of Roach Ravager. The Locust back ready. Okay, we're going to move 18 Ravagers. So it's expensive, but again, he should overall be making enough progress. Kira is essentially a 4-base player at the moment, so you do kind of want to knock that away. Reynor's still only a 65 drone Zerg. This third is actually very mined out. Because he's been spamming mules on it, I guess. It's more mined out than the natural. Oh, that's kind of funny. He's had a lot of orbitals, I guess. Saving those orbitals before was kind of nice. We are going to see the Locust looking for that chance to get through. When they land down here, the Ravager's just going to try and fight with this. As we do see, the Siege Tank alone is going to go down. The Hellbats are getting overrun a little bit this time. A few Roaches in the front are making a big difference. SCVs are falling as they try to be the defense. Kua trying to make a final stand in the lower bracket, but 67 supply remaining. The 4th base in trouble now, as a few Roaches have leapt over there to deny the mining on that position. And Reynor is walking into a natural with no Siege Tank defense remaining. And I think Kua is going to have to type out the G's to tap this one away. Reynor 3, Kua 1. And we round out this lower bracket matchup. Reynor will survive through to the top 6 of the competition. He will play the loser of Classic/Solo/Hero that will be played later today. But the Reynor matchup will happen tomorrow. So more Reynor tomorrow. He makes it to the Sunday set of games. As we are going to be making our way to the Korean server. Because up next, Solo versus Hero. The winner plays versus Classic. And the loser of it plays against Clem. That's what we have coming up. Tim Air 1, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. I also have over on the YouTube, I got my... Why can't I see it? Your name's not showing up properly because I don't have enough space on my screen. But Johnny, I believe it is. Thank you so much for the super chat. Coming in says, is there any space on the tree on the bottom in the back? Bro, for the $20 super chat, that will go towards the players as all donations will. We have space for you on the donation star. So let me get you on the donation star. And we're also going to get Solo versus Hero on the way here in a couple of moments. Hang on a sec. Johnny Utah. There we go. Boom. Welcome to the donation star. Because the donation star is the best kind of star. There you are in the corner. Bam! Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Again, that's going to the players. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. As I am... I've just lost sound. That's not good. Headset. Behave. Stay in a straight line. Cool. Alright, yeah. Here is so I have to invite them to party because they're in different chat channels. Guys, we'll run ads so you guys can support the channel while we get videos done. Who had the better seat here, Hero or Solo? Doesn't matter too much, but may as well stay official Hero. Perfect. Hero Solo coming up, guys. Let's have a look at where the bracket sits after Reynor and Kua wrapped up just then. So, upper bracket. Shin sits in the upper bracket final. He will have an opponent by the end of today to figure out who he will play for a slot in the grand final. It will be an all-Korean upper bracket from here on out as it's Solo versus Hero. The loser of that drops down to play versus Clem. If you win that, you play against Classic, and the loser of that drops down to play against Rainor. That's where the bracket is at, and that's our next 3 matchups, guys. We are going to go Solo Hero, winner versus Classic, loser versus Clem. We will then determine the matches on the lower bracket tomorrow, and their order later. I'm not sure if we're starting in the top or the bottom, basically. We're going to start one way or the other. It's likely we start down here because that's always a Korean player down here. So we probably start down here with the Reynor match, then this match, then this match. Upper bracket, lower bracket, grand final tomorrow. But that's not official just yet. That's not official just yet, as we do get some vetoes coming through. Mothership, the first veto down from Hero, as we take a couple of moments to set this up. I will... BRB, just 1 minute, guys. We'll throw a break screen on. I'll come right back, and we'll go Hero versus Solar up next, with more great games still coming. Thank you so much for watching. If you're on the YouTube, hit the like and subscribe as well. Gotta keep saying it. Loads of people watching the YouTube today, so hit that button if you can. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Solar and Hero, two players who have had a lot of history in recent time. They've been playing a lot of matches against each other, standing up. I mean, they've both been playing great, which means that obviously, you know, they meet each other in the finals and stuff a lot. And then, on top of that, you just have the fact that, yeah, I mean, they come out of EWC, Solar beats Hero for the first time in forever at EWC, and it just becomes a matchup suddenly, which you can actually win as Solar, it feels like, after Hero dominated it for so long. And then Solar's been so good lately across all matchups as well. Alright, gonna get the players ready in just a second, guys. Solar and Hero lining up for us right now, as we just get invites out, players invited, casters invited. Be in-game in just a few moments. Hey, what's up, Mind James? 100 bits. Thanks for casting the video game. Thank you so much for 100 bits. You being goof earlier. Don't listen to you. I don't know what you said. So, take that. I don't even care what you said. Ha ha ha. Stop lurking for a bit and hit the like button on the YouTube. Absolutely. I mean, we have so much viewership today, guys. We should absolutely see the likes through the roof. If the likes are the same as always, I'll be disappointed. I have no idea what they're at, but I guess we could go check quickly. The likes on today's stream are currently at 137. Okay, that's pretty good, but let's keep it going. We've got a lot of people watching. There's no reason it can't go higher. Okay? No reason it can't go higher. Keep the subs coming in as well. The sub count's been going well on YouTube lately, so we'll keep that going. Go, says Solar. Waiting for Hero to give us a go as well. Lots of emote spam coming down. Players excited. Casters excited. Hero ready. Solar, Hero, best of 5 starts right here as we go into our final 3 best of 5s today. Solar versus Hero, the winner versus Classic, and the loser versus Clem. Some great games still coming up. Thank you for the viewership, guys. Again, we peaked over 2,000 viewers just then. We had over 700 on YouTube, so we had like 2.7k just for our channel. Is obviously pretty darn nuts, so we appreciate you big time. Thank you so much, and let's get right back to it in just a couple of moments. In the top left, our blue Protoss to kick us off in this upper bracket matchup. It is going to be Hero. He has had a 3-1 win against Spirit so far in the bracket stage of this event, while his opponent is Solar in the bottom right-hand side, our red Zerg. He had a 3-0 over Cure, and that's the only playoff match that these two have played because they both came from the seeding matches. They got second and third place in their groups respectively, and then they both won that first round of the upper bracket, and this is where they have to play more to potentially become a WardiTV 2025 champ. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you guys are enjoying the streams, again, I'll just say at the start of the game, just in case we put it on YouTube later and stuff as well, but again, hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's always appreciated. If you're enjoying the content, do consider supporting further with the subs and the primes and everything as well. Coming about. It's going to be seeing the drone nibbling at that probe. It's going to see the extractor coming down, getting into position there as well. So take a few moments to settle ourselves here on this one. You know what? I do just want to take a moment to say as well, just because I'm kind of busy when we actually come out of games and stuff. So I just want to say now, just while PvZ sets up and not much crazy is happening. But we're at 1,220 subs or something. Like, it's just really a freaking crazy number. Like, we didn't break 1,000 subs since last December, so the fact that we haven't just broken 1,000 subs, we've gone so far beyond it, is actually ridiculous. So thank you so much, everyone who's been supporting. I know there's been a lot of primes, regular subs coming through. The gifteds have been high. Just want to say thank you, everyone, for, again, continued support. Appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming up, Hatch on the way. A couple Lings will build. Stargate coming up on the side of Hero. And just get that up and rolling for a few moments. So get that into action. And do you have this Adept just going to move around for a little bit as well. So, yeah, getting into position. Seeing what we can do for a couple of moments. And put some pressure on. And we're just going to be seeing a couple Lings. The Adept moving around for a little bit as well. Let's see what else is taking place here. And yeah, the couple of Adepts is going to keep moving around. Just going to send a couple of shades forward. Oracle's still coming around. Oracle and the Warp Gate coming about. Link speed going to finish. Let's get up to the main. Just going to play defense. Good defense from Solar early. I do think throughout this series, the early game defense is going to be super important. Defending against these Adepts, defending against these Oracles. If you can stay on top of that, Hero's one of the best in the world at getting that damage done. If you can defend against that, you're going to keep yourself in very playable positions, if nothing else. Oracle will activate. Couple Lings will fall. And you see another Oracle coming through. So we are going to get a couple of those Oracles out already. Get those set up. As do you have the Adepts making their way over. Stepping over to this side, so coming around for a little bit as we have the couple of nibbles continuing through. Damage being done. Adept's going to try and get through toward the Queen. A couple of the drones can end up taking some damage as well. The Ling's looking for the wraparound on those Adepts once more. Not going to find too much just yet. Adepts end up shading away, and the Queens will get down here. Just going to have those Adepts going to get picked off, taken down for the moment. And yeah, Oracle on the way, drones on the way. Just see the Nexus, the Twilight Council, the Forge, all building by. So only 2 drones, and we lost 3 of the Adepts. We did lose quite a few Lings, but the Lings are kind of there to play against the Adepts, so I wouldn't say that's super terrible. We check in over here, but there is an Oracle there, so with the Oracle nearby, the defense is going to be available, and we're not going to be able to get too much done right at the start of that one. You see those queens still just shooting, and the oracles will get pushed back. But we get a couple more drones against them. Now up to 6 workers total at 5 minutes in this game. That's definitely not bad for Hero. Solar has been a big fan of the mid-game pushes, the aggression that tries to kind of shut things down sooner rather than later in these matches. Do you have the queens there just going to push that oracle a little bit further out so it gets chased away for the moment. We do have the lings taking some more damage. Oracle still setting up, +1 and blink both building into play. Again, they're about halfway done. Roach Run going to complete in a moment. Evolution Chamber starting. And 7 more drones building on the side of Solar. An Overlord coming up as well. Evo Chamber coming through. Extractors coming by. Those oracles are just going to settle down on the bottom side of the map. Hatcher on the far right. 4th base coming up as well. Queen is going to be there to just go after the oracle. Spore Crawler there as well. And again, just get a couple of assimilators coming through. Once again, Gateway, Probes, Blink on the +1. All building by. That's actually going to get jumped on here by a few Zerglings. The Queen's as well going to be there to pick this off, and a few drones just getting taken down already. The Spore Crawler going to activate, and the Oracle's taking a bunch of damage. 5 workers going down, the Queen's stepping up. That Oracle once more gets chased away already, so Solar gets pushed over to the top side of the map. So in the end, we've killed, what, like 11 workers? So it is good damage at the end of the day. Can't really deny that. Damage has added up as the Infestation Pit about halfway done. A few Hydras still coming through. The Oracles will sit overhead. +1 missiles. Groove Spines on the way up as well. We do have our Blink and the +1 also just building for the moment. So that comes online. Again, the Hydras coming into play. The Infestation Pit coming up. Let's see, the Zergling's going to get a little wrap around there on the battery already. It's just going to be taking that away straight off the bat. Going to be seeing the Lings looking to run in after those Stalkers. Hydras and the Queens going to be there too, and just having the Stalkers pushed away up that right side. Keeping that back for the moment again. Charge, armor upgrade, Stalkers production continuing. He doesn't see Hero go armor rather than a +2 attack. Right now, Solar going to have a dangerous moment where he just needs to try and protect this hatchery. A few Lings getting in front. He's got the Lings around the back to set up the Stasis Ward. Not too many caught there. We actually kill an Oracle. And the Stalkers are taking some serious damage. Second Oracle nearly goes down too, as the Hydrogen Queen tried to step on forward. Solar building the Lurker Den and the Hive while defending here. Obviously, he has a little bit of creep spread in front of this hatchery that's helping him to make this a bit of a better defense. That Lurker Den still coming through. Hive still about halfway done. +1 missiles about to complete. And again, it's the Zerglings that are just going to stream forward onto those Stalkers for now. This Hydra's going to end up in trouble again. The Ling's going to jump forward once more. It's kind of getting eaten up by those Stalkers. The Hydra's trying to hold tight, but I just don't think there's enough numbers. The Stalker count looking a bit too good, perhaps. Solar maybe just losing a bit too much on the way. If you could get to the Lurkers, then obviously maybe there's a way, but I just don't think that's happening right now. As you can see, these Stalkers continue to push through. These Hydras continue to fall. Solar says GG, and Hero will take game 1 of this best of 5. So Hero takes the opening game as he knocks Solar down with the Stalkers, just to start us off and heading to a Tourmaline for map 2 in this series. Yeah, Solar just getting kind of the legs kicked out from underneath him there, just not able to quite stabilize the way he needed to. And like I said, game 2 coming up in a sec. Backup players around and get going. Tourmaline map 2, guys. Get this straight underway. Just wondering if I need to run ads or not. 15 minutes, Solar Hero. We do have 2 snoozes. I'm going to go no ads, then we'll go ads after this game. I think it's going to be okay. I think it's going to be okay. 30-minute game comes in. Don't blame me. Alright. Players are ready immediately, so we can go straight into game 2. I get the feeling these guys are going to be ready to play straight away. They don't mess around. The more games they can fit in, the better. And I imagine that's going to be their plan in this series, to get through as best as they can as we kick into this next map here in just a couple moments. And ready to kick this off. It is going to be Tourmaline for this map 2. Let's load into Solar Hero. Second game. In just a second, currently on the loading screen. And we are going to have, in the top right-hand corner to begin with, we will have the blue Protoss player who does take the 1-0 lead. This will be Hero. And in the bottom left, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. Game 2. Pick this off. Get underway. Why is India always at the bottom of the screen? Unbelievable. Alright, game 2. Get this going. See what happens. See what our plan is between the two of them. See the probe settling for a couple moments here. Just going to be seeing the drone coming across to try and put some pressure down. Not really too much of anything going on just yet, though, so just hanging around. A couple drones to hatch the pool, all coming online. You have the Nexus coming up on the side of Hero as well, so Nexus into the Cybercore. First few moments of building, looking cozy for the moment. Yeah, drone's just going to keep nibbling at that probe. It's going to get chased away. Again, a couple queens and the Zerglings all coming about. The Overlord is coming online as well, so bring a lot of that through as we just have ourselves the drone chasing the probe out of here. So it's going to get pushed out the front. That's going to be getting out just for the moment. Our Zergling speed is building through. And get that on the way as well. A couple queens going to be in addition to that. Again, link speed coming about, the queen's on the way. Just going to see the Stargate halfway done, the warp gate building. Just have a couple of those lings going to nibble away at the rocks here. So again, just picking through this. Overlord overhead. And Stalker, warp gate, Stargate. First few moments are peaceful, as PvZ so often is, but it will get a bit busier soon, and the Stalker is, instead of a second Adepts, there's not going to be that much kind of pressure on the map in terms of Adepts moving around trying to find workers, so I mean that does keep it peaceful in our minds a little bit as well, I suppose. Let's just see the rest of that continue to come through. Step shades up, couple lings going to get jumped on, going to lose one Zergling straight away. And the Adept just going to get chased. Again, that Adept turns around, picks off the Ling, and the Queen coming over too. Good spore build. That's going to keep that drone alive. As guys, sorry, I got BRB. 30 seconds. Apologies, as we get back to... It's like an oracle just poking, but not much happening. Sorry guys, door, Ellie barking. Trying to get us back on track. There's a couple of Debs going to move about. Oracle's moving around, Twilight Council on the Forge. Coming around for the moment, just going to have the Nexus coming by, and Twilight Council coming about for a few moments here. Depths will try and cause some trouble. We do cancel the fourth base, which is nice. Nice quick cancel on the fourth. This is going to just slow it down a little bit. Twilight Council on the way. 2 more gateways, so what, we're going to be 4 gates. There's a forge. Probably just blink. I'd have some stalkers just now as well, right? So, let's see what hero does. Blink, or are we going to maybe go charge? Would be nicer against that melee upgrade. We do see Bane Nest on the way right now from Solo, though, so he will have some splash against Zealots if we do build a charge in the initial stages. We'll catch these Adepts, pulse around for 3 out of 3. At least stops here from kind of lingering out the front for the moment. We end up taking the 4th base to the left-hand side from Solo instead, so instead of the central base, going to go to the left. I think that's terrible for Zerg. I mean, the other base is kind of far forward anyway. I guess maybe your creep connects more nicely to that forward base initially, but we're going to have the creeps spread there soon anyway, so... Alley upgrade going to finish shortly. The Hydra Den is still building up. Just going to see the hatchery coming through as well. The few extra drones and the Zerglings building. The Overseer is about to complete. That Oracle's in position. Just going to keep the rest of this Sonya Solar away for the moment. I mean, kind of Lings justify running across against the Oracles. The Oracles aren't going to pull back to deal with them, so I guess that's part of our answer. Solar going to go missiles after the melee. And it makes you feel as though this is going to be a pretty kind of aggressive Ling Hydra combo. They're both going to have an early upgrade. They're both going to put out, Lings and Hydras alike are going to put out good damage output here. So I've got to think that that's probably going to be a pretty substantial factor in these next few moments. Again, that blink coming through, +1 attack coming in. Robo Bay and the facility both coming up. And +2 attack will start. We will get rid of the Lings. Still more units from the bottom side from Solar. Just going to move back over. That Overseer coming over as well. We just see the Infestation Pit coming up from Solar. The Oracles are going to set up in the center. And we do have ourselves the Hydras. In good numbers now. The Stalkers pushing the front. This 5th hatchery is going to go down immediately. I don't think we've got units here nearby enough to defend. Potential surround. Oracles will see the Lings there, so we're gonna blink the low ground. There's a couple Hydras. Hero thinks twice about it. Solar is just trying to get set up into the Infestation Pit, by the way, so just trying to get that on the way immediately. Get that Infestation Pit on the roll and try and tech further up in this game. Let's stay Sword Catchers, just a couple Lings. The Oracles are going to try and cancel this hatchery. There's a couple Hydras nearby. You should be able to fight them off, honestly. Wow, we don't even get the kill, man. 1 hit from death and the Oracle just gets out of there. They killed it at the perfect time. That hatchery does go down, so unfortunately for Solar, just again, troubles getting this forward base up. Now at this time it's his 5th hatchery, so it's less impactful than when it was his 4th hatchery, right? We do have a lot of the units moving about, the Stalkers. Getting rid of a Ling or 2 as well. Charge halfway done. The Colossus range coming up, so we are going to play Colossus against this, but that's why the Lurkers come into play. We saw in the early games with MaxPax, the Colossus can be amazing against the Ling Hydra phase of this, but Lurkers should make it a lot more difficult. Now, Shin had issues getting towards the Lurkers in time. That's where his big issue kind of came about from. In this case, we'll see if Solar can get to Lurkers a bit more comfortably before that becomes a huge factor. So, figure that out next couple moments as we do see the Ling Hydra still collecting together in the center. The few Stalkers will blink in after the Zerglings are running over to that right-hand side. Hydra comes through, just going to be seeing a couple Colossus still stepping up. Queen having to step away for a couple moments there as well. We go back and forth. Take a few moments to set this off. The Vipers, Hydras, Banes all on the way by. Lurker Den is coming up to finish very shortly. Like I say, the Lurkers are just not ready yet. We've got Vipers on the way though. Actually having the Hive a little bit sooner is nice, because if you can just abduct in the Colossus, that would be huge as well. Solo will look to counterattack on the 4th, but Stag defense already in position. I mean, if we lose this... Oh, we actually get into the main base. No wall-off from Hero. The Vipers are going to be gathering energy right now as well. We're getting closer and closer to a defense against this, potentially. It's at least going to be something we can talk about instead of just being an impossibility soon. So, Boss is still stepping up. There's the Vipers showing up as well. They do begin to yoink at the same time that run-by comes in. 2 of the Colossus down. Now there's way less splash damage available. The Banes just roll into whatever they can find. Honestly, the Stalker's not a bad target. And now Solar is going to start swarming forward. We will save the Colossus in the Prism. A lot of the Stalkers going down as well, though. With the 9 probes that the Lings killed, Hero ends up on a big set of losses there. He will start a warp in additional High Templar. He does not have Storm yet, but I gotta imagine Storm's got to be added on soon. Why would you not add Storm on at this point if you're already going to be building High Templar? Yeah, we are going to build Storm. Okay, Hero's not going to make me lose my mind. It's good information. We do have our, again, armor upgrade coming about. Again, +2 missiles, adrenal glands all coming in. 6 lurkers morphing. Remember, that's the big thing, is that Solo is trying to survive to lurkers, and now he is going to survive to lurkers. He's going to give himself a much better shot at this. And do you see the few Hydras peeling away? A few of them moving back down to that bottom side. Pulling Hydra over to the far right as well. We do see our Prism unloading a few Zealots. Going to get in after the Spine Crawler. Spore Crawler firing a few shots off as well. So they're going to get some more damage done. Well, we'll get rid of the Spine Crawler. The Vipers get rid of the... well, the Vipers are there to help get rid of the Prism. I don't know if we actually abducted with them or not. Hero's supply is rising, and I wonder if Solo's worried about that, or if it's just a case of it doesn't really matter if he's worried or not. Like, he just has to wait, you know, for his lurkers to be in good numbers, and then he can maybe make something happen. Only 5 workers lost across this harassment does feel pretty good. I'd say that's probably a pretty big win. Doesn't feel like a lot of damage taken, but it does feel like a good shutdown to your opponent. Things running through again. The lurkers are going to come up. Going to get a couple of stalkers getting caught. Lurkers will burrow. I mean, first storms are good. And remember, storms do a lot against lurkers now because they last for that much longer. Lurkers will have to unburrow and pull back. The Vipers have to be way more careful now because the High Templars are available, so feedbacks are way more of a factor than what they were previously. So now you've got feedbacks to think on there, and that's something you got to do or think on if you want to protect these Vipers, because a feedback or two will ruin their day. Just going to be seeing storms still coming down the lurkers. They're staying pretty well spread, but some of these storms are getting kills. So it is substantial. We are killing some of the High Templar, though, as they try to get into reach. Ling's Hydra is actually going to hit the right side base, man. The probe count is going down for Hero. He is losing so many so quickly. He is not having a good time there in the slightest. The Colossus come through as well. Just going to try and push into this position. Can we break through this main army of Solar? I mean, yeah, we can. A couple of the Archons very low. If we could just finish those off, that would be amazing. There's still 1 or 2 lurkers nearby. Hero has lost the right side nexus, but he will go for one big attack to try and potentially end this game. There's 1 lurker that got left behind back on the other side, so we may have to pull back to deal with this. We need a revelation on it, and it will go down. But even just time is, time is still his friend because he's done so much damage. At this stage, all he has to do is get enough stuff up to provide a defense here, and he should be rolling into a 1-1 scoreline, and we should get tied up in this best of 5. Hydra's lurkers gathering up. It's going to be seeing the 7 extra lurkers coming through. The Hydra's producing. Spine Crawl and a few drones on the way, adding on a bunch of additional Zerglings as well. So a lot of that coming in at the moment. Hydra's get in after both of the Oracles, so they are going to both fall in quick succession. Extra Immortals coming through. The Zealots are still building out. You open a couple more High Templars. Another Zealot or 2. The Lurkers burrow up. Just again going to chase this away. Push this back already. We actually catch a Colossus on the right side. Again, Solo just being very proactive about moving around and just forcing the splash damage to be out of position from his opponent, getting good fights. The Lurker Siege here, I don't think it's going to get broken down. Before there was a ton of storms to slowly pick through this. Now there's not. The Viper is looking for Abduct on the Immortals. Back-to-back Immortal yoinks. And we do kill both of those. We capitalize on both yoinks right there, and that is going to be now the Mothership showing up. We pop the cloaking. There's going to be an Overseer. We drop a Time Warp down, but Hero does not have enough. Solar survives, and Solar then puts the pain back onto Hero and is able to take a second game, tying us up 1-1 in this series. So we're all tied up, and we're going to have ourselves another game coming through in just a couple moments with a Game 3, everything tied. Big matchup, win this, and you guaranteed top 3. We talked about this on the same matchup earlier, basically, but win and you're guaranteed top 3, whereas if you lose, you are top 6 only, and then your next opponent's Clem in the lower bracket is obviously not going to be ideal. So is it possible to show the gas or mineral income on the overlay? No. Oh, my overlay doesn't do it. I don't have access to the super cool overlay that does, sadly. So we're just stuck with arrows. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 casters. 10 casters is pretty much what we're looking for. I think we're good. Players ready. Double check. We are good here. Get the go-go from Hero, and we can kick off into game 3 of this series. 1-1. Hero and Solar. Classic in the next round of the winner bracket for whoever wins. Clem in the lower bracket for whoever loses. Let's kick this off. Let's get this started. We are going to have in the top right-hand side the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Hero. In the bottom left, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. Game 1 of the series. Get this off and running. Let's see what happens here on Old Republic. Sorry, game 3 of the series, not game 1. Just haven't set the score. My brain is elsewhere for a second, just trying to refresh something. My apologies. Cool. So 1-1 tied up, game 3, and we figure out who will be able to break this tie. Indy, why are you always at the bottom of the list? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alright, drones moving about. We'll settle ourselves in here. Just going to be seeing the hatch, gas, and pool all coming up. And take a moment. Early game PvZ, chill out a little bit. Feeling whatever series comes up next is going to be crazy. Hero Classics and PvP will be wild. Solar Classic should be very good as well. Solar really has stepped up to be able to fight against a lot of these players who struggled with in the earlier part of this year. And a couple queens coming about, just get set up. And the Stargate and the Nexus both coming into play. The probe just patrols at the front for a moment or two. Missile chase. Probe again hunted down. Just gonna get that pylon into position for a couple of moments, and we do have the ling speed coming up as well at the moment. Just getting that straight underway. Adepts will gather. Just going to shade through. The Void Ray is on the way up. Adding on that Warp Gate as well. Bringing that straight into play. Some of the Adepts going to shade to the high ground. We'll get an extra queen. There's a little bit of a gap with no pierce thread. Not a big deal for the queens. The drones pull toward that for a second or so. Definitely concerned about the fact that these Adepts are looking to get pretty unchecked if the Lings have gone down. Ling speed finishing soon, but that Adept might regenerate by then, so I don't think we kill it. That should be Adept getting away. Such a frustration for the Zerg. You're never going to love to see that, but alas, that is the situation, and at this point you can't really do much else about it, so it's just done. Oracle and the Warp Gate still coming through. The Adept building, a couple of probes in the Nexus coming up as well. You see the Void Ray going to activate, going to go after the Overlord. Adept's still going to get up to the top, just going to shade around a little bit. Just going to have our queens on the way through there as well. Ling's going to wrap around for a pylon. That's going to be a kill. And the Adepts try to get in after the rest of those Lings, but will not be able to. Void Ray activating onto the Overlord. The other couple queens showing up. about able to keep things away. Creep's still spreading forward. This is a map where I definitely think if Solo's going to have a success story, it's probably going to be off the back of the Lurkers. Just because this is the map where I look at this and you can kind of just see that this is the... You know, this is where you're kind of meant to see the... you know, the aggression into the high ground 3 bases is not going to be easily done, so you probably more so need the Lurkers moving around and so on to probably help you out. Avoiding the Adepts moving through, +1 attack and the Glaives coming about as well. Protron finishing shortly. Again, the flare coming up. Overlord speed is going to be done very soon. The Oracle will just activate and we get rid of a couple more creep tumors right off the bat. Oracle comes back around the left-hand side. Again, Overlord speed finishing, which gives you the chance to be aggressive here as Solar. Now, it's a Glaive build from Hero, but it's Glaives against someone who's already building a bunch of Roaches. So I would say this looks pretty good for you, really, as Solar right now. The build order advantage for one seems to be on the Zerg side of things. I mean, if you're going to all in into Glaives with Roaches, I mean, I find it hard not to... I just find it hard not to love that. Like, right? What am I missing? Where's the bad part of this? You know, where is the downside? You know, where is the negative? Maybe this isn't one. We're going to catch a few of these Adepts early as well. Any Adepts we kill right now are typically good, although not enough Lings to justify that, apparently. Solo doesn't like it, so he moves off of it at least. Void Ray. Well, the Void Ray is annoying, but that's what the Drop Lords are for, because then you can bring the Queens into reach of the Void Ray, and the Queens can be a defense. Now you know what's up. Spire behind this from Solar, as Hero now starts up his Glaives. His Blink, now that Glaives is done. The Lings will not be super effective because of the Glaives. I mean, it's weird, right? Because, like, the Roaches should be very good against the Adepts, but there's a lot of Adepts as well. Solar's also not completely all in because he's turning it into drones and Aspire behind this. Very, very weird game. And at this point, I think Hero is obviously going to be stuck on a lot of Adepts that are just not going to get used right now. And if he wants to use them, he's probably going to have to take them across the map. He doesn't know what's up, so he's going to shade backward and walk forward, trying to figure out, is there an attack coming? At this point, he probably feels like no, even though he saw all the signs of an attack. He warps in 7 more Adepts. Wow. If he catches Solar off guard right here, because Solar just wasn't aware of just the fact he was still building Adepts, that'd be crazy. Let's see what we can do. Obviously, splitting these Adepts off is going to be a big part of this. The mobility that they have will be a factor. We need the Roaches to be as joined up as they can be to try and provide a consolidated defense so they don't just start dying super quick. Queens will drop transfusions on each other. We do start to get through the first few Adepts quickly, but then the shade toward the main is going to be annoying. We're still going to commit to making Mutas here as Solar because Adepts don't fight Mutas off, right? Adepts will die to Mutas, so it's not a bad choice to go into that. Still some Roaches getting bullied for the moment. The Mutas will be done soon. Solar going to try and preserve as many drones as he can as he runs them out of here. Adept shade to the low ground. This is where we actually will see some drones going down, but the Mutas are about to pop. And at the end of the day, if this is true, I mean, even if we kill like 10 more workers from now, I actually don't know if I like this enough from Hero. The Mutas are now going to be here. There's going to be a few Stalkers showing up with Blink, but he's just pure gateway units. And these Adepts going down, we're going to be able to... We could target down an Oracle, get rid of at least one of those Stasis Wards. One Oracle down as well. Ling Roach now just produces through very comfortably, sees the pylons. Now Solar knows exactly how aggressive his opponent's being. Okay, the Mutas probably don't help you too much overall in this. Hero has so much money. He just need to not just give themselves up for free, which is currently happening. It's a lot of Lings on the way. Very good economy, most importantly as well, I think, from Solar. It means that he just have to focus on unit production from here. It's not complicated. Build units, trade well enough against these Stalkers, and you're going to be okay. Stasis Ward catching a few of the Lings. The Roach is getting close enough to fight those Stalkers as well. They have that Roach speed, and they have that +1 missiles on the way too. Zealots showing up, but they don't have charge. Forcing warp-ins across the map when your opponent is basically committing to a gateway-based all-in right now is going to be a benefit of these Mutas. So forcing those Stalkers in the wrong place. Going to get a few probes here. Looks like we're going to just keep the Mutas moving. Loses one of them, but hey, overall the idea is definitely there. As the Ling Roach comes up, the Stalkers get chased. Still pushing those Stalkers back the other way. Turns back around the left-hand side. Charge still producing through as well. The Roaches get in after the couple of Zealots, picking those both off. Just going to pull back a bit further. +1 missile upgrade coming through. The Roaches and the Lings still coming about. Overseer on the way. couple more probes beginning to drop down. The Stalkers get over there. The Mutas get shot at. I mean, the Cannons are going to provide a defense at this point as well, but Solar is looking good. 94 to 38 army supply against Hero's army is just not great at this point. There's the TLDR of the situation. It's just not that great because he is just basically pure gateway units and not a single tech unit in sight. Knock down these rocks. We're going to have access to that forward pylon. There's even a battery there. I mean, we can probably just run up here as Solar, honestly. Like, he's traded well enough, and I think he realizes this. So he is just going to run up here. And the thing is, if you blink back as Hero, great. Then you're going to start losing the pylon, the warp in. And that just removes the kind of counter-aggression. If Solar then takes this into a big fight across the map, you're just going to remove that option from the game, which is going to be a major factor. This warp gate goes down. The Mutalisks are still going to be running about. The last one taking a few more shots. Solar closes in on being maxed out. The only concern I maybe have is that Solar's army is also just Ling Roach Ravager. But it's Ling Roach Ravager against gateway units, so for now that's fine. It's if Hero techs up a bit and you see that Templar Archives on the way, maybe then Solar's in a bit more trouble. He gets a Baneling Nest, which is a good improvement of the tech, even if it's still low tech units. Having that kind of across the board will generally be nice. They're going to fight. The Zealots will take some damage. Going to be seeing the Roaches coming up. Chase those Stalkers down. Again, +2 missiles halfway done. Baneling Nest about to finish. Extra Lings on the way. Zealots are going to dive down to the hatchery on that bottom side. Just going to fight through that. Again, +2. And the Stalkers coming up. The Archon going to be added on as well. Robo Facility still producing. Going to see the Roach Ravager over here. Going to keep moving through. The Lings are going to chase forward for those Stalkers. And a couple of Zealots on the other side, not going to do too much at this point. There's an Archon! Hooray! A tech unit! There's 2 Archons! Oh my god, 2 tech units. There's also 200 supply of Zerg in your face right now. Pylon getting filed down, so you can't reinforce into this. The Archons are gone! Ah, you should have just built more gateway units, right? Yeah, a tough one for Hero. At this point, I think it's too far gone. I mean, Solo loses a bit of his supply here, to be fair. But he has so many more Roaches just showing up against... Okay, don't get me wrong. Stalkers are good. Link Stalkers especially are very good. But not when they're this outnumbered at the end of the day. And especially right now, we've got Lings that are flooding through in the front as well. They're going to be great tanks against those Stalkers as well. They're going to absorb a lot of the damage as well. So that's another big bonus as we do turn around. The Stalkers taking shots once again. Damage still being done. Keep on trading. Stalkers still taking hits. The Immortal and the Zealots coming back through. The Immortal still chrono boosting as well. You need to get that on the way. The melee upgrade is a part of this that's still in play also. That Overseer very nearly going down. The rest of the army from Solar, Roach Ravager, starting to step forward. We see the Stalkers having to pull back. 17 new Banelings on the way through, and we have ourselves an army of Solar that should be able to make a push for a win, I would imagine. We are getting tech units up. Hero's got 2 Immortals. He is making Archons again. But at this point, it maybe just comes down to being a numbers game, as Solar will be a 5-base Zerg. They're dealing with the Zealots across the map pretty comfortably. Again, the Banes are going to be amazing against the Zealots, and if nothing else, they can just roll at the mineral line and just be a threat there. And you can see as well, these tech units are just not well enough protected. You need to start, having units in front of these Immortals and Archons, otherwise they just don't survive long enough to make it worthwhile. This is going to be a Roach Ravager army that will shut down this Protoss player. And Solar is going to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5, fighting for a chance to be in the next round against Classic. Very exciting. Solar up 2-1. Hero down a game. Clem is in the lower bracket for whoever loses here. That's not fun for anybody. It's not fun for Clem either. I don't think Clem wants to play either of these guys realistically. They're both freaking good. They've both beaten him recently. Yeah, it's not easy, whatever happens. We're going to go to Winter Madness for map number 4 as we get this started and kick into our 4th map and see if Hero bounces back or if Solar holds strong. Oh. Wrong map, apparently. Nice, maybe White Rabbit. My bad. Oh, good. White Rabbit, not Winter Madness. All the casters get out of there ASAP, because otherwise it's going to take a moment. Bro invites out, try and get this started up, guys. Cool. Alright, just getting everyone in because we had a wrong lobby hosted, so we just need a moment to double check everyone got here. I think we're good. Players were ready already. Perfect. Alright, back on track. Thank you for a moment there, guys. We just got that sorted out. Going to White Rabbit for map number 4 of this series. You're watching the WardiTV 2025 Championship, second to last day. Hero and Solar have both never been in the finals of a WardiTV Championship, or annual championship, I should say. What's actually kind of wild to me is that Hero has never won a WardiTV Championship at all, actually. I mean, we call the Korean Royale Championship he has done, but that's not listed under like our seasonal championships, so yeah, it's very interesting. Like, in terms of like just international, everyone's allowed to play, no, servers, just Ferris server and so on. Like, Hero just has never won a championship event of ours, which is kind of crazy. Like I said, Korean Royale is like a Korean-based event, so it's not quite the same. Hero Solar has won one back in 2022, I believe it was. He took out the he took down, it was 2021, sorry, the Winter Championship 2021. Solo was a champ on, and 2022, yes, back-to-back years he won the Winter Championship. So some fun stats for you as we go into Game 4. Trailing in the series will be the Blue Protoss. In the upper right-hand side, we've got ourselves Hero, and he's a map away from being knocked down to the low ground. The low ground. Why do I keep saying the low ground today instead of the lower bracket? I don't know what's wrong with me. I keep saying that wrong, but that's all good. He's a map away from being locked down to the lower bracket to take on Clem in what will be our final series of today. But before that, the winner of this would be playing against Classic. And of course, before that, we've got to actually decide who the winner is. Hero is only down a map. Solar is up a map. Nothing is decided yet. Solar taking a bit of control of the series, though. Last two games, some aggressive plays. That last game especially was weird, though. The Roach attack versus the Mask Glaives, and then Solar doesn't go for it. Builds the Spire. Hero decides to basically play a Mask Gateway all in. Kind of feeling maybe his hand is forced based on what he's already set up for and everything else. Just a crazy, a very unique game, that last one, where it's just such a weird clash of build orders. You just don't see them very often. And just kind of interesting. Obviously, Solar just playing a Roach-based style in general is maybe kind of interesting because it's been so melee-focused as of late. Actually getting to see some Roaches does mix things up and make them a little bit more interesting again, even. Drone will chase. Probe takes some damage. We do have ourselves the Warp Gate coming up, the Adept coming through, Nexus building from Hero. That is on the way along for the moment, just for now. Get that set up and getting into play. Couple lings in the drone to work against the little pylon block on this natural location. Is a double pylon block. So just sends the drone back to the high ground. He's like, cool, I'll just build some more queens for now. And the cancels, now the Adept's here, and that's going to be why we kind of build the block so we can deal with this, or block this continually with the Adept for now. Lings actually get across the map. They're going to walk in. See if they can get a probe or so. As Adept is going to start getting some lings. Shades back down to the low ground. The lings unfortunately picked a bad target. Picked one of the probes on the edge, which is a gas probe, but that does mean it can get into the gas to save itself as well. Oh, Nearly got it. The Pro Pull is good, and the Lings will be defended against. You're going to see the couple of the Adepts still shading around. Ling speed going to finish very shortly. Drones in the Overlord building. Now Lings are going to go running into the Adepts. Just going to get rid of one and looking for two. Just going to get a slight wraparound on these. These Adepts will go down. That will get cleaned up. The Oracle and the Warp Gate both building online as well. So just continue to get that on the go for the moment. Again, hatchery coming by. The drones producing. Queen on the way as you just see the Adept, Oracle, and Warp Gate continue to come about. Oracle just activating, getting rid of a few of those drones. Oracle gets pushed away down the bottom side. Still seeing the extra drones producing, the spores coming up. Again, Oracle and the Warp Gate coming around, the Gateway coming about, probes in production. Hero. Just going to take his third base. Killed, I mean, this is now what, 5 workers killed for the 2 Adepts plus the 10 Lings. Really not a bad effort early on at all. You see our first Queen going to go hitting the Oracle already. Builds a Spore Crawler up as well. The extra drones coming online. And the Queen and the Spore combining to hit the Oracles. Pushing that Oracle back up the left-hand side once again. So just keeping that Oracle away for the moment. Claire and Roach Warren both producing through. The drones and the Overlords coming up. Twilight Council completes. Again, Gates in the Forge come up. The Blink already going to start Chrono boosting on the Twilight Council. The Oracle will get in for a few of the drones already. So again, just going to get in there. Bit of damage being dealt right off the bat. Oracle is going to get back toward the center. Claire is halfway done. The 11 drones producing through. Plus 1 and Blink will build from Hero as well. And again, those 2 additional extractors will also drop down onto the natural expansion for the moment. And gas is coming up. Crypt Team is on the way. Claire building, drones building. And we just have another little revelation down, going to allow us to clean up a little bit more creep spread here. The Adepts will shade back to the middle of the map. And again, plus 1 and Blink both coming through. Robotics facility coming about. Adepts are going to shade by once again. Queen's going to get caught in a revelation. Hydroden and Hatchery continue to build up. The Lings, the Overlords, the Overseer building as well. Queen's activating. Sorry, Oracle's activating, and the Queen now goes down. Hero just dominating this early game. This is not pretty for Solar, who is about to finish a Hydra Den, has a bit of money stacked up to build some Hydras, now spams the Overlords to clear up the pathway for him to just build Hydra, and potentially go. I mean, let's see how much he builds and if he wants to, or what he wants to set up to. We see a Robo Bay already coming down from Hero, so we need to figure out a way to deal with that. Like I say, that's just an infestation pit, kind of hive kind of vibe. If we're going to build Colossus, Hypers really are just the answer. It's just about... The problem is usually Zergs don't go Hive until they want to go Lurkers, which is for a bit later in the game. So if that's the answer, if that's when you get Hive up, you typically just don't have Hive in time to deal with Colossus production, right? So it generally becomes a bit of a thing as the Stalkers get there. Ling goes down. Charge on the +1 coming through. Robobay and the Immortal coming up. Ling Hydra still building. Groove Spine's on the way. And now just have ourselves the single Zergling there getting picked off by the Adept as well. Stalkers head down to the bottom left, and they are going to get a push in toward these Queens. Creep spread pushing forward. We see the Creep Tumors, the Stasis Wards coming down. Queen's taking some damage. The Ling is looking to try and get through here as well. The Stalkers will jump back onto the hatchery. Hydralisk will try and put the damage out. This is what's needed, though. The Hydra's being a defense against the Stalkers is a big part of your success story here. As long as you can trade well enough, there's already Hydras across the maps. These Stalkers are in a bit of a weird place where they're not in the right position. And this base is in trouble, man. There's going to be a Stalker warping in. We don't have a recall yet. We're just walking home. The weird part, though, is if we do get home, then these Hydras are in a weird spot. Now we're going to actually see the Oracles overhead. Stalkers will blink through. We're going to turn onto the Blink Stalkers, surely, for at least a bit of value. Muscular Organs, the Hydra speed not ready yet. We kill an Oracle who gets too far forward. Charge not ready yet as well, but there is the Colossus. That's going to make this a lot more miserable for Solar. I just don't know if we can break through this with a Colossus available. Man, Hero really dealt with this well in the end. He turned around at a good time when he recalled home at a right time as well to kind of deal with this attack. You can see Solar already splitting some units up towards the top, looking to make a response happen there, or just to get the wraparound. Can be seen the Oracle going down, so that's the last chance to Stasis Ward now disappearing. This Colossus is such a big deal. A couple of Zealots on the backside taking so much of the Hydra attention. The Archon taking a lot of the Hydra attention too, and I think Hero has a defense because these Hydras are not making enough progress. Stalker's Blink on top. That's a get out of here call, and that is going to be Hero taking it 2-2 to make it a Game 5 series in this winner's bracket. And it's now Hero and Solar with a 5th game to determine who goes where for the next round. Ruby Rock is going to be our deciding map. Get this started, get this underway. Players are ready. Just need everyone to join the lobby. Takes a moment or two because obviously we've got a lot of casters here, guys. We've got about 10 different casters in the lobby at any point, so just a few moments while we get that sorted out, get this back on track. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Start. Bam. Away we go. Tonight's Pro League Ace match, T1 Hero was Incredible Miracle Solar. Solar was never on Incredible Miracle, though. He was on Samsung Galaxy. How could you forget that? Samsung Galaxy, when he finally left the Pro League team after multiple years, he went to Splice for a while, which is where he won his SSLs. And then he went on a bit of a journey for a while after that, I imagine. To be fair, he didn't go on that much of a journey. He went to TSG for a while, which is a Chinese team, before he joined Kaizi. He was on Kaizi for a long time. Then Onside, then not Vitality in recent times, if I remember correctly. I wonder if there's anything else he did. He was on Samsung for a long time, though, Solar. He was on Samsung until Samsung didn't exist, so what, like 2016? Kind of funny that Hero was a CG Enters boy back in the day as well. Now he's on T1, which is kind of just crazy. In fact, T1 picked up a StarCraft player in 2025 is really something. Hero, our blue Protoss in the top left corner of Ruby Rock. In the bottom right, our red Zerg is Solar from Falcons. Game 5 of our series. Probe across the map early, going to force the hatchery, or try to force the hatchery out of position, but the hatchery goes down on location because it went down soon enough, so we're going to win that little battle there as Solar. A little win for you to start things off here. That probe just going to be doing the nibbling in the early stages to put a bit of an annoyance into play. Get some action going initially. Swan and Pool to come down before the gas. And then the gas. And away we go. So Hatch, Pool, Gas. Game 5 comes down to this. Who gets to keep that winner bracket run alive? Honestly, kind of a big game because I really think, I mean, Classic's very good. Obviously, no doubt there. We know Classic's amazing. But there is 100% a winning pathway for whoever wins this, right? Like, both Hero and Solar have a good shot against Classic. And then you're in the upper bracket final, you know? And then you're in a completely different situation. You know, it's no longer top 8, then you're talking top 3. I think it's just... And then Shin's in that upper bracket final as well, like... I mean, it's hard to say because the results have gone the way they have, but on paper, the lower bracket is arguably more stacked right now than the upper bracket. Now, that's maybe not completely fair, because I do think that's maybe discrediting a little bit of Shin and what he's done in this event. Maybe Classic's recent form just being discredited a bit, but, like, I mean, in terms of name value, that lower bracket is absolutely stacked, so big deal to try and avoid it. Again, if your lower bracket right now, if you go down there, you play Clem, you win that, you play against MaxPax, no? Is that what it is? Yeah, you play Clem, then MaxPax, and then potentially Reynor after. Like, you're going to play the trio of Europeans that are just phenomenal in this bracket. So, yeah. I know I've said it a lot today, as you probably sounding boring at this point, but man, like, tournament stacked at this stage. Every match is rough, so a win or a loss in a Game 5 can make such a world of difference in how your run turns out. Stargate halfway done. The Adept and the Warp Gate both building through here. A couple of probes producing. The Ling Speed is on the way. Overlord will just sit on that high ground, hang around for a couple moments, take a couple seconds to steady ourselves. Nexus goes down, just going to put that straight in position. And that link speed finishing from Solar. What will Hero find early game to get damage done with? He went Stalker first, so no early Adept across the map. There's already one thing to think on there, as that Zergling checks out that right-hand side. The other Zergling comes and joins back up together as well. Oracle activates. One Zergling goes down, the other Zergling gets into the main base. Stalker just pokes out the Overlord, it pulls back a little further. The Ling is going to get jumped on by the Adept. Adept is able to make the pick off on that. Lings pull over to the right-hand side. There's going to be a pylon we can jump on straight away. Again, Twilight Council, Gateway, Nexus, Probes, all coming through for the moment. The Adept continues to shade. The Oracle just sitting nearby. And Evolution Chamber drones and the Overlord continue to build up. The melee upgrade going to be a part of this. Couple drones coming by. Lings will come back to the front. And everything joins together there. Robo Facility and Twilight Council both building into play. And the Queens are going to be there hitting the Oracle. The Lings trying to wrap around on the pylon. And again, the Oracle just going to come back over Zerglings. We'll set up in the center. Again, we get our Baneling Nest, melee, all building by, just for the moment. Nice little wrap around, and a couple of the Adepts taking damage. We do see the Baneling Nest, like I say, halfway done as well. So just keep that going for the moment. Keep this on the go. So far, so good. Gates, Robo Facility, Temple Archives coming about. Just going to see the Queen stepping across. Going to try and get the Oracle. Oracle, going to... Okay, it goes down, but we get the Stasis Ward off on like half the mineral line. That was... I think Solar just genuinely believed it was going to die before the Stasis went off. I mean, at least it was a good Stasis Ward before the Oracle went down. Lings going to pressure the other side. This Oracle is going to be here to play defense. Solar will commit for the Adept kills at least, and then back away from there. It's a charge upgrade, so we are going to go into that charge style. Now, what we've seen a lot of is charge in the Templar Archives for the Archons, so we can kind of get that comboed attack coming in early and put a lot of pressure onto the Zerg player who's playing the melee upgrade and maybe doesn't have a good answer to it. There has been some good defenses that come through from the players that get to, you know, some Hydras and so. The Banes, I think, are a big part of this as well. If you can Baneling your way through the Zealots, Lings with melee can fight an Archon or two. It's the Zealots in front of the Archons that are the issue, but with Banelings, you can kind of deal with that. Solar is making an aggressive play here. The Prism is going to see these Lings running up, but I don't know if it's going to respond to it because he's not going to think of that as a real threat compared to everything else. Banes are waddling into the right side. Mineral line probes are pulling away, but 6 already go down. Now the Oracle going to show up as the Lings have broken into the natural and into the main base as well. Okay, well, this is going to be chaos ensuing. The Oracle will put some damage out, but Solar wants that Nexus. We recalled the Prism home to get the Archons back ASAP. We take one Archon over to the low ground, but the Prism is not there in time. This Nexus will go down, and the third base a hero has been killed. As Solar's commitment is big, it's going to work. He's going to kill an Archon in the main base as well. 17 probes dead already. The Hydra Den now coming up behind this. 19 workers killed. Hydra Den online. Groove Spine starts. Hero without a third base probably feels the need to go and attack, but if we can get enough Hydras up, you can already see the Spine Crawler building too. Solar's feeling it. He understands the need right now to just defend against whatever Hero brings. 63 workers, so Solar has the economy as well. He just needs a defense. Pylon isn't in position. It's going to be a few Lings in the main. Put more salt in the wound here from Hero. More warp-ins at home. Less across the map. The Banes are only slow waddlers, but they get pretty good connections off. They actually cancel the Stasis Ward as well. A lot of the Zealots already hurting. The Oracle goes down. The Hydras are flooding in with the Zerglings. The Queen's here to back this up. The Prism's going to be a prime target with a Spore Crawler underneath it. Nothing can micro away from this fight as Solar gets chased away. Sorry, Hero gets chased away. Solar does the chasing. And a couple of Archons and the Immortal will be able to pull back and away from that, so that we do preserve a couple of units, but we were kind of committed to the all-in, no? Because we did not rebuild the Nexus. We are not setting up for the future here as Hero, and Solar doesn't need to do anything but produce units. Right now, he's going to be A-okay if he does that. And that's exactly where we're going at the moment. A couple Lings coming through, 5 probes going down. You will see our Baneling Speed and our Muscular Augments both coming up. 7 Overlords producing in as well. So all Solar wants to do is focus on unit production. Hero's going to come across the map with one more attempt. He is going to try and make one more effort to stay alive in this winner bracket. Let's see what we can do, as the unit count's looking good from Solar. I mean, again, the Banes are slow, but that doesn't matter. If the Zealots are going to run into them, then, you know, the Banes will still blow up on the Zealots, and that's what your main goal for these Banelings is at this stage. But maybe you've gone onto the Warp and In Zealots too. We get a wrap around on that Archon. It drops pretty quickly. The Hydras are going to play cleanup. The Zealots still going down. Hero has to say GG. And Solar is going to take Game 5. He's going to move on in to play Classic in the next round of the winner bracket. Solar versus Classic lining up next. We've got a live interview from the floor with Ellie. Ellie, thoughts on ZVP Solar taking out Hero in that series? Yep, very impressed. Okay, good girl. Great job. Great reporting. The show wouldn't be the same without you, Ellie. It would not be the same without you. Good girl. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to go check if Ellie needs to go out, so I'm going to throw the break screen on for a moment, but it does mean we have got Solar into the next round versus Classic, so we will get that ready to go. I'll just get those videos started up, and then we can go sort that out. Perfect. You want to go out, baby? Yeah, I just need to get the video started, okay? Let's get the video started. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, guys, I'll be right back with you in just a few. I'm just going to take Ellie out. Be right back. Welcome back, welcome back. More upper bracket action as we have Solar versus Classic. Best of 5 in the upper bracket. In the bottom right side, our blue Protoss player here is Classic. In the upper left, our red Zerg taking down Hero. Now gets to play another best of 5 ZVP for a chance to make it an all Zerg upper bracket final. This is going to be Solar. I'm going to throw the indie cam on, guys. I'm just going to be a little quiet. I apologize at the start of this game. I know it's 4 p.m. here. It's 4:30. I'm just having my lunch. It's been a little bit of a hectic day, so I've not eaten yet. My breakfast was a bag of crisps, so forgive me. I'm going to just have a couple bites here and there early, especially as not much goes on at the start of the ZVP. Especially as Classic didn't even scout to block the hatchery initially. And I'm really hoping Indy starts moving the camera around, so at least that part is interesting. While I don't say as much for the first minute or two. Indy. You're fired. There we go. Probe coming across, and drone gonna nibble. As we get a little bit of opportunity, put some work in. Obviously, the probe just tries to be annoying. And so just kind of do as he wishes for the first few moments of this without too much issues. So that's going to be nice. Going to see that spawning pool finishing up. And yes, I put on the Nexus. Coming into play for the first few moments of this. Get that ready to go for a moment. Stargate will be on the way for Classic. I kind of do imagine we'll see a little bit of mix-up across the course of a PvZ for Classic. There's never been a straight-up... I mean, for a lot of the time, if he feels very good in a macro game, he has a very consistent way to set up there. But I refuse to believe he's going to play like a super boring repetitive setup or anything along those lines. There's a few lings, and the drone going to cancel the pylon. The probe goes down. The Adept will show up to try and block this hatchery, but we can get the Extractor down, and now the Adept will take quite a bit of damage as well. Just going to get that pushed around for a little while, as that is going to get chased away to the sites. Again, Link speed coming up. Ling's on the way. Take a couple of moments. And that Link speed just coming about. Just going to be seeing the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. Just going to be seeing the hatch coming through. The drone and the Queens coming online as well. You can see the Oracle and the Warp Gate still building into place. Just have this Oracle going to show up to the top left-hand side, put a bit of pressure on. Straight to the top, Oracle will activate for a drone, but a lot of damage taken. It's all of its shields gone and quite a bit of HP to start out with. Seeing both those Oracles together, Forge and Twilight on the way up. We again do manage to catch some of the drones. A couple of Lings as well. Oracle's still taking some damage here and there. Lings are in on across the map. Which will be successful for no probes, but just an annoyance, and keeps the Adepts back a little bit, gives you some info of what's going on. Charge, once again. Man, charge all the time today. It's a very charge-heavy Protoss day. And then the Rotron coming up from Solar. So you will have something that's going to be better against those charge lots in the early stages at least. So that's going to be one thing we can look at here. Couple of Adepts move it down. Gates, Templar Archives, the Prism all coming up. Charging the +1 coming online as well. Get that on the way and see what's next. Are the grand finals tomorrow or next week? Tomorrow. Everything finishes tomorrow. This says, so we've got today, this series, and then also Hero versus Clem. And then tomorrow we have everything else. 6 best of 5s, or 5 best of 5s and a best of 7 tomorrow. Grand final is best of 7. Roach speed on the way up with that melee upgrade coming through. The few roaches coming about. Let's get ourselves a warp in or two. A couple high temple on the way already. Solar has that overlord speed building. Maybe some aggressive potential, but I don't know. I mean, what are we going to hit for? Or when are we going to hit if we attack? The thing is, you can hit pre-blink, pre-storm. But if you hit pre-blink and pre-storm, you're still up against a situation where there's going to be Immortal Archon production. Classic is just going to drop in with these couple of Archons, put some pressure out. I guess that's going to be Solar's plan. I guess that's going to be the best he can do here. So he's just going to go for it and see what happens. Prism gets chased away over to that right-hand side. Just going to get that pushed out of there. A couple drop lords coming through. Ling Roach Ravager coming up. That Roach speed just finished. It is go time here from Solar. He's not going to hang back. He wanted to commit to this, and he's going to do that right now. High Templars are going to have Storm in a moment or two. That's really a big difference. We are going to see some things in the main base, though. Going to try and get the Immortal on the left side. No battery here, so Immortal goes down quickly. Now we're going to turn it into the High Temple. That Storm wasn't good enough. No, Classic, what happened? Just not ready for this amount of commitment. Like, one battery on the third and nothing anywhere else. Queen's unloading means that they can get after the Oracle. It will go down immediately. Now the rest of this Roach Ravager stays busy. We're getting after the rest of these probes. Stalker's in some more trouble. Lings will keep on nibbling by. We just have ourselves the Oracle going down there as well. Yeah, I mean, I kind of doubted the timing, but I guess I was more imagining like some Immortals and Archons playing defense with the static defense to go along with it, and that was clearly not here from Classic. Like, one battery on the third base is not the defense you need against this kind of an attack. Solar's now killed 42 probes because the Lings and the main are in the natural at this stage. The Classic finishes Blink so that he can blink himself out of Game 1 and into Game 2, because this ain't going anywhere. GG's. Solar takes a 1-0 lead with swift momentum to take the advantage in this best of 5. Game 2 will be played on Tourmaline. Just double check I wrote this down right. I did not. Taito, Old. Taito Citadel from Map 2 then. Get that on the way. Get this kicked off. I'm just going to mute up for a second, guys, while I eat a little bit. While we get this hosted, I will be right back. Hi guys. Thank you for a bit of patience while I stuff my face with food as quickly as possible. That's why I put you on the break screen. It wasn't pretty. Classic. Won his seeding match. This is his first match of the championship bracket. Because he won that seeding group. He lost to MaxPax, but then beat the other guys in the group. Able to get that first place finish and end up over here. And now he's down a game. 0-1. Start this best of 5. It was Solar that he also beat in that group stage, no? So he's the reason Solar ended up in... no, because Classic... No, how did it go again? So Solar beat MaxPax. Yeah, and Classic beat Beyond. And he 2-0'd Solar as well, so... It's actually funny that Classic comes straight out of the out of the seeding group into his championship bracket, and bam, it's another player from the group that he already played. Obviously, that was just the way that this bracket has worked out. It was always going to be possible that the first match was going to be someone from his group, no matter how we seeded it. So, him versus Solar, and so far, Solar getting revenge for that 2-0 in the seeding match. So far, so good. Is the Clem game from replays? Yes. So Clem and Hero guys are playing right now because it is like 1:40 AM in Korea. So instead of making Hero wait for this best of 5 to finish, him and Clem are going to play now. And when we finish this series, we can just go into the replays. So it's going to be replays that were played legitimately an hour earlier or so, you know, maybe even less, maybe a bit more, depending on how long the series takes. Just simply the reason being because I would like to play the games as fairly as possible, and we have the ability to play these two matches in sync, and it has pretty much no impact on anything else apart from it gives our Korean player a chance to finish sooner. If it was double European in the lower bracket, I would have just made them wait actually, because then it doesn't matter. With a Korean in there, I'd rather them not have to play it, you know, if they can play at 1:30 instead of 2:30 in the morning, that's a little bit nicer, right? It's going to be our last replay match of the entire tournament, so again, as always, do the replays. It's usually about just trying to be as fair as possible to the players and make their experience in the competition as best as possible. Oracle, Warp Gate, couple of probes. All coming through as a couple of Zerglings step across. We have the gateway in the front door, so just going to be seeing that coming up. Yeah, and the Oracle coming about, the Warp Gate coming through. Link Speed will be finishing in a couple moments. Very passive from Classic, not even going to try to do anything with the Adepts early. Oracle and the Warp Gate coming online. The Nexus already building. Twilight Council coming through. Oh, that Queen Spawn is going to kill the Oracle. Oh, classic. Gets 4 drones, but loses an Oracle. Simply because that Queen just spawned at a good time from Solar. Unfortunately, that is what allows him to finish that Oracle off on low HP. So classic. A little sad, a little annoying. Just not what you want to see there. Not ideal, but alas. Yeah, just sometimes it goes like that. And it doesn't feel great when it goes like that when you're already down a game in the series. But hey. This one Oracle, we're going to suck it up, hopefully move on and see what else you can do from here. Couple drones going down. Baneling Nest still building up. Hatchery in the lair coming through. A few drones added on as well. A lot of the rest of this getting gathered up right now, so collecting a few things together. That Oracle's still coming through. Again, the Queen's joining. The Lings and the melee upgrade coming up. Now a Baneling Nest coming by as well, so continue to get that on into play. Gonna see the couple of depths will shade. Stalkers will be there. And we're gonna step across as well. Try and see what else they can do. The couple Queens will try and fight. We're just going to have ourselves the little bit of back and forth already coming about there, and we are going to be seeing the Stalkers obviously putting on some good pressure. This hatchery, low HP, Hydra not even close to being done, but we're going to be relying on the Lings to get rid of another of the Oracles. Oh, we're going to right-click the hatchery? No. Well, Stasis is what's going to save you. Is it going to save you? How many Stalkers get out alive? 3? I think, yeah, 3 Stalkers. They were all damaged, and there's only 3 damaged ones there, so 3 Stalkers got out alive. Oh man, Classic was just like, I'm going to take the hatchery, but that's... You're killing a 4th base for a chunk of your units. Resources lost is going to be favorable to Solar. He doesn't even need the 4th base yet, and he's even going to just double expand out the back of this, because he knows there's no pressure coming in anytime soon, because now you don't have a recall available if you get in trouble, and you just lost a bunch of the units, so the numbers are not there to really make that happen. +1 missiles, Baneling speed, Groove Spine's coming about, extra couple Hydras coming up as well, as the Lings will open up the rocks. WardiTV coming in with the 20 sub bomb. I'm confused. My dad just gifted 20 subs, but there we go. was not the name I expected to see when that came through. There's a couple Stalkers coming across. The Oracle will be there. A few Zealots will move over to the side. We do have +2 attack and the charge coming up as well, which is kind of crazy because that apparently puts us like 1250 subs, which is like our sub goal. That's apparently the sub goal we set a long ass time ago. I never even thought about it again, to be honest. Is that my dad? Yeah, that's my dad. He just the 20 subs because I don't know. I feel like the dog maybe stepped on the keyboard or something. Something happened. Merry Christmas, thanks, Dad. Appreciate it. I guess now WardiTV gets a lucky dip bag for the tree as well. That's gonna be exciting, isn't it? All right, we do have for the moment though game 2 right here coming up. Stalkers and the Archons coming about. We get Banes morphing in on the bottom side. Hydra's coming up, +1 missiles, and the Muscular Organs all coming through. It's going to be seeing a couple of Zealots are going to charge forward. Queen is going to be taking some damage. Banes will roll, but the Stalker warps in. We still need to actually get the probes out of here. This is awkward. He's like, save me in this corner, I guess. That actually is a good defense. There's a lot of Banelings that crash into like a cannon and a pylon, basically, and not much else. And things will then settle down from there. One moment or two. Ling Hydra. And back around on the left. Got the +2 melee upgrade coming by. +2 attack building up from Classic. And then a couple of Stalkers stepping up, a couple of Hydras going down. We will see the Ling Hydra pulling away. Over to the left there already. The few Ling Banes and Hydras coming in on the right side as well. Just going to see a couple of these Zealots getting jumped on. Storm coming down. Just going to see the Archons continue to come through. Overseers taking damage once again. +2 melee still coming up. We continue to get that going. Solar looking to apply the pressure. I mean, I really feel like the saving of those probes previously, that first round of Banes that just didn't do much, takes so much of the momentum away from Solar potentially compared to what it could have been. We do have a Stasis Ward there, but it's not going to be jumped on. We now roll these Banelings basically straight into the Stalkers, and there's still going to be a few left after. We're going to try and run it at the front as well. Hydras are walking through there. Not sure what's happening there from Solar, but that doesn't feel great, to be plain and simple about it at this point. It does not feel great at all. Let's just have everything else. We're rallying together, recollecting ourselves here for the moment. +3 attack, +1 shields continue to come through. Ling Hydra will set up once again. Stalkers get a good blink in. A couple of those Hydras going down. I mean, Solar's nigh on maxed out already, so let's trying to do what we can on that, as we do have a couple extra storms coming in. Still trying to close the gap on this one. Just going to be seeing those links connecting through. The storm's still there. I mean, does Solar have enough just to kind of power himself straight through this? A couple storms coming down. Hydra's taking even more damage. +2 melee upgrade going to be finishing very soon from Solar, so +2 melee very close to being done. Link Hydra coming across. A couple of Spines are going to fight onto the Zealots as well. A Prism is low HP, so it's not going to be able to do much else just yet. I mean, Solar is still going to keep going with Lingbane Hydra because he's still maxed these 80 drones. The idea is you go again and again and again and again. I saw me being a bit more out on the map. I wonder if that's something that, I mean, Solar can absolutely capitalize on it. He's going to start by just hitting this base and forcing Classic to turn around. Cancels all of the incoming cannons, so takes a bunch of those out straight away. Couple storms keep coming down. Just going to be seeing the Archon still coming through. Everything else joining together. We do see a few more Zealots warping on that right-hand side. Hydras will come through with this. Ling's getting a bit of a wrap around there as well. The Stalker's still chasing up. The Archons will run after said Hydralisks. The rest of the Lingbane Hydra gathering up once again. The army still pushing through. We get rid of a Prism up to the top side. Banes thinking about running in toward the natural expansion. Just going to turn back around toward the third base instead. We've got more Archons, more Stalkers gathering up over here. The Bane's going to roll into the low ground. A bunch more probes going down. I mean, Classic is obviously forcing an attack across the map, and it seems as though Solar does not have an army to fight that well. He's got Hydras here, but he probably needs some reinforcements. Obviously, Solar's doing a good job of making sure Classic is paying for this on this side of the map as well, but we got to find a good fight here. Honestly, if these I mean, there's 4 storms available, and I think if those storms don't do much, then the Hydra damage output is actually huge. But the storms can do a lot, right? That's what this comes down to, is the storms will do a lot of zoning and will keep these Hydras from just walking forward and completely dominating this at the moment. A couple of Banes onto the Zealots. Now Hydra's going to get jumped on from the Zealots on the bottom side. Classic warps in another group of Zealots as well. So he's ready to keep on fighting. Finds another storm onto the Hydralisks. I think that's going to be more than good enough for Classic to probably level out this series. Storm comes through again. The Hydra's still building. Ling's trying to get through there. The Archon's getting saved into the Prism. Everything pulls back around into the center, back down to the bottom. Resetting ourselves for the moment. Again, a couple of High Templars coming up. The Archon's coming through. Probes and the shield upgrade coming by as well. The Prism going to reset in the center. As Archons continue to morph in. Hydra Bane will work around over to the right side. Just going to see the Archons, the Stalkers, the Zealots coming back around once again, seeing what else they can do. These Banelings are going to take a roll at that third base, by the way, so just going to make themselves very clearly able to just run straight in over here. They're just going to hit that mineral line, but the probes are going to get out. And again, Classic's been so good at denying these Banelings from doing anything. The entire game, he's really limited that. Now these Banes actually get dangerously close to some of the important units. Good couple of storms there. This is not done yet. Solar is still in with a fighting chance. He still has 4 bases with that gold in the bottom left. That was a big walk through that storm. He stood in it and then really went right all the way back through it again. That's painful. We need to try and avoid those, especially in this situation as Solar. You've got to try and be as efficient as possible, and that's not going to be found by running around and eating storms like that, running in one way and running back out the other. Extra Bane's morphing in. Just going to be seeing the Hydra is building up. +2 missiles coming through. Lingbane still producing. Archons, Stalkers, High Templars make their way up into the middle of the map. Just going to be having the army pushing through the middle of the map there. Again, more units counterattacking from Solar. Classic still have 4 base Protoss. Getting to base 5 if that right side comes online. It feels like Solar just checked the 6 o'clock for the 5th base, but that's obviously not there. It's on the right side instead, so checks the bottom side, doesn't see it, now goes elsewhere. These few Banes are going to roll into an Archon wall. They're not going to do very well, so Solar thinking he could maybe get to the mineral line, but finds the army instead. Classic's economy, obviously, at this stage looking very solid. The Hydras once again deny the Prism from accessing in toward the main base, and now all of these Archons... Honestly, Archons are just such a big deal right now. We find 8 drones transferring. Gonna see the storms coming down. Banes are gonna get the High Templar. There's 1 High Templar left, but we're fighting in a storm on the bottom right. Solar supply is gone, and it is gonna be GG. We will go to a tied-up series. We will go to Game 3 with everyone having a chance to still win this. Well, everyone's gonna win if we go into Game 3 no matter what, but an even chance to win this, as it's 1-1 into this next game. 20 gifted subs from Wardy Dad with the Merry Christmas. Apparently he has gifted 75 total subs in the channel, so maybe there's a crazier thing as I thought it was. I was just so confused when it came down. Going out to Gargara. Oh god, I can't read any of this. Gargara, Nox Rose, Stair 1, Lila Lona Laws, Ingvizikia, or Vicia, Venza, Drizzt, Geronimo, oh, I'm getting there, Alaska Winter 923, Koenig 79, Zog Dilla, Bloop Bloop Wilson, Mr. Nov 9, Jams RL, Ploppers 25, Lost My Account RIP, Adtrom, Croco 2600, Drake Dog 87, and Raffroff. Some hype in the chat for the Wardy Dad subs. See, StarCraft's a family game, guys. As we will. I mean, 20 gifted subs is 20 gifted subs, guys. It's the lucky dip bag. Because my dad isn't important enough to get a decoration on the tree normally, so maybe that's why. Alright, someone has to tell me to stop, basically. When you guys say stop, I will select whatever my hand is on in this bag. And no pressure, but that is going to be my dad's special tree decoration, so stop. So I was holding onto this tag, but that is in fact attached to this dinosaur. So we're good. I don't know if it's meant to be attached to this dinosaur, but we are. There we go. Bam. Give me a sec, I'll just get this game started so we're not wasting too much player time or anything. Let me just get these tags off. Where's my scissors gone? Dad's a dinosaur. Very apt, I guess. Very apt. A dinosaur with lights and just Christmas decor, to be fair. He's kind of cool, no? He's a pretty cool one, to be fair. He's a pretty cool one. And he's now the Wardy Dinosaur. Bam! Bam! There's a great gap for a dinosaur right here. Bam. Beautiful. Alright, let's get in game. Game 3 of Solar versus Classic. Upper bracket, semi-final. Winner goes to the upper bracket final against Shin. Top right hand side will be Classic, the blue Protoss player, up 1-0. Tied 1-1 in this best of 5. Bottom left, the red Zerg is going to be Solar. The tree is packed. The tree is packed. The tree is actually very impressive this year, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Especially considering we don't like put gift subs on the tree and stuff anymore, right? Like we don't just put a decoration on for anyone that gets a sub, because that was crazy in the years gone by. Like this year, the tree is genuinely just full of people who've just subbed or like bought gift bombed and all the rest. It looks awesome this year. It looks great. There's such a cool mix of things on there as well. Super happy with it. Great job, guys. Last couple days, we do not put them on after 25th of December, so you've got the last couple of days you want to go on the tree. Today, tomorrow on the WardiTV Mondays, and Christmas Eve. On the Christmas Eve games as well, to be fair. Hatchgaspool coming up. Couple drones coming about. The Nexus and the Cybercore coming up as well. Again, tied 1-1 right now. Cybercore, Nexus, building into place. Drone going to pull it in to get after that probe for a few moments. Since we hit the sub goal, do we do a marble stream? I'm very busy to do a marble stream right now, but maybe between Christmas and New Year we can do a marble stream. Or do some marbles after a stream. The only issue I have is I have like... Twitch keep popping sponsorships up, and I'm just like, oh, I'll take a sponsorship. Oh, I'll take that sponsorship. Oh, I'll take that. So I have a bunch of sponsored content to do. But I've not been able to do any of it because I've already had super long days recently, so I have to do a bunch of that before the new year, but I promise we'll do some marbles soon. I just need to get through the hecticness that is December. Because like I say, there's just new stuff to cast every day at the moment, it seems like. So there's just a lot going on. It's a busy time. Just, yeah, Adept just going to shade about. Stalk on the warp gate coming up. Ling speed on the way. Queen in the drones building. Ling's just going to nibble through those rocks and try and open up a little bit of space right now. As the Adept will take another shade out. Just down to that bottom side of the map to see what else is going on. What's up, Virik? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime. Super appreciate you. When will it be a marble sponsorship? Yeah, I know. That would be great, wouldn't it? To get sponsored by marbles just to play marbles on stream. Like, that would be great. I mean, why don't you guys just sponsor me to play marbles? You know? Like, Wardy, I want to sponsor the stream. Oh, cool. What do you want? I actually just want you to play marbles for an out... Like, okay. You know? Now, you guys sponsor me to play marbles every day. I'm just a bad streamer and I don't give you guys what you deserve. Like I said, we'll do some soon. I promise. Thank you, Virik, for the 15 months on the Prime. Overlord goes down. So the supply blocked off that Overlord loss, so... There'll be a little bit of a factor there as we just have the Oracle, the Warp Gate, continue through. And Twilight Council still building. The Stalker will be there to pick off a Zergling. Lots of Lings returning back home from Solar. Back down to that bottom left-hand side for the moment. As Spore coming up. Lings on the way. Drone producing. Laia's going to be trying to get in toward the main base. Rotoron coming through. Oracle's just going to activate. 4 drones already going down. Now, I tell you guys what's really sick. That's just on my mind, just thinking about, just mentioning the sponsors and stuff. But so I didn't know when the sponsor stuff was going to get sorted for the, you know, I did the 2 PUBG streams recently. Because I've never done a Twitch sponsorship thing before. Usually we do Twitch bounties, but this works differently. So anyway, the numbers came through. And apparently we capped out both sponsors. So we got max payout, which is sick, because I never get max payout on a bounty. So whatever way they calculate these new sponsors is apparently amazing for me. So shout out to you guys. If you watched me play PUBG for like 2 minutes last week, we capped out the sponsorship. Bang. Boom. More StarCraft funded, just like that. Love it. You guys are gonna love the 2026 series, by the way. You know, after everyone plays WardiTV Mondays, we actually have a marble tournament where players can win just as much money by their marble rolling in front of everyone else's. It's gonna be great. Well, I say money. We probably won't be able to offer money, but there'll be Wardy points on the line, you know. Bonus Wardy points towards the end of your championship if your marble wins the race. Oh, yes. Twitch chat would actually go wild. They'd love it. Alright, get some Ling Roach Ravage coming across the map. Solar is saying, hey, I kind of fancy the idea of being a bit aggressive right now. So, coming across the map, Ling Roach Ravage of the Queen, setting up a couple of Creep Tumors coming down as well already. And Blink is about to finish. The Stalker is still building. Batteries coming through. Gateway being added on. We got Stasis Ward in position. These Stalkers, in the end, apparently just going to fend this off, and Solar's not going to commit. Can you do this? Can you just make units and then just not commit? Is that really allowed? Is that really just okay? That's kind of baffling, but I mean, like, obviously he can do it here, but does he end up in an okay kind of position from it? This has been a normal enough game where I want to say, like, no, probably not. Classic instantly comes onto the map because he has the mobility of the Stalkers that can obviously keep him very safe. So he doesn't risk too much by stepping forward here. Lings will force the Stalkers to blink back initially. Templar Archives, the Forge, the Gateway on the way up. The charge still coming through. You're going to see a few extra gates coming up as well. So continue to bring that into play for the moment right now. So just going to get that all on the way up. Get that started. And you see the Ling Roach Ravage just going to knock down a set of rocks over on that left-hand side. The Stalkers here want to get in after the Overseer. Overseer, which doesn't go down just yet. Now the Lings are going to start streaming through. Classic just trying to apply as much pressure as he possibly can with some attacking at the front. Again, the Lings help him chase this off for a little bit. We do see the +1 and the Storm coming through. The charge still building by. Roaches are going to step forward as well. A couple of Stalkers already dropping. Stasis catches another group of Zerglings already. +2 at depth is going to get caught, and we do have Solar still defending on that bottom right side as well. A bunch of Lings just got caught in the stasis. We have a Drop-A-Lord. It'll be interesting to see what we do with that. We do have Overlord speed, right? So, where is it at? Are we trying to use it for anything? Yeah, we've loaded up the Queen, so we're going. Alright, we delayed the attack, and now we're going to go this time around. So, away we head. We just have the Stalkers. Oh, going to intercept the Drop-A-Lord. That's a great Overlord to kill if you ever kill one, but he's not going to commit to it. So Classic not going to pull that trigger, and the Oracles will activate onto the Zerglings here, which go after a couple of the pylons at first. The Ling Roach still pushing through. Just going to be seeing the Storms coming down. Stalker's going to be in a little bit of trouble as the Ling Roach continues to cross. Couple Queens. It's going to start getting through the Oracles at least. Do we have enough here from Solar? High Templars on that low ground. Where does Solar attack? Like, obviously you've got Protoss threatening from both sides. There's a bunch of batteries available on the right. If we knock down the wall off and you can get through those Stalkers, that might be decent. The High Templars lead in the charge forward as the Stalkers come up from that left side as well. Solar trying to manipulate his Roaches around the Storms to not take too much damage here. He is going to have to step back though. The Stalker's chasing is very scary. The High Templars just walk forward. We lose one. The other becomes an Archon. We will hit that with the Biles. Easy kill because it cannot move in that moment. So that is going to be a pretty easy pick-off and cleanup. And we're going to see the Stalkers still pressing through, though. I mean, at the end of the day, these Stalkers can now look very aggressive. They just blink on in. You see the Roach Ravager taking a ton of damage. The Zealots getting up in front. And we will chase the Roach Ravager army back. The Stalkers blink one more time, chasing after everything else here for the moment. Picking this away, chasing it down. A few more High Templars coming up. The Roach Ravager still coming through. Overlord in production. Oracle will drop a Revelation down. Going to get a Crypt Tumor cleaned up there as well. We just have ourselves the +2 attack is on the way on that Forge. So that +2 attack upgrade coming through. Zealot Stalker coming over. We're just going to jump onto a Roach. Again, +2 attack upgrade. The Stalkers, the Nexus, building by Ling Roach Ravager, all a part of this as well here from Solar currently. But at this point, I don't think Solar's done enough. I think Classic is starting to look pretty darn good at this point in time. A couple of Lings going to get shot at. The Oracle going to activate. We do see the few Zerglings pushing through. A couple of Storms onto the Roach Ravager. So that continues now as we just have everything else relocating around and just going where it needs to be. The Roach Ravager pushing up again. 30 supply lead here from Solar. Is that good enough to take down this tech Protoss army? +1 missiles to the +1 attack upgrade, but +2 is ticking along from Classic, so doesn't need long before he's going to be in a much better position here overall. Corrosive Biles already coming down, just chasing away a bunch of those units as well. The Stalkers get pushed over to the sides. A couple more Biles going to continue to do exactly that. As the Oracle comes over, drops the Revelation down. The Ravager's getting caught in said Revelation for a couple of moments here, and again, the wall off. Going to be kind of picked through. Battery's going to get eaten up by the Biles. Another nice storm onto the Ravager here. I mean, we're up a lot of supply right now as Solar, but the question remains, is it enough? Like I said, it only gets tougher when these Stalkers get better with the +2 upgrade, which is happening soon. The High Templar is still here, able to support with the Storms. Classic's been very careful about his Storms. He's going to drop one there that is not really all that great. We run into the tail end of it. Solar splitting away as he tries to engage onto these Stalkers. Has a bit of creep to help some of the Roaches with. Storm onto the back Ravagers. And those Ravagers getting weakened is not fun because the Ravagers are pretty flimsy units, so if they're getting softened up by the Storms, the Stalkers are going to have an easier time as they blink forward once again. Classic believing he's got what he needs to take this down and to take the lead in this best of 5. Extra Stalkers showing up. It's just a mass of blinky boys. And Classic will blink himself straight through after these Ravagers. I think it's that practice of blinking from Game 1 to Game 2 early in this series. He's now blinking his way to a 2-1 lead as he is just a mass of Stalkers, but at this point there's just not enough realistically from Solar. His army's not going to do it anymore. He's going to start a melee upgrade in Baneling Nest. I mean, to be fair, it's a 3-base Protoss. I mean, apart from the fact we're going to try and build a base in the upper right-hand side, other than that, it's like a 3-base Protoss, so I don't hate the concept, to be honest. Link's still coming through. We see the pylon, the Temple Archives, and so taking a couple shots here and there. Just have the feelings. We'll get rid of some probes at least, so it's still Solar doing something, but maybe not enough overall. The Stalkers regathered, a couple of Zealots nearby. The upgrade still coming up. 4 more Stalkers in production. That Zergling on the left-hand side gets picked off as well. The Stalkers still gather. Ling, Roach, Ravager. What do we want to do and how do we want to do it? Solo's going to recognize that this base is obviously an important one to get rid of. To be fair, I mean, you get rid of this base and Hero is then still very much... Classic is still very much so a 3-base Protoss. Natural expansion under some fire. We're warping in a sentry to hold this off. I mean, these few units in Solo are probably going to get caught. I mean, I like the idea of diving the natural, but the defense is good enough from Classic. Force Field actually keeps a couple units in rather than keeping units out in the end. But again, you lose the 4th base because he went to that far top left-hand side of the map. So that kind of makes this interesting in itself as well. As we see the Bane speed still kicking along, the melee upgrade coming up. Bling, Roach, Ravager continuing through. +3 attack is going to be done shortly as well. As Feelings get rid of the cannon, going to turn back onto the battery also. Now Observer about to finish as the units settle toward the bottom side. Again, the extra Ravagers morphing through here. That Baneling speed is going to be done shortly. And 4 more High Templar warp in on the side of Classic. So 4 High Templar coming through as well. Couple Corrosive Biles. Just going to chase the rest of this away. Just going to be seeing the +3 attack upgrade will finish soon. Bling Bane continuing out. There's plenty of units from Solar. He's maxed out once more. Solar had a game against Showtime recently. I just uploaded this on YouTube yesterday, the day before maybe. A couple of days ago perhaps. And it was such a cool game. Because it was like a 20-minute game when he won on Lair-Tech. And this game's kind of reminded me of it, where it's just like Solar's not got the tech to be in the game 40 minutes in. But he's made it a game where he's still alive for minutes in. And to be fair, Classic is also kind of Mass Stalker, but he's also got a bunch of High Templar. And at this point, he's +3 attack upgrades as well. Solar just going to counterattack and again try to make Classic life miserable. He knows what he can't do, but just fight that army straight up. So he's going to try and make it as difficult as possible for Classic. And if Classic loses this 3rd base, we are going to be in a complete kind of base trade kind of territory. Classic is going to be all in. I mean, what does Solar do? Can he defend over here? He's got some Ravagers to try and buy time. Stalkers just blink in, no respect for what is nearby, which is fair enough, because it's not very much. I don't blame you at all for not respecting that as Classic. I think that's completely reasonable. Fuelings will finish off that Nexus. Is Solo going to bring his units home? Does he try and kill the natural? Does he think he can fight this army? Is kind of the question we're asking here. It's a tough call, because do you need more of a base trade? Maybe not. Maybe you just need to fight this no matter what, because if you don't fight it now, you got to fight it at some point. But now these units get into your natural. Storm. Solar absolutely not having a good time breaking through here. A few more reinforcements from Classic as he has a teeny bit of money left over. He spends it right there on those group of units. And still High Templar available as well. Corrosive Vials hitting a Stalker. Anything we get rid of is great, but there goes the Roach Roaring. So Solar is now going to be limited to Ling production. So he can't build too much else. Just some Zerglings to support whatever else is already in the game. 21 drones. Recently dead. Solar 96 to 95 army supply. Doesn't have anything in the main. The problem is Classic can recall. So Classic can recall and just reset on the map. And then play out of his 2 bases against Solar's 2 bases, which are pretty flimsy. I mean, I think Classic should probably blink a couple Stalkers to the low ground with the Prism and just get rid of that hatchery. Because that's one hatchery which Solar is still kind of reliant on. And it's a very easy kill right now. Good Storm. Ravager's taking damage. Trying to stay spread here because he wants to fight this army. As he comes down the ramp, we're going to blink down. Funnily enough, there's no creep in Solar's old natural as he dives on through to try and make this happen. Storm after storm. Corrosive Vials pushing the Stalkers back, but in the end, it's one more blink forward as Classic will take no prisoners. Everything is dying, and Classic will take it down with a 2-1 advantage now in the semifinals of the upper bracket. Virik, thank you so much for subbing, and welcome to this ever-growing tree of love. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. As we have ourselves game number 4 on Old Republic. It's an interesting map for it as well. This map has been so intriguing to watch. I feel like the base layout kind of gives you such a safe setup, and then the forward base kind of opens the map up completely to aggression, and then the safe setup doesn't feel as safe anymore because units can be all over the place as well. So very exciting as we get ready for a game 4 here in the next couple of moments. Turn the match history off, drag Solar up, count the casters, 8, we're missing 1, there's 9, perfect. We're good. Solar and Classic readying up immediately, they don't want to waste time, they want to get this rounded out. Let's get that underway. All right, let's jump into a game 4. As we are going to have in the bottom left side of the map on a day that's been kind of full of game 5s, to be fair. We are going to have Classic. So is he safe in this lead, or will we get a game 5 once more? The Reynor MaxPax series was a 3-0, but otherwise? Has it been 5 games all day? No, Reynor Q was 4 games as well. Again, loser of this will play Reynor in the lower bracket. Bottom left Classic, in the upper right Solar. And Solar is the man down a game at this current point in time. Drone's mine. 4 moves on the map. Get set here. We get the Indicam going. And you get this game 4 coming up here. Old Republic, our map. Again, after this, guys, we have the joy of watching Hero versus Clem on the screen. So that will be coming up once this one gets rounded out. Just to let you guys know, just to remind you all. Keep you all excited. Just in case Solar Classic somehow isn't doing it for you, surely Hero Clem will. Throwing nibbles, Probe taking some shots to take a couple of moments. Don't forget, if you're on the YouTube as well, again, just a little reminder, like and subscribe. We have 600 viewers on the YouTube. We don't always have 600 viewers on the YouTube. It's very rare for us, so if you have a moment, hit the like button, hit the sub button. Do it. Hoping to have a big day on YouTube tomorrow for the finals as well. Hopefully a big one, hopefully a good one. Should be awesome, fingers crossed. Very, very excited in case something comes there. It's should be fun. Should be fun. Probe's gonna patrol. We take a couple moments. Link speed and the Queen's building up. As do you have our Stargate and the Nexus coming by. The couple Lings will go in after the probe for a moment or two. Stargate building, Adept in the Warp Gate coming online, Overlord moving out. Early game calming down again. Especially after just a non-stop kind of action-packed game like the one we just saw. It's always good to settle it down for a few seconds. That's exactly what we're going to do right now, is that Adept will take a shade to the natural. A few Zerglings will get in after that Adept. We do have Link Speed finishing up soon. And Drones and the Queen. Continuing by, Hatchery still about halfway done. Oracle in the Warp Gate building up, Probes, as mentioned, producing. Just going to get that all set. And Pylon is just about now completing as the Warp Gate still continues. The Link Speed will finish. And Solar will have the opportunity to get a bunch of Lings. And maybe do something with them, because obviously Link Speed kind of lets you do that. Believe it or not, that's how Link Speed works. It lets you move around the map effectively. Would you believe it? Oracle coming in. Queens will be there. Oracle will go and get pushed away. That's a very simple defense right off the bat, so nothing too much happening there just yet. Still seeing those extra drones going about. The Evolution Chamber and the Queen producing 8 drones. Well on the way at the moment. And again, with that Evo Chamber coming by, interesting possibility of what maybe comes next. Hatch. It's going to build up as well. Queen's going to step over. Oracle will take some damage. Activate in. We get rid of 1 drone. Looking for a second, but the Spore Crawler will come into place. Twilight Council finishing soon. The Lings on the other side will put some pressure on. It's going to get forced to run around there a little bit as we do have Charge coming up. Robo Facility in the Forge continuing into play as well. Nexus about to be done. Ally upgrade still building here from Solar. Well, the Adepts and the Oracle continue to hang about. Just going to be seeing the Overlord going down. Solo will get a little supply blocked off the Overlord dropping. And Les halfway done. The melee upgrade still coming through as well. I'm just going to get that done shortly. Roach Roaring to finish in a moment or two. And again, the Temple Archives and a couple of gateways continue to come about as well. It's just a lot of that on the way through for the moment. Again, Charging +1 going to be part of this as well. And yeah, the melee upgrade halfway done. The drones, the lair, Lings and the Queen. Just little bits of everything coming about right now. We do see the rest of these Zerglings still gathering into the center of the map. A couple of Oracles are going to be nearby. The Adepts and the Stalker going to get jumped on. Or, well, maybe not. Pull back again for a second. Ooh, a little ugly from the Lings. They got a little bit caught up in the mineral line there, so they got a bit more committed than they wanted to be. I love the Spire, though. Spire, Spire, Spire. Spire's seen so much success today as well. Shin used it really well against MaxPax earlier. He saw some pretty successful times with it previously as well from Solar, no? Was it Solar? Yeah, we saw some effective Spire playing that Solar Hero series. That was less about the Spire and more about just the overall weirdness of the game. And that Roach speed is halfway done already, and just going to be having a couple of Archons. Going to jump up now. A few units. Zealots this time warping in as well. Lings turn back around from the right side. Just going to go back toward the natural. There's a little bit of Zealot Archon attack coming through, but we've got Roaches here. Seems very defendable. I mean, the Roaches, the Zealots are going to be pretty tanky, but with Queens to add to damage output, Zealots go down fast enough. We do lose 6 drones. And the Spire done. Adepts are going to get caught now as well. They're not going to get any further worker kills. We get a Queen at the front from Classic. And Solar still has 800 gas, and that's the Mutalisk Bank. That is what we're going to utilize here sooner rather than later. Crank out a bunch of mutas and get them on the field and get them chasing across and get some damage done. You know, those Zerglings just working their way through the rocks are just going to pick away right there already. Prism comes back over, still trying to see just what else is going on there. And 13 meters building, now 14. So all at once, all these meters. So you see Ling Roach is going to immediately force a cancel in the 4th base, so no luck there for Classic. That's an instant cancel. Zealot Archon back across the map, though. Well, the meters can fly in and they can force the recall on the Prism, or the Prism has to go down. Oh, we're going to fight the Archons, which means the mutas are taking some pretty hefty damage. There's a lot of mutas, but we're going to lose some straight away. Like I say, Prism will go down, we'll kill these Archons, but not at a light cost. That's 9 of the Mutalisks going down, and of course the complete reveal as to the fact that these mutas are here. Oh, Solar, like, he gave up the mutas. Like, obviously it protects and cleans this up faster, but I don't think that was it. I think you need to wait for a ground army to get there, then bam, mutas arrive, knock the Prism down. Now your muta count is nowhere near as terrifying. And I completely agree with Classic. Let's start some Phoenix, because if I just killed a bunch of mutas, I'm going to be able to manage this Mutalisk count way better. And so I can actually justify making Phoenix, because I might just cut the Mutalisk play dead in the water right now. Solar's already going to transition away Bane Nest and the Infestation Pit, so I don't think we're going to see too many more mutas being made. Again, Classic had the heads up as well, so now he's got cannons in each mineral line. The defensive preparations are already here, and already going to make life difficult here for our Zerg. Another Stay Sword coming down. Infestation Pit still coming up. The Baneling Nest coming through as well. Just having the Stalkers jumping onto a couple more of these Roaches. Good Storm onto a couple more units. Overseer as well. Knocking our way through this set of rocks. We're just going to try and make a little bit of something else happen. Again, the Bane Ravager coming through. The Hive is on the way, +2 melee, and the Baneling speed coming up as well, as you just see the Stalkers getting in after the Mutalisks. Mutas will take some damage. The Phoenix going to play cleanup. Yep, Solar's just moving on. He's already done with these Mutas. He's not even going to try and gleam anything else from them. He just thinks they're done, so he's just going to let those go down very unexcitingly. And the mutas were not the answer in this game 4, as Classic sits up 2-1 in this best of 5. Phoenix, the Oracles, step forward once again. It's going to see that +3 attack upgrade coming through. It's going to knock down a set of rocks on that central position as well. So opening up this space. Another stasis ward coming down. Ling Roach Ravagers spreading out. The Queens are going to be nearby. Big push from Classic. Solar will at least have Baneling speed. And he's got some Banes ready to counterattack as well. So looking for damage across the map. Hive done soon. Funnily enough, no Lurker Den, right? So interested what we're actually going to build off the Hive specifically. We're going to Ultra Cavern. Probably. Going to go Adrenal Glands and Ultra Cavern. Classic pulls back to deal with the Banelings that got caught in a stasis ward. That will at least give Stola time to continue his Hive Tech upgrades. Another stasis in the center of the map. They're just everywhere right now because the Oracles have had full control for a while. And they've just been dropping their stasis wards here, there, and wherever. As Banes come out of stasis, they'll die. We set up on the right side of Solar, but just trying to find any more stasis wards. Doesn't find any just yet. The Archon and Immortal is just such a deadly combo that's already stacked up high. The Stalkers will get some of the Lings that try and run around the back. They were looking for opportunity. They're not going to really find any opportunity. And drop a couple of Corrosive Vials down once again. Just trying to keep things at bay. Still got the Adrenal Glands and the Carapace upgrade producing through also. And now have ourselves the Stalker Immortal High Templar Force. The Archons as well joining up in the bottom left. More gateways coming through. The cannons are producing. The +3 attack upgrade also on the way in. Now a Tempest is going to be finishing in a few moments as well. Make that 2 Tempests on the way in. Burst of Vials going to knock down a Stalker straight away, so that gets KO'd. Press this army back into the center. Just going to see a few Lings on the right side. Banes as well. Rolling by. Just going to get out of there. Solar's max, but my current belief for him is pretty minimal, and mostly just because, again, that army of the pros looks awesome. Like I say, we're going to build Ultras, but if we build Ultras, we're building Ultras into what's already a pretty good Immortal count. So I'm not even super confident about the Ultras immediately either, to be completely honest with you. I just don't think they're really a factor right now either here. Do you see the Lingbane Roach Ravager regathering on the right side? The Phoenix Oracle getting pushed away once again. More additional Ultras coming up. +3 melee, Kindness Plane, +2 Carapace. All of that coming about as well right now. It's just bringing a lot of this up and running. Then the Immortal coming out. A couple of Tempests going through. The cannons are on the way. Maybe seeing the Spore Crawler still fighting. And the Oracle will take a bit more damage. Phoenix as well. Lings are still going to run through here. We do see the couple of cannons being picked away at. Just clearing those out. The Banes will crash through. A few probes going down already. It's going to see a couple more storms coming down on that bottom side of the map. Not really going to get too much else done as the Ultra continues to run out of there for the moment. $30 Zergling Spinecrawler coming up. We do see a few changelings dropping down from those Overseers as well, so again, getting a lot of this out of here for the moment. Still got them +3 melee, +2 Carapace, the Ultras, everything building. Do we have enough firepower with these Ultras? Gonna try and move forward. I mean, you see a couple of Corrosive Vials land on some of the Immortals, but man, these Immortals are so far in the back. Templa's died to some Corrosive Vials as well. Solar just instantly rebuilds 7 new Ultras. This Ultra here is having a chomp in time. We really need just the extra Carapace upgrades. Anything you can do to make these Ultras survive is going to be important, and obviously we're not on full Carapace yet, so kind of needs to get there. I mean, but now Classic knows, so we're building 3 Immortals at once, and so is there realistically a way that we actually think this is going to be, working out? I don't really think so, to be honest. Tempests are firing up, Lings getting in here, the cannon's in some trouble. 3 more Corrosive Vials knocking in towards the rest of that army. The Stalker's taking hits. Tempest firing through. Another couple of Vials again. Phoenix with the liftoffs. The Ravager's going to drop down dead already. Just going to clean those right up, right away. Okay, and 6 additional Corruptors building through. 5 Banelings, Microbial Shroud. 12 Corruptors actually on the way right now from Solus. That's a lot of Corruptors coming up. The Spore Crawler going to get rid of the Phoenix, getting after another one as well. Both of these Ultras going to come through. We see the cannons going to get picked away at. Just going to knock those down. The Archon stepping forward. Mortal Stalker stepping out onto the map. Away we move. As those couple Ultras loop around. Just come by. Phoenix will go down. Again, the Ling Ultra coming about as well. Just going to be seeing the Ling's going to run forward there. Just going to be seeing a couple Stalkers blinking through. Things continue up. Microbial Shroud and that +3 Carapace coming online as well. Just classic. Still just holding out in the middle of the map. Don't really think Solar is getting anywhere just yet. See those Archons coming through. The High Templars all building. The Lings on the left side just going to get turned around immediately, and now the Neural Parasite continues in. +1 Flyer Carapace on the way up. The Spine Crawlers will produce. I mean, Neural gives us a chance, though, as well, right? I mean, I'm very anti-Solar in this game, but I just really do think the schedule, the state of things right now is just, I mean, it just doesn't feel good for him. Resource lost, AK worse. His mining's good, and he's trying to keep, Classic away from additional bases, which I think keeping him off 6 base is fairly achievable. But he has to keep doing it with what feels like such an inefficient army. But it maybe if he can get some great spellcasting off, maybe that trades the inefficiency into something that's just good enough. Corruptus here trying to get a few pot shots off, but that's not going to be good enough either, as Classic works his way over to this right-hand side. A couple of the Ultras going to eat some transfusions. The Lings gather about. We are going to see the Archon and Mortal Force still stepping forward at the moment. Storm's coming straight down. We're going to land a Fungal, which makes the retreat here much more difficult. Now a Time Warp coming down as well. Classic and Solar both lose a lot, but actually, Solar didn't lose that much. 3 Ultras in the rebuild is not bad. And Classic is the one that actually has to rebuild a whole lot more to make up for that. Solar immediately ready, counter-attacking with those Zerglings. No time given up in terms of just getting across there and putting more damage out on the map. So he gets straight to business in that regard, and will, I imagine, continue in that sort of idea as well. Army of Classic coming back up once more, +2 air weapons coming in. A couple of Immortals producing. We have the Infestors. Uh-oh, Infestors just dying. Not exactly ideal. They didn't have any energy left over, so they weren't ready for another round of this fight just yet. So Classic coming back over before Solar's really ready. This right side base, Solar will drop down dead. This is big because it takes some of Solar's control on this right side of the map away. And if you remove his right side map control, maybe it's a little bit easier for you to expand through the bottom right of the map as this Protoss player. Which at this stage is more or less one of the things you have to aim for, right? You have to start aiming for these bases over in this corner. So getting rid of this location will be a big deal. You do just see our Splines playing cleanup as well. 17 drones going down so far. The Tempests are still stepping up. 9 more Infestors coming through. The Zerglings will continue to build. The Lings are going to get a wraparound on the cannons. They continue to push through here as well. The Archon's still pushing on in, looking to pressure onto everything else at this current point in time. We walk up into this main base, and what are we going to do? A Baneling Nest going down. Another Infestor kind of spawns straight into trouble. The problem is this area is now way too choked up for you to do much about. You've killed one of the bases of Classic, but we're back to this scenario we saw a little bit of in the last game. You've got to kill this Protoss army, and here we go. The Ultras are going to say, Storms, we don't care. We're just going to run in and fight. Solar's reproducing a lot, but the reproduction units are going to come out very slowly, and Classic's army is still there. And so Solar says, GG. Classic 3, Solar 1. Classic goes to the winner bracket finals. And it will be Classic versus Shin for a PvZ winner bracket final. One of them two will make it to the grand finals of our WardiTV 2025 Championship. Solar will drop down to the elimination bracket. And it will be ZVZ versus Reynor to determine whether it's going to be Solar or Reynor into the top 4. It's going to be one or the other. The bracket is rough. There ain't no easy pathway apart from winning. And yeah, Classic Shin in the upper bracket finals. I mean, it's funny because obviously these are our two. I mean, you may argue they're the two players who are most likely to make it there because they came top of the seeding matches, right? And they only make top of the seeding matches because they were already beating the other kind of guys that were going to get there. But it is interesting that they both make it to that winner bracket final. And our two players that were top of the seeding groups will play for a grand final place tomorrow. Now, look at you guys. Look at you guys, because we got one more matchup. And some say we saved the best to last. And I think that may be very, very true. Because we've had some great games today. But up next, we have Clem versus Hero. For elimination. For elimination. One of these players gets knocked out. The other will survive. As we will get into that in a moment, I just got to take a second or two, guys, to set a couple things up. But it is going to be Clem Hero coming up next, so that will be coming through. Clem versus Hero. And one player will get knocked out. Clem is the last Terran standing. Cure was alongside him on the bottom side of the bracket, but knocked out by the Reynor, so Clem is the last player standing looking to make the top 6 of the competition with a win today and being a Terran representative for us as we get into that next round. Alright guys, before we go to a quick ad break, I do want to make a quick mention to one of the reasons that we're able to do this content, which is our sponsors. And you may have noticed that for this week and next week as well still, we have Surfshark joining us as a sponsor on the stream. You'll see the logo over there, surfshark.com/Wardy. You can exclamation mark Surfshark in the chat if you'd like a link straight through to check it out and check this in. So Surfshark is our sponsor, and we're going to do a little Surfshark ad read here, guys, as without them, but I mean, one of the reasons we can't run these tournaments, right? So, Surfshark, VPNs, very important things. That's not what VPN stands for at all, but they are very important things because they help keep you safe and in a very safe place on the internet. They actually do a lot of things. In StarCraft, they're very important because people are using VPNs to get better connections on the servers. Have you tried to cast from the Korean server and you keep getting disconnected? Funnily enough, a VPN might actually help you. I know that's a very niche thing. But in StarCraft 2, that's one of the things we use the VPNs for. They have so many uses. And we've partnered with Surfshark to bring you guys a great offer to get a very own, or your very own, VPN deal. You know what's great about this VPN deal is you can sign up on surfshark.com/Wardy or use my promo code Wardy with the 3 I's. And if you do that, you will get 4 months of Surfshark for free. And if you don't like it, they have a money-back guarantee. So if you sign up and you think this ain't for me, bam, you don't actually need to worry. It's risk-free to try it out. But if you do like it, you'll be getting a safer and more private experience on your internet browsing. So many cool features. Like I say, as a caster, we can use it to help get better connections to the servers. You know, I've talked a lot about, you know, Imager not letting UK users watch stuff, so it's really difficult for me to be able to, like, see all the memes and dreams on the TL forums, or sometimes even on Reddit, for example. So that's really simple. Bam. I can't see the funniest new StarCraft post, which is the only StarCraft post of the week because our StarCraft's pretty dead, but bam! Surfshark connection, bam! Suddenly I'm in Germany. What? I can see the images again? Love it. So do check out Surfshark if that sounds good to you. You can use the same sort of feature to get your favorite shows on Netflix or Disney Plus or wherever, or whatever streaming platform doesn't like you watching your show from where you are, because certain regions in the world aren't cool enough to watch certain things. So another cool reason to check that out. Again, obviously, getting it through my link does support the channel, and you can benefit from some of their cool features. There's obviously a VPN app and a browser extension, so there's multiple ways to use it across your different devices. All of these features are available on both, such as their clean web feature, which will block ads, malware, cookie pop-ups, and more to make your browsing experience safer and easier, or maybe even their safe email system, which blocks their email scam checker, which helps block any phishing attempts on your email, as well as weird scams, weird links. Have you had a Nigerian prince in your emails? Not if you got Surfshark VPN. And you know, look, not a single one of them Nigerian princes have sent you money, right? So let's be real. Just don't read it anymore. Get that Surfshark VPN and stay safe today. Don't get your StarCraft account phished, because your MMR doesn't just go missing when you ladder. If you lose your account, you can't do that either. Try it today for risk-free, 30-day money-back guarantee, 4 months free with my link, which is in the chat once again, and you will be supporting me, my content, and the StarCraft 2 at the same time as using it. Thank you so much for Surfshark for sponsoring the stream and the content. That's going to be live for about another week or so, I believe, guys. Maybe another 10 days or so-ish. So do check that out, surfshark.com/Wardy, right there, or the link in the chat. Check that out. Dave Tester with the £10 donation. Here's my VPN, Wardy. Hang on. 10 quid, have a burger on me. Thank you so much, Dave, for the donation. No burgers for me, though. All donations on the stream until this tournament ends go directly to the prize pool. Merry Christmas, teammate. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Cool. Cool. Alright, we're just going to give it a moment to you guys. I just got some ads playing after the ad read, and we will be off in a moment. I'll just let the casters know. That will be 2 minutes, and then we'll kick off into this final series of the day, which will be Clem versus Hero. And after this, we have our final day set up as this lower bracket continues to develop. Very exciting. Very exciting. Let's put the bracket on the screen for a moment or two just while I sort a couple of things out, message a couple of players who are asking me for schedules already and so on. So let me just sort that out. Cool. Sorry, just like I said, time to play a little bit and just letting some people know some schedules and stuff for tomorrow. Obviously, tomorrow you'll be witnessing. So the schedule for tomorrow will look like this. We will start the day with the ZVZ with Solar versus Reynor. Then we will have MaxPax versus the winner of Hero versus Clem. Then we'll have the lower bracket semi-final. And then we will have the grand final of Classic versus, not the grand final, the upper bracket final of Classic versus Shin. It's been a long day, guys. Sorry, we've been live for 7 hours already. And then the lower bracket final and the grand finals after that. The grand final is, in fact, at the end of the whole thing, believe it or not. So there is your bracket update. That's what it's looking like. Like I say, we've got ourselves this Hero Clem series to get through. And our ads are far enough gone now as well that we can actually just start this off. Bam. Let's do it. Clem Hero, best of 5, lower bracket elimination match. Will a Terran survive to the final day? Clem went 3-1 over Creator. It was very convincing against Creator, to be honest. He obviously lost in the upper bracket to Rainor originally. That's why he's down in the lower bracket. He finished 3rd place in his seeding group. He did lose out to Hero in that seeding group 0-2. Lost to Shin as well, but did beat Showtime. So TVP's been a bit of a mixed bag of results for him thus far. In the lower bracket, top 8, who will take it to the top 6 in the final day of the WardiTV 2025 Championship? 2 players who could absolutely both be in the grand finals. But the way it's turned out, this lower bracket has become an absolute string of amazing players. I mean, honestly, every match in the lower bracket at this point could have been the grand final. Like, that's how crazy tomorrow's going to be. And like I say, one of these 2 players doesn't even get to make it to tomorrow. One of them gets eliminated on this series. In the top right-hand corner, the blue Protoss is going to be Hero. In the bottom left, the red Terran will be Clem. When is the final day? Tomorrow. We start at midday CET. That is about 7 hours ago from now, but tomorrow. So in like 17 hours, I think. If I just did my quick math properly. It says dangerous doing math as a streamer though, so please don't take it for granted. Maybe I'm a bit off. Liquipedia will have the full schedule soon. So just letting you guys know that. In fact, I will send Liquipedia the schedule now, and hopefully it'll be up to date so we can talk about it at the end of the day. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Cool. Just send that to Wikipedia, and that might be up so we can talk about it a little bit toward the end here and get that back on track. Next on the Cybercore coming through is Simulator Building from Hero. Just going to have a pylon on the low ground here from Hero as well to accompany the Nexus that's on the way through. And this probe heading across toward the upper right-hand upper right-hand side of the map for a couple of moments as well. Get that on the go, get this running, and see what will happen. This series is a replay, guys. So again, this series played at the exact same time as Classic versus Solar. Simply because it was already 1:30 in the morning for Hero, and instead of making him play at 2:45 a.m., I'd rather him play at 1:30 a.m. I know these guys are degenerates, they stay up all night. I would like to make the players play as early as they can. And this is one of the times where we can just synchronize matches to make that easier without having an overly negative experience. 90% of this tournament has been live, or 80% probably. It's been a high amount that's been live. Honestly, more of it's been live than I expected. We've had some matches that were going to be cast from replays, but it ended up being double Europeans. In the later matches, we actually let them play live instead of the replays. So we've actually had less replays than originally planned for. But in this case, it's just a case of, it just doesn't make sense to make Hero play another hour later if you could just play Clem now and potentially give us a better series because he's less tired, right? Clem is our last Terran standing. Hero, well, one of the few pros left, obviously win this, and he's got a PvP against MaxPax in that next round. It's going to be seeing the Marines get forward there. The Adept will go down. It's going to see the Blink on the way through. Robotics facility building on the Natural. 2 additional gateways in production. Battery in the Natural as well. And this Hellion looking to get around over towards the front. Stalker will be in position, and the Hellion will not be able to get through over there, so that's just going to be denied, pushed back, and sent the other way for the next couple of moments, pushing that where we needed to be, as Clem just tries to find some early information. Stalker going to sit tight at the front, the 2 additional gateways coming down from Hero, robotics facility about to complete, that Cyclone and a couple of Marines will be popping out as we will look to pop into this medevac, and Clem is going to go a journeying out over to the top of the map, so Cyclone and 2 Marines in the medevac. Now more Marines here already, so very far forward group of units. But it will just be the one medevac that goes to the other side. The other Marines will fall back, play a bit more defensively. So let's follow our medevac and see if it can find some damage in the early moments of this game number 1. Again, best of 5. And loser goes out, winner advances. Oh no, Stalker's Blink, insta-kill! Cyclone doesn't even get out. That is a full medevac denied for free, and that's the most disastrous start to the series you can have pretty much as Clem. Pretty much the first interaction outside of a little bit of Reaper harass. Well, okay, we killed an Adept already. But one of the first interactions of the game is just you getting completely destroyed. Hero could not have been more ready for it, and that is going to be Clem in a bit of trouble right off the bat. Definitely playing from behind here on White Rabbit in this opening game, no doubt there. Stalkers gather, the Marines and the Raven will sit there for a couple of moments. Siege tank will pop out, pulling over to the sides. Again, Nexus and a few more Stalkers warping in. Just going to get that on the way. Charge about halfway done. Marines and the Raven up the top. Stalkers will get rid of the bunker. So the bunker goes down already. Just seeing the Siege tank. Marine Marauder coming through. Stimpak and +1 coming about. Our Stalkers will get the Siege tank on the Natural as well. Gonna get the Raven also. Okay, we are having a good time here as Hero. He's having an absolutely fantastic time. These Stalkers will trade great. 2 Stalkers down for a tank, the bunker, the Raven. 2 tanks on the high ground, repositioning to try and siege in a better place. One of them's a bit too far away. Now we blink in. Okay, there's a tank on the high ground that's dangerous. He probably could have walked up the ramp if he wanted to. But that's a little bit risky. You don't quite know what's going on. No high ground vision because the prism is positioned backwards, so you don't know. You just don't see up to the high ground, basically, is what it comes down to. These Stalkers continue to hit the orbital, which will take a bit more damage. The SCVs still trying to pull on in there, and we do knock a few more of those down. 3 probes falling, the 10 SCVs going down. The Hellion getting some work done, at least some counter damage from Clem, but obviously a game right now that has absolutely fallen away from him early. And I was going to say that Stimpak is ripe for the taking. I mean, he was starting to move some units in position, but he pulled them back. So I kind of stopped my sentence, and then, yeah, at that point, the Stalkers already made their play. The Stimpak goes down immediately here. And let's just have the rest of these units gathering up. 4 more Zealots warping in, +1 attack upgrade building on the side of Hero. So just getting that set up as well. We're going to drop another scan here. A couple of tanks need to be a bit careful. The Siege tank's going to unload back down to the low ground. We see one tank, two tank firing away. The couple stalkers getting blasted. We blink away once more, getting out of there, staying safe as we possibly can at the moment. 4 more SCVs dying because we just got zealots in the main base, so Clem is just getting completely bullied. Hero opens up super strong, jumps on that first medevac, and then is just going to go full swing at that point and just not stop. Zealots down, dropping on top of the tanks. The stalkers are just going to move through. The prism goes down. Wow, what a hero move. The hero move, definition. A move that is completely unnecessary, looks cool, but does not necessarily always end well for you. And I feel like that's a pretty great example of what the hell just happened there. Because we just dropped the zealots on the tanks, losing the prism, blinked in with the stalkers, lost a bunch of those. Clem's army supply is equal to Hero's right now. Despite the lack of stim, he is holding off this Protoss army not so badly because Hero decides he wants to try and end this game already, but Clem's saying no. Have a little bit of respect for me, please. I'm not just going to fall over and die. Hero says I think you might, though. As we're going to engage in again, high ground tank gets rid of a bunch of the stalkers. Zealots will honestly only get a handful of the SCVs as well. Hero, stop. Someone take the keyboard off this man, please, because he is just running a riot, and he's hurting himself in the process. Like, he's hitting the button so hard, his fingers are starting to hurt, and he's going to lose in the game if he keeps it going. Like, you need to calm down a second or two. Seriously. I mean, real talk, like, this is meant to be like an unlosable kind of position with what you've done so far. And you are doing your best. I mean, this game does not look like the kind of game that opened with a completely dead medevac, a cancelled stim, a bunch of the early game units going down a harassment. Scan for the first DT here, gets lifted into the prison. We're going to hope for the missile to on the low ground, so Clem will lose SCVs to the DTs. It's going to help Hero to retake a bit of a control in the game, but man, it shouldn't have to be the DTs killing 11 SCVs for Hero to feel good about this game. Admittedly, at home, yes, he's going to 4 bases while Clem takes his 3rd. Yeah, there are benefits behind everything else, right? The numbers don't tell the whole story, but like, it has been much uglier than it needed to be. I think we can stand by that as this DT can absolutely get away. He moved it back. Now we scan, it will go down. You know, we're going to clean that up, but it did cost you another scan. One of the benefits of killing the Raven is that DT play becomes so much more effective, right? And Terrans do not want to build a new Raven, putting the starport back on the tech lab. You've got to build the Raven. All of this time you're not reactoring out medevac. So in general, that's just a bit of a miserable situation for you. +2 and the Shadow Stride still coming up. The Marine stemming across the map. DTs are going to get in. Concussive shells will fall. My Bio Army going to get here as the Prism loads up and escapes away. Scan about. DT taking some damage. Do you see the 4 more Stalkers? The +2 attack upgrade coming over. Immortal is on its way as well. Ghost Academy building 2. Like I say, Hero is now kind of cruising in terms of supply again. When Clem had to obviously fight for his life against these DTs also. So in the end, maybe Hero's approach to this game was fine, but man, it did feel like it got way closer than it ever needed to. These 2 tanks put some good work in. The SCV's doing a good job of trying to block up a defense right now. We do warp 11 Zealots into the natural expansion. Zealot's going to make the charge forward. You see a little bit of a Mortal Stalker on that right-hand side, a little bit of tank shots coming through. Now we're going to engage back in once again. We killed the Prism, and Hero, is this it? I mean, Hero's going to lose the Prism, but he's also going to... Is he going to kill everything? Yeah, probably. Surely. Maybe? I doubt myself. Okay, yeah, he is. I didn't see these few Zealots were underneath the medevacs. He actually had quite a few Zealots left over at the end of the day. Okay, cool. GG's, and that is going to be Hero taking the opening game of this lower bracket match as he goes up 1-0 against Clem right here. So gets the 1-0 advantage, and it is going to be Clem trailing. Try and bounce back in this series. If he can bounce back, that will be the question mark. We're going to go to Mothership for map number 2, guys, so we'll kick this off in a second. Go Hero and give us the 3-0. Ooh. You don't want any Terran in the final day? Unbelievable. You guys know the runner-up of the WardiTV 2020 of the WardiTV Championship every year has been a Terran. Terran have finished 2nd place every year. with Zerg winning 3 times and Protoss winning once. I don't know why didn't we do WardiTV 2024 last year? I think last year was just so busy, there was just no chance, which is really sad because it just sucks that it just doesn't have like an extra player or something. Very sad. What's up, Homes Rufus? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. I'm just trying to make sure I've got everybody in this lobby that I need, guys, so give me a sec, and I will also get you on the tree before we go in game. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, cool. Let's, get this going. I'm looking for my hangers. Thank you again to Homes Rufus for the, 2-month resub on the Prime. And to the tree with you. To the tree with you. Bam. In the bottom side of the map, our Red Terran player who will be trailing by a game will be our Red Terran, repping Liquid, and hopefully not going to have his first medevac of the game just shot down and pushed away. It is going to be Team Liquid's Clem in the bottom of the map to start this off. In the top right, our blue Protoss player is going to be Hero, taking the 1-0 lead. You might notice a couple of cheeky boys in the middle of the map. 1 SCV and 2 SCVs. Double proxy racks in the middle of the map here from Clem. What are we going to do? Marauders is what comes to mind immediately. I'm going to get double racks down, so let's see what we do from here. I'm just going to have the couple of barracks building up, the refinery on the way in. Finishing up so we can get that gas mining for whatever the plan is from Clem. Hero, is he choosing this game to play no scout? It does feel like it, doesn't it? So he's going to be, if he no scouts here, he's in trouble. Dude just is not going to have a clue what's coming at him, and he's going to... You just can't respond if you no scout. And it's funny because, to be fair, Clem is, playing a bit of a roll of the dice because it's a 3-player map, but you're going to proxy in between the 2 other bases he could be at, and then you just sort of guess which one it is, or I guess we just SCV scout one way and we go the other. I guess you wait with this SCV a bit, then you'll scout, and then it just looks like a more normal scout timing, and then you can go, if you either see your opponent here and you go here, if he's not here, you go here. Right? So, like, it's not really a roll of the dice at all, it is just timing the SCV to get the confirmation, and then you can go. It does mean that because your barracks are over here, if this was a true, like, if you knew where your opponent was at, you could have built them, like, here, right? Which is also probably why Hero says, I think I can get away without scouting this game, because what are the chances he actually gets a proxy going? The proxy will be depowered by how far away it is, but it will be empowered by the fact that, again, Hero does not have a clue what's happening, and it's just going to hit at the point where there's already a bunch of units up, one big shove forward, and Hero has no preparations. But because the shell's available, these units could go down super quickly. So yeah, no scout from Hero. He is as blind as a bat, as they do say. As blind as a greedy Protoss, as others might say after today's game, because 5 Marauders are on a mission to get Hero to say GG. And I get the feeling they're going to be very good at their job. This Adept is going to be the first. Let's watch Hero's point of view. He sees it. 5 Marauders. What does he do? He is going to have... He has a battery. There's also 5 Marauders. Chrono Boost that Stalker. This Stalker dies. And... GG. And GG. Because there's just not really else you can do from there as Hero. Then say GG because the game is kind of in a pretty doomed position. You've already kind of spent your opportunity because you didn't scout. You got punished for it. And now... the game gets tied up after a great opening game. It just gets tied up just like that. Simple as simple may be. Bam. Alrighty. Got some invites out, guys. Back on track here in just a couple moments. Do. You've been waiting for this to happen for months now. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is as many as I believe I had in the last game, so we should be good to go. We'll give it 15, 20 seconds for some ads, and we can go. Do. Game 3. Alright, away we go. How long was that game? Like 3 minutes and a few seconds, maybe? Best of 3? Nope, best of 5. Best of 5. Leveled out now. Turn into almost a best of 3, in a way. Let's get into this. In the top left-hand side, our red Terran player. Leveling the series with some cheeky little marauders. It's going to be Clem. And the player, who I don't imagine no scouts anymore, is going to be Hero, our blue Protoss. Trying to loosen the probe. Just going to see the assimilator coming down. Cracks and the gas coming up. The SCV producing. Just have this SCV coming across, taking a couple of moments for a couple seconds here. Engineering bay block, but the probe sees it very quickly, so we get a good bit of info as to what's going on nice and quickly. Just gonna have the engineering bay building through, the orbital command coming up, having ourselves the Reaper and the orbital continue to come through. 4 probes on the corners to keep the SCV from doing much else, and the Nexus goes down straight after, so that is going to be that. Hero's going to no-scout a second time. To be fair, I mean, I don't think Clem goes it back-to-back. This is the kind of the mind game where it's like, well, you just proxied me, so I just don't believe you're ever going to do it a second time again, right? And you're just, cool. You know, thumbs up. Love my life. No belief you're going to proxy. We got that out of the way. In this case, it's true. In this case, it's an engineering bay block. So you know there's no proxy either, because you can't really engineering bay block and proxy. Because that's really add up numbers-wise, usually. Well, maybe you can, but it'd be very, very unnatural. Drop the pylon down. Probe moves away. Stalker in the warp gate still coming about. The Adept just going to go out the front. Going to go for a bit of a shade. As that factory comes up, man's in the building, and the Adept will take a shade up to the top left-hand side. So a chance to get through. A look to see what's up. 2 Marines and The Reaper, I'm going to fight against the Adept right off the bat. Just going to get some damage done there right away and chase that down. Adept is going to fall. Adept is not going to fall. It's going to shade away just about in time to keep itself nice and safe. That's exactly what I meant. Love it. All right. A couple of units jump back into the bunkers. Just going to get set back up here. The orbital command coming through. The starport in production. A couple of Marines and the Hellion coming over. The Hellion going to pop out of the factory and will begin to make a move onto the map. Obviously take a chance to get down to that bottom right-hand side. Move across here right from the early stages. Across we go. Adept. Gonna shade in after the Reaper. Reaper is going to be with the Hellion. This time actually does kill the Adept off. So actually we do kill the Adept in the end, guys. Caster was just predicting ahead of his time. It's tough casting in the moment when you see things so far in advance, you know. I'm looking at this game 20 moves from now, so sometimes I just forget to say what's happening now. I actually say what I'm thinking is going to happen, you know. Yeah, it's a tough challenge to get over. Actually does get into the natural real talk though for maybe a probe into the main base. I mean, we can scout, we can obviously go after some more workers. Where's the Twilight Council? Yeah, it's the front, so we already know it's a Twilight. Hero's been building that Twilight Council at the front a lot lately. Just using it as part of his wall. It feels so dangerous. Does it not feel dangerous when, like, you know, a lot of the time you're like reliant on like charge finishing for a defense? And if your opponent pushes you, they can just kill the Twilight before charge is done. It's like, oh, well now I'll never get charged. That sucks. Depends what time of a push it's at, maybe, and maybe you just don't expect the natural to be pushed because the Terran will always show up to attack the third base first. That's interesting. One turret comes down, probe goes, getting picked away at immediately. +1 and that stim pack both upgrading at the moment here from Clem, so we're getting both those on the way out. A few Marines being added on. Stalkers will continue toward the upper left-hand side, so they're going to move over there at the same time for the moment. So bring that straight over. Next is about to finish battery in production. Again, yeah, Stim and +1 both building through as well. The Stalkers looking for a chance to blink to the high ground, and they're going to go straight in. They're going to find a reactor, and they can start to take down tech labs. They're going to go after combat shields first, and Stim Pack maybe next. He's just going to take the one. It's the coin flip, right? Heads or tails? Tails, he says. It's like, well, you don't lose when it's not the right call, but it's you know, you don't get your money either. I mean, deny combat shield. It's the lesser upgrade to the Stim. Stim is much nicer to have because of the attack speed bonus and everything, so yeah, it'd be nice to have combat shield, but much nicer just to have Stim. Once you have the Immortal Charge and the Robo Bay coming up for the moment. Command Center coming through, Marine Marauder coming about, Stim Pack, combat shield, and +1 building in. The few Stalkers will get toward the upper left-hand side. Then we have the thermal lance coming up. The charge is building. Good amount of Marine Marauder coming through. +1 combat shield building. The Stalker's just settling there. It'll take a few moments to figure out just what will be next in this game 3. Will Clem? I mean, as he finishes combat shield and +1, maybe he does get a bit of a move across the map. Shoot down an observer over in the corner, which is a nice little grab. Any information, you know, vision you can deny of hero is going to be a good thing. First two Medivacs pop, going to load in the main base, and it looks as though we're just going to take that out for the drop. And then everything else will stick around, probably to push out and take the third. He could just unload those units and look to trap these Stalkers as well, but Hero's backing off very preemptively. We actually do just unload these units and look for the wraparound. If anything's left there, one Stalker. No, it's actually a very good play from Hero, because he left way before this wraparound happened. So only one Stalker goes down. And that was obviously, you know, designed toward a scout. Instead of all of these Stalkers getting caught, that would have been disastrous. So, credit to Hero. He thought about the possibility of what the timing was that was about to be. And before he even really caught wind of it, yeah. I mean, I guess as the observer went down, he didn't have information. He just started to play safe. So, yeah, great identification of a possibility. The possibility was true. And Hero doesn't lose much because he thought ahead of time, as the Temple Archives will be the next step of the tech tree. Robo Bay already getting an extended thermal lance as well, so all of that coming up. see the two Vikings, the Marine Marauder coming through, that armor upgrade coming by as well. We will get a scan down to the bottom side. Just going to put that in, look to see what's up. Again, the Sense Tower, Ghost Academy, Bunker, Widow Mines, Marauders, Viking. A little bit of everything coming about. The Stalker is still settling in the center. A few Zealots are going to run forward. Another few Zealots over to the left side as well. Ghost still going to continue through. Just going to have ourselves the +1 armor finishing shortly. A Archon, Disruptor, again +1 armor coming by as well. Just going to see a couple more gateways coming up. The army of Hero coming around the right-hand side. The few Zealots poised. As Hero looks as though he might want to be an aggressor here. I mean, the Zealots are going to walk into what is the entire Terran army if you try and walk in right now, so... Pre-split from Clem, just in case it's a storm that he's not quite ready for, so just making sure he's as spread and concaved as possible ahead of a fight. He starts to push as he hits 2 Colossus, as well he does a lot of the time. He's just going to send it! Well, that's a commitment in. I mean, we are going to see the EMP, a couple of Archons going low very quickly. I almost thought it was EMPs. Was it EMPs? Yeah, he had some ghosts in there already, yes. I was going to say, those Archons disappeared, then I was looking for the ghosts, couldn't see them in the split moment I was looking for them for. But yeah, some ghosts hit some good EMPs. Hero walks in and just loses a lot instantly. And Clem takes a fight good enough that he's still out here kind of contesting. After chasing the Zealots down, now he'll be pushed back a little bit while the Zealots do come through. And about to finish the armor upgrade, so Hero will be a little stronger on the Zealots in the next few moments. Clem has the Raven across the map that finds the 5 probe kills that you see on the side of your screen. But yeah, Hero just ran in a clump, popped the Guardian Shield and just said, "Yo, low, let's go." And did not really have the best of times at all. So Clem with a pretty solid defense here initially on Ruby Rock. But you see the Zealots still charging up. Widow Mine goes off, a few Zealots going down. The Bio just going to be pushing back again. We split backward here, now the Bio going to pull back again. Archon's coming through, the Immortals and the Stalkers in the background. 4 more producing Stalkers just underneath that prism. Colossus looking to get through. We pull back again. A couple of Zealots going down already. Prism gets another warp in. We scan out once again. And yeah, the 2-2 going to finish very shortly. Upgrades across the board right now as we head on forward. EMPs straight onto those Archons. They're going to go down very quickly. The few Stalkers there in a bit of trouble. There goes the Colossus. The Zealot and the Sentry going back the other way. Still having the 2-2 upgrades coming about right now from Clem here as... Just going to F2 his Raven back to the army. But Clem is maxed, and Clem has no reason not to start progressing across the map. No, if you're maxed out, you want to put some pressure on. The big question mark is going to be if Hero can get a counterattack on the go, which right now does not necessarily seem to be the case. Gonna step in, pull back a little. Don't have any storms or anything here. There's just that one Archon to be careful of, kind of splash damage-wise. The Vikings have nothing really fall back away from either, so they just chase the Colossus very freely. That does not feel good for you as Hero, who's now down a full set of upgrades as well as Clem just moves into the front of this base. The Zealots begin to charge on forward, but they're not going to have a good time. Bio will stim, the Zealots will start to drop. Vikings still hanging around right there. We do see a few more Zealots warping in again. The Vikings get rid of a Colossus, looking for another, not quite going to get there. Stalker's still dealing some damage as we continue to move through. All these probes coming in from the bottom side. 13 workers dead already. This Nexus falls. There's just no stopping this army of Clem. He's tripled the army supply of Hero right here. And Hero just doesn't have any of the get-out-of-jail-free units. I mean, he's got a Disruptor building, but even if that pops, one Disruptor probably ain't going to do much of this. There's a new Colossus spawning soon. We're going to walk into the Naturals Clem. I mean, this Colossus probably dies before it gets a chance to do anything. The Vikings will just relift and go after said Colossus. Take that down. Stalker's dying. Everything else being picked away at. And it is going to be Clem to take the first game of the series. So, what was I on about? First game of the series. The third game of the series to go up 2-1. My brain is fried. Numbers are difficult. It's 7.5 hours into the cast. My apologies. Yeah. First game of the series, guys. Ignore those first two. Whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Ay, ay, ay. All right. We are gonna then go into our next one. Is this a replay? Yep, it was played about an hour ago. It was played at the same time as Classic Solar, so it's a replay by an hour at most. Literally just made it so Hero didn't have to play as late at night. Not that that's helped him out so far. How did Chin beat MaxPax? You had to go at 0-2 and reverse sweep happened. Yeah, it was fun. It was actually a crazy series. Like, and we had a great day of games. Yeah, I really felt like MaxPax was just gonna sweep through everybody today, and then bam, he ended up in the lower bracket. It was just some fun games, like some fun aggression from Shin, some fun timing windows he took advantage of, and so on. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's do it, guys. Let's jump into game number 4. We're going to 10,000 feet for this map. Get this underway. Let's do this. We're going to start off in the bottom right-hand side. Down a game and must win to stay in the tournament. This is Hero. Top left, our red Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Clem. As we have game 4 on the way through. Guys, it is our first game of the day. That could be the last game of the day. If Clem wins this, we are going to be wrapped up, and then there's only one more day of our 2025 championship remaining. Just want to take a chance. This is our last game of the day, possibly. To just say thanks everyone for tuning in today. It's been an absolute pleasure. We have had so much viewership today. It's been amazing. Shout out to all the players being on time as well, and just being here and playing late and everything else. It has truly been an amazing day through and through for just StarCraft. It's been really, really fun. So, appreciate you all hanging about and hanging out with us. And, yeah, I just want to take a moment to obviously say one more final time. If you do enjoy the stream, hit the follow button. If you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe. And if you're really enjoying, obviously, all the other ways to support, any donations on the stream are going toward the prize pool of the tournament. So you've got today and tomorrow to do that if you fancy including the prize pool. Obviously, subs and stuff to help support the channel always. And then you can obviously, if you want to check out the Patreon, that's a possibility too. Patreon.com/WardiTV or our sponsor, Surfshark.com/Wardi. I appreciate you all for listening and enjoy what could be our final map of the day. Hopefully not. Hopefully you get game 5, right? Yeah. Black Bear, member for a month from the WardiTV Bronze. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Probe coming through. Just take a second or so. Reaper Command Center coming about. Next in the Cybercore coming in. The pylon will drop down from Hero here as well at the front. As you just see, this probe is going to get back toward the main base in the next few moments. Don't hit the follow button if you're already following, though, because then you will unfollow. Well, if you're already following, it wouldn't be a follow button. It would be the unfollow button. So you just gotta think a little bit. Things change, you know. You gotta put yourself in the situation and figure out what to do for the best, okay? But I believe in you guys. I believe in you guys to be able to figure it out. Clem with the immediate triple CC, so super greedy. Game 3 from him. Sorry, game 4 from him. Apparently, I'm deleting that Marauder game out my out my mind as too fast of a game to count. Gateway and the course look so vulnerable on the edge. I mean, they are. At the end of the day, right, if Clem shows up here, like, these are structures which go down very easily. It's just Hero prioritizes the wall off more than anything else. So, he says if they go down later on, he doesn't really care. He can replenish them. Stalker comes about, Reaper gets chased, just gonna have that blink and the warp gate both coming through. Engineering Bay Factory on the way up. We do have our Marines and our SCVs building as well. As we go around into the centers, the Reaper coming through, trying to see what else is going on. Again, just keep some scout information up for the moment. And the +1 attack upgrade on the Engineering Bay Factory and the Orbital Command, both built into place. And Hero choosing to go through the blink. He's used some non-blink plays lately. He's been using some Phoenix and stuff as well, so there was that possibility of maybe switching it up and doing things a little bit differently, but at this point in time, it does not seem to be the plan. Sim back in +1 will both build into play. And we just have ourselves the engineer, the pylon and the Nexus coming about, the blink is coming over. Just gonna have ourselves Forge dropping down. And the Observer is just on the way up from the Robo facility. Again, the few Stalkers and that Forge both coming through. Just have ourselves again Stimpak +1. Forge and the Nexus continue to come about. Day Lauren, I feel like I loved your freak out about the fact you feel like you can't possibly have only been following me for this amount of time. I believed you so much that I decided to check it out on the WardiBot. You've only first ever came to the stream in 2021, so three and a bit years is probably about right. Even WardiBot corroborates with this story. The best part is WardiBot tells me how much you've all watched, so whenever someone claims to be the biggest Wardy fan, I can just be like, are you though? Are you? 7 hours watched over the last 7 years? I'm like, oh, I only watch on my TV on my wife's account. That's actually my excuse, but yeah. Holy, the 10 years of following. Oof. Jeez. Clem's taking his left side third base. What if I claim to be a slightly above average Wardy fan? That's not interesting enough to call you out for, though. It's now I don't bother checking, you know? Didn't even know I was a streamer 10 years ago. I've been full-time for 10 years. Never mind just being a streamer. I've been full-time streaming for 10 years. Prism is going to get lifted, and we are going to have Marines. I actually think maybe pulled their, showed their kind of strength too soon. We're going to instantly recall because he knows there'll be a Viking on the way. I think if they showed their strength too soon, if he held them back and then stemmed them in, he might have had that Prism kill much more comfortably. Bio gathering together, Medevac gonna relocate the tank over to the sides. Hero's starting to get aggressive, pushing forward with these units. Remember, Clem's had a good economical start to this game, but nothing really going down just yet apart from the Reaper and now the Sensor Tower. You also see the Stalker Zealot Colossus pulling back, a few more Zealots warping in beneath the Prism. And we just have Hero's trying to figure out a way in. Because Clem goes over to this base, he's got a couple defensive positions to work with. I think this base is fine. It's a little bit unique. It's a little bit different from what I was expecting, but happy to see how he plays it out as we are going to be seeing these Colossus starting to fight. The Zealot's doing a good job of breaking through, but Hero decides that that's a little bit too much. So he does fall away from this. Extended Thermal Lance finishing for him. As Clem just sits back defending 3 bases, Hero is already up to the 4-base setup right now. Here in 10,000 feet at the moment. We're going to try and come back in on the left-hand side. Just going to keep looking for these chances to get more damage done. The Zealots getting through. The Bio are going to fight back. Just going to see a few more of those Zealots going down. The rest of the Bio still chasing across. The Colossus getting jumped on. One of them going down. The rest of these Zealots getting picked away at here still. Bio coming back across as well. Still having the Dark Shrine, the Stalker, and the +2 coming about. The Colossus is super low. Shield's already gone and not a lot protecting it, but Clem does not feel the ability to kind of keep on chasing there. Resources lost going to be 1.5k better off for Clem than it is for Hero. Most of that is Zealots for Hero. He's lost the same amount of gas as Clem, just lost more minerals. So if he keeps expanding and taking bases and mining, that may not be too bad of a situation for him. As the Viking peels away up to the top of the map. 2-2 upgrades starting from Clem as Hero is well on his way to +2 attack, but obviously no armor from him as well. I mean, Hero's choosing to attack into a very defended Clem position, so he needs to figure out if that's something he really wants to keep doing. As the Dark Shrine comes up, it will give him other ways to harass and other ways to potentially, you know, make some things happen here, so I'd imagine that that's going to be a big part of the future. The +2 finishing up on that forge. Just going to see the Zealots, the Colossus, the Stalkers, and the Immortal gathering in the front and hanging around for a few moments. And get that ship weapons going. The 2-2 upgrades on the way. Marine Marauder Viking building up. Starport and the Ghost Academy coming online as well. It's going to be another couple of units just warping into the center here from Hero, so readying up the possibility of attacking to the upper left-hand side and see if he wants to make another dive in. Hero's already, I mean, both of them are already closing in on being maxed out. Clem getting his Ghost up, even an additional Starport. Throwing the Sense Tower down, man, he just really wants to make sure that he is safe. He's going to try and take a 4th base in the front, so that will change a little bit of his kind of defensive pattern. Doesn't mean if Hero attacks in from here, you can kind of take a line across here, but it's kind of a little bit awkward, to be fair. Going to see Stalkers blinking in. The Zealots begin to charge. First couple of tanks are going to end up in the front. The Colossus will stay back and will do pretty well at just fighting from afar initially, so not too bad a performance from them. Going to get underneath this command center, and it's going to take quite a bit of damage too, so a few shots coming straight off toward the CC. And he's still trying to push on through. The Colossus trying to do their thing. Zealot's going to get up in the front. The couple of Vikings are going to fight back. Colossus is getting pushed the other way. We did kill the command center, so the 4th base denied. Clem double expanding, or double command centering, so he's just going to get a replenishing amount of bases up and online. Hero's still trading about 2k worse into Clem so far. Definitely expected based on the current outlook of things, as we'll warp in another large group of Zealots. A couple extra just coming through. We move over to the left-hand side. Zealot Stalker Colossus looking for the chance. Push through here. The Vikings will take a few shots at this, and we are going to be seeing, I mean, Hero just going to commit to this. If he wins this position, he will kill the base after, but will he win the position? Clem's going to force himself down this little choke point. Now going to close the gap on these units. The Zealots could not have come sooner for Hero, who is going to use them to get into the front and to push Clem back a little further again. The one Colossus remaining is super low HP. The Viking might kill this, actually, because the Stalkers just blinked away. Prism to the rescue to keep that Colossus alive. And Clem will now land a 4th command center down into the front. Hero currently a 5, going to 6 base Protoss player. He is well set up. Zealot Stalker, Colossus stepping through, still looking to fight aggressively. Blinks in, gets the unsieged tank, goes after the Viking, looking to protect the Colossus. A lot of the Ghosts vulnerable toward the front here as well. Felt as though we might see a few more of them go down. Hero did try and target fire one in the middle, so he's definitely trying to focus on making sure the Ghosts are the ones that are dropping here, most importantly. Pushing up again. Colossus goes down pretty quickly. A few more Zealots still charging on in. Going to get in toward this mineral line, get in toward that planetary fortress. This planetary is going to have to cancel and then lift off, but by attacking the planetary, we give Clem the chance to close the gap on everything else again. The Immortal's going down. Hero down to 20 army supply for a moment there. It's going to be rectified by the 14 Zealot warp in, but man, I mean, he's going forward again. He's attacking into what is, in my eyes, a little bit too much Clem army. Can he capitalize on what is just some low HP units? The Colossus is over here. That's not protected by anything, so the Vikings take a freebie. And the Colossus does what? Half a refinery of damage? Not exactly what you're looking for, as Clem will push Hero back 58 to 12 army supply. And feeling pretty darn good about this defense on 10,000 feet. admittedly is up against a very rich Protoss player who is now on Dark Templar that will be trying to help him to extend this position into something that's a little bit more usable than what we've seen thus far. +3 and +2 coming in. The DTs. It's going to get EMP'd. Going to get jumped on. A couple of them moving back. Going to get both of them over there. They all go down to the Dark Templar die. That didn't last long at all. 5 Dark Templar down the drain. Even more money lost at the moment. My Twitch stream just died. It's not fun. As going to be seeing the bio coming around, the Vikings coming over there as well, trying to see what else is possible right now. See if we can get much else going. The Vikings, the bio coming back over to the left-hand side. Trying to see what else is possible to get going for the moment here. Bio just going to chase, take a couple of seconds after a couple of those zealots. Trying to see what else is going on. I cannot get Twitch back live. Oh, come on. All right. All right. We'll just take an observer PP. Think we're coming back. I think we're coming back. Hello, hello. We're back, guys. Just a little ploy to get you guys over on the YouTube channel. Sorry, didn't actually mean for it to seriously go down. No, I don't know what happened. Twitch just died for like... Literally, Twitch just died for like a couple minutes. We're back. We're good. All right. Let's resume. You guys missed a little bit of fighting. Overall, situation is pretty similar to when it went down initially. You're not going to see the bit of the bio moving around. That's just going to be seeing the CC lifting off. And Hero is expanding all across the board at the moment. And just a little bit of the bio, a few of the ghosts coming about as well. Continue to set up for a second or two. Trying to see where we can get to here. Just going to be seeing the bio Ghost Viking coming back over to the right. Disruptor shot going to fire. Just going to be seeing the Zealots going to charge in toward the planetary. And just going to see another Disruptor shot landing in. The Ghost going to take a hit or two. Just going to take some shots. I mean, the Zealots are going to get in. The planetary will go down. So we are going to lose out on this base over on this right-hand side. So that central base going down. The rest of the bio coming across again after the rest of these Zealots. Looking to keep chasing this away at the moment. And again, +3 attack and armor both continuing through. And we do have the army coming back over to the far left side just for the second. A couple of disruptor shots fly in. Gonna hit a good chunk of units in the back, and those ghosts are low. Oh my goodness, that second disruptor shot doesn't quite go down. However, Zealots have made their way into multiple mineral lines as Clem is suddenly losing SCVs by the second. So SCVs going down absolutely everywhere. 29 workers going down at the moment. We see the couple of Liberators coming up. The Zealots are still getting shot at, taken out by these Libs for the moment, as we will have. Again, Marine Marauder still coming through. A couple new Colossus on the way up. The Zealots back to the top side. Again, a couple of these Zealots just getting jumped on. Going to take those out. And we will see the couple of Colossus Zealots and the +3 coming up as well. So, a lot of the rest of that coming through just for the moment. It's going to have ourselves the Colossus still coming about. The Liberators will come back into position. Just going to try and keep everything else away for the moment. And we move back over to that left-hand side. What do we want to do here? What do we want to do? Trying to move up. A couple of disruptor shots will fire. No connection there just yet. Just going to see the rest of the Bio Ghost Army back down to the bottom. And again, we spread out once more. Looking to try and deal with this situation. We are going to see the gateway on the right side, on the center going down. Hero counterattacking again. Clem is a 40 SCV Terran, but his army supply is huge, and a lot of Hero's army is just gateway for him. Oh my god. His army is Zealots, never mind gateway units. It's 37 Zealots, 2 Colossus, 1 Prism, 2 Disruptors, a Sentry, and 3 Stalkers, but 37 Zealots! That's good in some circumstances. It's not going to be good in a real proper straight-up fight where Clem just kites backward and the Zealots just go down, because there's never going to be enough damage output to really justify that amount of kind of Zealots being in the army, right? So that's a very scary factor pretty much straight away. You just see the Bio still holding up on the high ground, so Clem's army looking A, bigger, B, better. Like I say, lots of SCV losses, but now going to recover back to 55 workers at this point in time. Hero has got the entirety of the map pretty much locked down. He's got all of his bases, plus one of Clem's. Never mind the one of Clem's, which if he was actually to steal one, would have been the more obvious one. Clem's obviously being forced to focus over on the left-hand side a little bit, so that upper right base is kind of going unchecked for a couple of moments. The Bio will come through, a few of those Zealots still going down. A few SCVs dropping in amongst this. Just going to see the rest of this Bio coming through. The couple of the Zealots continue to get shot at. Now more of this Zealot Stalker will show up, and we just go blinking forward, trying to get as much done as possible here. So that's going to be another scenario where we kill a few SCVs, but man, Hero's army is just gone. Suddenly it's 40 army supply, and it's just gone. Everything Hero just had, gone. 37 Zealots are now 10. So Clem is just going to be having a way better force, and that is substantial. And he sees the base top right, so he can work on that now, because he's mined out of this base here. So actually, Clem can just focus the right side more, take this expansion himself, and then move down the map to deny other bases to Hero. Then maybe Hero expands over to the left side 9 o'clock instead. That's something we have to figure out a little bit as the Zealots will move through. The couple Marauders and the Goats gathering up. So we've seen the Bio still settling down, Marine Marauder and the Medevac coming about as well. Just seeing what else happens next as we have a couple of Mortals coming through, the Assimilator coming about as well. All of that on the way in. Bio recollects over to the right here just for a moment or two. Again, the Ghosts on the way up. Oh, we're going to build a Fusion Core. That's going to give you lib range, which is obviously going to be pretty important here potentially. How much gas has Hero lost? He's lost 5.6k. So despite trading 15,000 resources lost worse, he's only lost like 700 gas more than Clem, because so many of his resources are just Zealots that he's throwing at his opponents. Crazy business. Just going to be seeing the Protoss army pulling down the left-hand side. Marine Marauder will get an Assimilator top right. That base will be taken just for the moment. Zealot Colossus just going to push through. The Fusion Core is going to go down. Caduceus Reactor was actually the call from Clem there to get the Medevacs a little bit more efficiency overall. We're still maxed out on both sides of this, as Hero has obviously been able to mine enough that he's able to survive through a lot of these worst situations already. Going to continue to come across. Zealot Stalker going to get chased. A little bit more value coming down. Just going to be seeing the Colossus getting recalled back down to the bottom. Again, Marine Marauder Liberator coming up. Medevac still producing through. Extra Stalkers and Zealots all on the way up. The Nexus coming down. We do have a big Protoss army going to dive up the right-hand side. Just going to dive in. The couple of Ghosts going to get jumped on. The Planetary Fortress getting jumped on. The Vikings want to come over as well. Just going to try and get a little bit more out of this. The Vikings will still chase. The Colossus get hunted. The Stalkers are going to be seeing a few of those Vikings going down as well. The Colossus will continue back down. Fire up to the top. Big army on the left-hand side here from Clem as well. Continue to get set in the next few moments. A couple of EMPs coming down. Just going to clean up what we can for the moment as well. Doing anything and everything possible. And we'll just see this Nexus is going to get jumped on. Army up to the upper right, trying to push in. The Viking's going to be there. Colossus taking damage. Bio army will push. We get rid of one of the Colossus in the end. Now the rest of the Bio going to clean out on the left side. Hero is still struggling to take a fight that makes sense for him. 18,000 resources worse for wear. And he's just not denying Clem the bases you need to deny to keep this in any sort of a reasonable situation for him anymore, right? Like, this has just completely fallen off the board of what this needed to be, and I think that is pretty much going to do it, because I just don't think Hero can really recover at this sort of a point. I just don't see what army we make that's going to create better trades at this stage. I mean, there is an army, but it's going to take a lot of rebuilding into, and he's already used a lot of resources playing a different kind of game. It's not so much that he couldn't build a different army, it's just, it's so tough to actually, like, completely swing your game plan from, like, aggressive, kind of gateway heavy, just attack, to an army comp that slows down enough to actually maybe, you know, take some trades here. But then you're slowing yourself down, and it gives Clem a lot of time in a game where Clem is not meant to have a lot of time, and then it's even better for Clem, so you are kind of stuck on this army in a way. DTs get caught. I mean, obviously DT harass could be one way back into it if he finds DTs everywhere and Clem has to spend some time cleaning up. Maybe that is your way to improve this position once again. The SCVs will go down this right side. Refinery will fall. The missile turret taking damage. The Colossus still laser beaming their way through a lot of the bioforces here. Even more Marines going down. The rest of the bio and the Ghost gathering up. Stalker Colossus pulling away on the left. Now some more units on the right-hand side setting up as well. Trying to see what else we can do. Let's see if Fuzel's just charging forward. The bio going to stand and fight though. The Colossus getting pushed back. The rest of the units from the right-hand side coming over as well. Just going to start to take this trade. Just going to see the Stalker's in some trouble. CC lifting off. The bio stimming through. The Stalker's in trouble. Sentry going down. Immortal as well. The Colossus will go down next as we just chase everything away out to the left side. And this does look worse and worse and worse for Hero, who has actually not really got money banked up anymore either. So he's got very few warp-ins at this stage to try and survive and to try and bring him back into this game. I was going to see the bio still trading through. And Clem's going to find himself on top of this base as Hero is just running for his life. He is on the verge of elimination from the 2025 championship. And I don't think he can do anything else at this point in time. Run the DTs across the map. That's all you really got. His main army's gone, the army supply is not there, and from the 1-0 lead, this series just slipped away from him. The Marauders to get Clem back into it and just solid play. This game especially, just Hero choosing to be the super aggressive player. Clem just saying, I'm just going to defend and try and keep myself safe and alive, and really getting a lot of value out of that game plan. Uses a CC here, so Hero has one more victory in this game perhaps, but still struggling to stay above 100 supply versus a maxed out Terran army that is not going to waste much time, I don't think, coming across the map to try and just straight up kill you. A little bit of bio will be there, Assimilator will come through. It's going to go down, the pile on the right side goes down as well. The rest of this army still moving about, looking to get into the center. Chasing up for a couple of seconds. Stalker's going down. We see the Colossus getting jumped on as well. We're going to just chase that down. I don't have much more to say about this fight. Hero is losing everything. He has already lost this game in my eyes. And that's going to be GG's. Clem takes the 3-1 victory over Hero. Guys, sorry about the Twitch. Yeah, that was a Twitch server thing because my YouTube stayed live. That was not my internet. That was just Twitch shit in the bed for about a minute or so. Unfortunately, because the stream went offline, Twitch is really dumb, and even though the stream comes back online, even though I had like an hour of ad time banked up, it just deletes it when the stream resets. So then it's like, stream's live, time to run your ads. So if you got added during the end of that game after the reset, I'm super sorry. If you jumped from Twitch to YouTube and you're on the YouTube, hit the like and subscribe button while you're there. Why not? Why not take advantage while you're over there already? Appreciate you if you do. Beautiful. All right, guys. Sorry for the issue. At least I haven't in the last game of the day. It's never good to have a stream downtime. That's not meant to happen, obviously. But at least in the last game of the day, it doesn't cost us too much viewership, which could have costed us ads and stuff through the day as well. So a mild disaster in comparison to what it maybe could have been. And that's going to be it for us. So thank you so much for watching, guys. I super appreciate it. Today's been freaking awesome. The viewership has been crazy. Pikachu 92, thank you so much for the Prime sub on the 9 months. Let me get you on the tree. Alright. Hey, what's up, Andy? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you, Holmes, for using a big thing. That uses bits as well. And 1,000 bits on top of it. Thank you so much. Bits and donations do go to the players of this event, guys. So if you do want to support the players, do consider that. Pikachu 92, thank you so much for the resub. My dog's just the sweetest. She is heckin' cute. Yeah, she's she knows it as well, though. She uses it to her advantage, for sure. She uses it to her advantage. Alrighty, guys. Holmes the Healer still going with the bits. Another 100, another 100. Just bits, bits, bits. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed. You're just still using the bits. Okay. Appreciate it. Another 100 bits. Is this your plan to keep me here? You're just going to keep me saying another 100 bits every 10 seconds? Is that the plan? Is that the plan? Crazy. Let's have a look at the bracket, guys, as we wrap up today. And we have one final day tomorrow. 6 players remain. Classic, Shin in the upper bracket final. That will be our 4th series of the day. So that is at 3 p.m. CET. That's 19 hours or so from now. Our first series of the day will actually be... Wait, am I not on the bracket? It's dumb. Alright, try this again. Have a look at our bracket as we have Classic Shin in the upper bracket final. 6 players remain. 3 Zergs, 2 Protoss, 1 Terran. Classic Shin in the upper bracket final will be at 3 p.m. CET. We will be starting the day in the lower bracket, but we will start with Solo versus Reynor. And then we will move into a MaxPax versus Clem. And then we will go into the winner of those two against each other. Then the upper bracket finals after that, the lower bracket finals after that, and the best of 7 grand final to finish the day and to finish this week of amazing StarCraft 2 games. It has been awesome. We've seen so many good games in this event so far. And tomorrow's lineup promises to be even more. I think the best part is there's so few amount of mirror matchups we can have. Because this is, so one mirror match, this can't be a mirror match, that's not a mirror match, this can't be a mirror match. And if this is a mirror match, this can't be a mirror match, I'm pretty sure. Because what, if this is a Protoss in here, it can't be PvP down here. If this is a Zerg here, it can't be ZVZ here. Zerg here, PvP, can't happen. Yeah, no. So basically, like, at most, we have a mirror match tomorrow. Or 2 mirror matches out of 6. So yeah, it's going to be a great day. It's been a very low amount of mirror matches all the way through the tournament. But yeah, crazy stuff. Alright, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Sorry for the little blip at the ending. It has been a long day, though. So I'm going to say I love you, and I'll leave you. And I'll see you guys for more games tomorrow. We wrap up the turn. What's wrong with the mirror matches? People just don't like them. They're way less popular, and so mirror matchups just naturally decrease viewership. So I'm being a greedy streamer, and I'm thinking, oh wow, this looks great. There's going to be like no mirror matchups tomorrow, you know? They're the most balanced. Yeah, that's why people don't like them. They can't balance wine. It's unlucky, isn't it? Alright, again for tuning in and hanging out with us. I appreciate you all, and I will see you guys next time. I'm going to run set of ads on the outro because it helps support the stream, and why the hell not? Because we may as well just run some at this point. And I will see you guys there. Thank you so much. I'm on the American server already. Yes. Just trying to find the replays to make my YouTube thumbnail for the day. Don't mind me, just figuring stuff out as we go. Yeah. Oh, today's the... So, there'll be a YouTube upload in 10 minutes, guys, which is Showtime Solo. I was mentioning this earlier during the Solo Classic series. This was from a WardiTV Mondays. It was a really cool match. At least watch Game 1 if you didn't see it already. It was a really cool game. It'll be up in 10 minutes on the YouTube. Like I say, thanks so much for the love, guys. I will see you tomorrow for one final day of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Appreciate you all. And I will see you tomorrow for one last day to round it all out.